Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Chang didn't know the outside world at this moment, because of the small disturbance caused by Su Fan putting a ring on her before. Now, she just wanted to open the seventh jar in front of her. Chang wanted to know what good things were hidden in it. She clenched the wooden hammer in her hand. It was like a sword coming out like a dragon and hitting the middle part of the jar. Bang! At the moment the jar was broken, a dazzling light ball appeared, and the bone-chilling sword intent could be captured directly with the naked eye. But in Su Chang's eyes, it was a rare treasure. Needless to say, there was already a guess in her mind. It was a memory light ball, but the light ball gave a new guess. It looked very similar. Experienced light ball. Su Chang stroked the hammer handle and asked curiously, "Is it memory or experience?" "It's experience," Su Fan said. "The sword experience of Li Chungang, the land sword fairy." Su Chang only then discovered. This experienced light ball in front of her seemed to be entangled with a green snake, and in the depths there was a magnificent scene of the sword energy opening the gate of heaven. Su Chang's heart condensed. Remember the land sword fairy named Li Chungang. Su Chang caught the wave of luck, the wooden hammer in his hand, just like when she opened the can before. He dropped the hammer without hesitation. Bang! The eighth can was broken. A ball of light with the same sword marks appeared, and it also resonated with the innate sword embryo in the body, just like the master of the world's 100,000 swords and 1,000,000 swords. Su Chang took a deep breath and asked, 377, what about this? This is the sword experience of the land sword fairy Jiangxi. Su Chang did not stop. The ninth can. Su Chang's hammer shadow was fast, and the hammer surface was unstoppable, and the can was broken. Another sword light ball appeared. Su Chang was stunned, because this light ball was very different from the previous one, as if there was a figure in the light ball walking from the mountain to the Great Wall, suppressing the wild monster domain with the sword in his hand. To clear Su Chang's confusion, he said, "Good luck for consecutive Kendo light balls. The last one is the Kendo experience of Chun Pinyin from Luopu Mountain." Chun Pinyin from Luopu Mountain? Su Chang remembered it. Looking at the three experience light balls on the counter, she also remembered the names of the three sword immortals Li Chungang, Jiangxi, and Chun Pinyin, and then her eyes fell on the last jar. The action was without any hesitation, with hope, with the last expectation rising in her heart. The 10th jar opened. Su Chang raised the wooden hammer. The jar collapsed. Just like the previous three, a new Kendo experience light ball appeared. But Su Chang stood in place. The light ball with the same sword marks. The lingering and floating sword intent was overjoyed, and the body trembled with resonance. Su Chang was surprised. What was going on? Why did she feel that the experience in the light ball was her own? Subconsciously stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the light ball that was closely related to her, wanting to find out. Su Chang's sword heart is as pure as a mirror. She brushed away her thoughts and calmed her mind and asked, "What about the last one?" "It's the sword experience of the sword fairy Li Susang." Su Fan sighed. Su Sang has become so lucky that she has opened 4 sword fairy light balls in a row, and even the experience of Li Susang in the parallel world has been opened. It should be the change brought about by the wish of the dragon before. Li Susang. Su Fan's voice was like thunder, booming in Su Chang's ears, and an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. Su Chang raised her finger and pointed at herself, then at the light ball that came out of the last jar. Her voice was confused and puzzled. "Isn't this me? Is it the future me? Or is it impossible? Is it the me in another time and space?" "Su Fan, can you solve my doubts?" "Solve my doubts?" Su Chang doesn't need to say. Su Fan will also answer, "Don't think too much. It's just my brother's tenyu." "Ah." Su Chang opened her mouth slightly. The sword intent is clear. Through the light ball of Kendo experience in front of her, she saw another self's amazing talent in Kendo, condensed into the supreme grace of a sword immortal. After a long time, Su Chong slowly came back to her senses and understood the last jar. It was not only another self's kendo experience that was opened, but more of a spur to another self in kendo. Su Chong didn't want to lose to another self. All the jars have been opened, 4 in a row, bringing 4 kendo experience light balls. The resonance between the innate sword embryo and its sword marks can capture the mystery and strength of each sword immortal, and the sword experience contained in it will be amazing. The first problem facing Su Chong is how to digest it. Can the sword heart bear the sword experience of 4 sword immortals like the innate sword embryo? Su Chong pondered. I don't know the answer to this question, but the clear and transparent sword heart has already told Su Chong in his heart how a swordsman should choose. Believe in the sword heart. Believe in the sword intention of this body. Believe in the Xianyuan sword in your hand. However, Su Chong still has doubts in her heart. Su Fan, please help me solve the puzzle. Who are these 4 sword immortals? Li Chungang. I hope that every sincere swordsman in the world will be able to be a 2-sleeved green snake, and I hope that every amazing younger generation in the world can open the gate of heaven with a sword. Senior, you have such a big ambition, so you let me open it? Then Jiangxi, with the innate sword embryo, become the master of the world's famous swords. It turns out that the innate sword embryo I opened before came from this senior. Then what about Chun Pingon? Chun Pingon. One sword can move mountains, break rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, suppress monsters, command gods, pluck stars, destroy cities, and open the sky. Incredible. What about Li Susang? I really want to know how great the other me is in swordsmanship. Does Susang know Fian Gong, Qian 13 swords, and Yisin swordsmanship? How can I not know this, since it's a family tradition? What about Taishu sword chi? Hehe, I have comprehended Taishu's sword heart. After being honed by the innate sword embryo, the sword heart has reached the 3rd realm of Mingjing. The 4th realm of Taishu is right in front of me. It seems that I have mastered about half of the Taishu 21 styles. You are a little far from Li Susang. Su Fan, do you know I am known as Li Dazentu? I have to allocate part of my energy for sword practice every day to study the history and classics of Xianzhou. I have probably found the real reason why there's such a big gap between you and Li Suchong. I knew long ago that it was learning that hurt me, or Su Fan understood me. Forget it. Let me remind you, Su Song, the real secret of Taishu sword energy is not in the skills or tricks, but in the Xianyuan sword in your hand now. Xianyuan sword? So that's the case. Why didn't Mother remind me? Back to the topic, Li Suchong's sword experience light ball contains the perception, integration, and development of Taishu Wian. Susong, don't lose to Li Suchong. Susong was silent. Taishu Wian? These 4 simple words are like the sky pressing on my shoulders. The whole person is completely out of breath. Susong only then really realized the gap with another self, and it was true. The most difficult thing for a person is to defeat himself. Susong exhaled turbid air lightly. Her eyes condensed. Looking at the 4 experience light balls on the counter, the sword marks were intertwined and formed into a cloud of sword energy. He tightly grasped the Xianyuan sword and said in a loud voice, Su Fan, don't worry. It will never happen. Jing Yuan stared at the jar shop. He heard the conversation between Su Fan and Su Chong. Understanding flashed in his eyes, but his sight was fixed on the 4 experience light balls on the table. This scene, Jing Yuan thought of the memory light balls of the 5 gods' memories. Now, Su Chong has opened 4 sword immortal experience light balls in a row, which is already better than the other in terms of combat power. The most important thing is that Jing Yuan heard. Su Chong opened the sword experience mastered by himself in another world. He was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to how Su Chong, who had integrated the first 3 sword immortal experience light balls, would defeat Li Su Chong in the parallel world with his sword heart and sword intention. However, Jing Yuan's mind was wavering at this moment. The words of Su Fan and the land immortal Li Chungang echoed in his heart, which was Li Chungong's wish. May every sincere swordsman in the world have 2 sleeves of green snakes. And may every amazing younger generation in the world open the gate of heaven with a sword. Now he didn't know how to put down the formation knife, stone, fire, and dream body. Go pick up the sword again. Can you learn the 2-sleeved green snake and the sword to open the gate of heaven? After Bai Lu's treatment with the swallowing ancestor talisman, Jing Yuan began to become much more cheerful and his mind became much more active. Started to imagine. Then, he remembered the figure who taught swordsmanship. Jing Yuan was a little discouraged. If Su Fan had opened the jar earlier, it would have been better, but this idea was ruthlessly cut off by General Shen Su. But if it was still the mirror flow of Luofu's sword head, seeing Su Chong who had merged the innate sword embryo and absorbed the 4-sword fairy experience light balls today, it might have triggered a more exciting sword fight than the competition for the sword champion. Bai Lu was consulting someone not far away. Using the swallowing ancestor talisman, the immortal boat person swallowed the root of the evil Yin in the body, and then transformed it into vitality and merged it into the medicine gourd. His big eyes turned around. If Su Chong had her swallowing ancestor talisman, it would have been better. There would be no trouble at all. Directly swallow and refine the experience light ball. Unfortunately, Su Chong is not as lucky as herself. Bai Lu happily wagged her tail, then fell into stagnation again. The sword fairy's experience light ball. Flying with a sword. How cool would that be? Bai Lu's joy faded away, leaving only envy. The jackdaw in the distance. I decided to leave Jinren Lane. What sword fairy experience light ball? How important is it to customize a ring? Write Su Fan's name on it, and then let Su Fan wear it for me, especially when I am replenishing elemental magic. Just thinking about it. The jackdaw's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if recreating the battle feeling of body and mind touching the soul brought by Su Fan's rich and hot elemental magic into his body. Family, have you seen Su Chang's good luck? This is what happened before. The changes brought about by the Dragon Ball's fulfilling wishes. Innate sword embryo, storage ring, and 5 fairy beans are opened at once. And 4-sword fairy experience light balls. Listen to Li Chuangong's ambition. May all swordsmen in the world have 2 green snakes in their sleeves, and those with amazing talents can open the gate of heaven with swords. And the innate sword embryo of that female sword fairy, Su Chong, is simply a replica of her past, the master of millions of swords in the world. And Chen Ping'an. A sword can do so many things. I wonder how high the attainment of swordsmanship will be. But what makes people curious is, it is Li Su Chong from another world. See the evaluation of Boss Su Fan. It looks like a rare genius in 1,000 years. Su Chong, please don't be too stressed. Even if you can't absorb all 4 at once, you can still store them in the storage ring, so you can conquer them one by one. Gue Naifan expressed her feelings to the camera while comforting Su Chong in the jar store, telling her not to have too much psychological pressure. Looking back at the eye-catching message, Gue Naifan almost laughed out loud. The first one was a self-destructive statement. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yanqing, the scene I least wanted to see happened. As expected, the same as what Frost Crow said, the unpleasant things are still to come. Seeing Su Chong open 4-sword fairy experience light balls, my sword heart has been broken. Luofu's sword master, and even Xianzhou's sword master, will usher in the biggest Dark Horse player. Number 35 Gambler of Destiny, Sha Jin the Dark Horse, is Su Chong. Ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian. Someone went to the Qiongguan formation to deduce that Su Chong has a high probability of success, and there will be almost no accidents. Playing with cards. Chinke, sometimes the sudden blow of the invincible swordsman can be regarded as a spiritual training. As long as you don't give up, there will definitely be a chance. For example, find a suitable time to open the can and try. Fengyu Kaiyong, 7854. Empty the flying sword is back. I don't know what changes will be brought about by Su Chang's integration of the experience light ball. I really want to see the peerless style of the sword fairy. Miss Pei of the pawn shop, Jade +1. The only breeder of the account, Topa +1. Inside the can store. Su Chong looked at Li Chuangong's experience light ball. Without any hesitation, touching the light ball with the palm of the hand, the space environment constructed by the experience instantly poured into Su Chang's mind. See, 2 sleeves of green snake sword energy. The sword energy, transformed by energy, is 100 feet long, just like a mighty river, flowing endlessly. The majestic and endless sword force washed Su Chang's understanding of the sword way, and her hands subconsciously imitated the charm of the 2-sleeved green snake. The sword energy storm stirred up in the jar shop, and the sword energy surged and surged like a green snake. Su Fan was indifferent and unaffected. The jars on the shelf were also the same. 100-foot-long energy suddenly came from the jar shop to the street of Jinren Lane. Jing Yuan subconsciously summoned the god to resist the sword wind and waves raised by the 2-sleeved green snake. Fortunately, Su Chong saw a new sword way. The sword opened the gate of the sky. The sword will pierce the sky. The void was broken layer by layer, shattered the false sky of Luofu, Xianzhou. The void and the false were mixed together, as if opening a sky gate opened, and the sword light with amazing momentum seemed to penetrate the dome of Luofu, immortal boat. Su Chong suddenly chanted, "There are 3 million sword immortals in the sky, and they must all bow their heads when they meet me." The people around him subconsciously thought of 00. Not long ago, Su Chong called out a sword and summoned the Sea of Swords. Su Chong fell into a mysterious state. Under the blessing of the innate sword embryo, the sword immortal experience light ball was similar. After absorbing Li Chuangong's experience, he looked at the previous experience light ball. The innate sword embryos of the same origin attracted each other, and there was no obstacle in the absorption. The 3 million swords in Luofu, immortal boat, began to jingle and almost flew into the sky. But soon, it returned to normal again. After that, it became Chun Pingin's experience light ball. Su Chong began to absorb. It was as if he walked from Luopa Mountain to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and entered the savage demon domain. As long as the Xianyuan sword was in his hand, the mountains blocked him. Cut it with one sword. Big rivers and lakes block the way. Cut it with one sword. Boundless sea. Turn it back with one sword. Subdue demons and monsters, just like abundant evil things. Flatten them with one sword. Command the gods. Landsword immortals can do it at will. You can even pick stars with one sword and cut them down to the mortal world. Destroy cities and open the sky. Suchan can do everything. Taishu's heart essence becomes invisible, no longer as clear as a mirror, and the meaning is as ethereal as Taishu. The sword heart goes from the mirror to Taishu. Su Chong's little face faded away from childishness and looked at Su Fan. "Can you give a compliment like you gave Bai Lu as a congratulation for defeating Suchong?" Su Fan's voice sounded. It touched Su Chong's heartstrings and even blew Taishu's fighting spirit, holding the Xianyuan sword in his hand tightly. Be worthy of this sentence. After absorbing and refining the experience light balls of the 3 sword immortals, Su Chong returned to her original state without any fluctuations in her sword intentions. In fact, her sword energy was as deep as the abyss and could not be seen. Su Chong looked at the Xianyuan sword, which reflected her clearly visible face, and repeated in a low voice, "If heaven had not given birth to me, Li Su Chong, the sword path would have been like a long night for eternity." Suchong is also Suchong. Li Suchong is not Li Suchong. Suchong is Li Suchong of Yaoqing ferry boat. It is Suchong who came to Luofu ferry boat to train and join the Yunqi army, met Gui Naifan, and met the jar shop. The last experience light ball is right in front of her. Suchong has no reason to retreat and will not give up halfway. What is the difference between herself and the other world? Lose to anyone, not to yourself. Su Chong's eyes are clear, but a trace of tenderness flashed in her heart, which was Su Fan's previous congratulations. What swordsmanship is like a long night? Say this out. It will make people laugh to death. Look, Xiao Gizi is still broadcasting live. It will definitely be widely known in the future. Su Chong's cheeks are slightly red, and after a brief fluctuation in her mind, she returns to the state of Taishu. The thoughts are clear, and the body is empty. She can sense any slight changes in the wind blowing across her cheeks, and any flow of the sword intent in her body should be within her insight. Touching Li Sushang's experience light ball, he wanted to understand the difference between the two Taishu sword chi. Sushang's pupils dilated rapidly. The Taishu 5 essences merged into his heart like a mountain torrent. The 867 leading form essence was unmatched and directly dispersed Sushang's original sword intention. When the sword heart wavered, the two sleeves of green snakes resisted. Form essence. Guard. Transform. Start. Open the sword form. 21 styles. The image of the plectrum was clearly reflected in Sushang's mind, and the Xianyuan sword in his hand could not help but perform 21 styles, from the initial awkwardness to the final naturalness of practice. The form essence was completely mastered at this moment. Suseng was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. The heart essence came head-on and collided with Taishu, and he couldn't help but groaned in a low voice, and the sword heart seemed to have a crack. Fortunately, with the help of the innate sword embryo, Su Cheng's state of mind was repaired and the heart essence was devoured and refined. The sword heart Taishu was perfected at this moment. The soul essence attacked like a river running eastward. It caught Su Chang off guard. The soul essence is the art. The way of the sword is ever-changing regardless of form. Once perfected, everything in the world can be a sword. Su Chang was facing Li Su Chang's perfect soul essence. The intention was the main thing. The heart of the Tao was the auxiliary. The innate sword embryo was used as a help. Absorb the experience of the perfect soul essence. The intention came quietly. The Xianyuan sword in Su Chang's hand trembled continuously. Instantly. Understood. Su Fan had said before that the true meaning of Taishu, sword energy. I think another self must have discovered the secret of Xianyuan sword long ago, and now also knew another name of Xianyuan sword. Mo Ranxiang. Su Chang was about to digest and sort out when a clear noise sounded in her ears. The god is the extreme of change. Su Chang was still immersed in the voice of another self, when suddenly her heart sank and she felt the majestic sword force coming. A sword that tore the sky rolled over with the force of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. The 10,000-foot-long divine sword pierced the sky, and the mighty sword energy descended. Su Chang faced the spiritual impact of the experience light ball calmly. Taishu sword god, it can only be broken with one sword, in words that swordsmen can understand. Then talk with the sword in hand and the heart. The concrete Xianyuan sword moved with Su Chang's mind. One sword opened the sky against Taishu, sword god. The spiritual world was violently shaken. The sword heart was also swaying like a lonely boat. Taishu, sword god, collapsed and turned into nutrients for the innate sword embryo, nourishing Su Chang's sword. Su Chang defeated Li Su Chang. At the same time, the experienced light balls on the counter all dissipated, leaving only the wooden hammer used to open the can. Su Chang blinked her eyes, trying to hide the sadness in them. Through the 5 elements of Taishu, she could sense the hardships, pain, and persistence that her other self had experienced in the sword path. Su Fan, you said, how great would it be if Su Chang also had a store? Su Fan pointed outside the store. Before caring about the other self, I'm just worried about the commotion you've created. Su Chang's melancholy faded away and was replaced by disbelief. Shui Gue Naifan's voice directly described it. This. Is this the noise Su Chang made? This is too ridiculous. The 21 forms of Taishu sword mentioned by Ba Su Fan were performed after Su Chang absorbed the experience light ball. Just like the 2 sleeves of green snakes, the 100-foot sword almost swept across the entire Jinren lane. Shape connotation. Everything is a sword. There are still tens of thousands of flying swords condensed by air floating in the sky. Although they cannot be compared with the millions of flying swords that came with the sound of sword before, they are enough to shock people and create chaos. The most terrifying thing is, just now, the sword in Su Shang's hand was so bright that it pierced the sky magic array of Luofu, Xianzhou. General Shun Su went to evaluate how long it would take to repair it. How come the jar store is intact? The jar store has been automatically repaired 176 times. Gue Naifin had already used the ability to split into pieces, fearless of Su Shang's sword light and sword aura, holding the mobile phone with a split right hand, showing the professional ethics of the anchor. Su Sang understood at this moment. Su Sang and Li Su Sang were like one person, and the boundary of the real spirit in the experienced light group became blurred. It was like Su Fan was just muttering, "What Su Sang is going to become Brother Huozi." Su Sang sighed, not happy at all for the fusion of the four sword fairy experience light groups. Chaos how to deal with the aftermath of the Golden Man Lane Cave Heaven and the pierced Luofu Dome magic array. Fortunately, no casualties were caused. Needless to say, Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room was broadcasted, and the barrage in the live broadcast room must have exploded. Ms. Pei from the pawnbroker, Emerald apart from the chaos created, I really want to say that he is worthy of being a sword immortal, with the most killing and the most powerful momentum. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yin Qing yes. This is the future when I become a sword immortal, showing a touch of style. Sword Heartbroken Song. Cold Crow. Jackdaw. So this is the demeanor of a sword immortal. Now Su Chang is the most worthy of being the sword master of Luofu and the sword master of Xianzhou. Zhang Zhang's only keeper. Zhang Zhang. Zhang Zhang's only keeper. Topa all four sword immortal experience light balls were absorbed by Su Chang. She is a worthy sword immortal, and her combat power is among the best in Xianzhou or the entire universe. Real name internet access. Jing Yuan watching people build a magic circle and secretly fishing. Su Chang's Taishu sword energy seems to be better than the general. The god is much more powerful. The merciless divination machine, Fu Xian no problem. I heard that the Taibu division used the Qiongguan array to predict the location of Su Chang's destruction of the dome array in advance. Diheng has already made preparations and will restore it to this state after repair. Shang Chang's only account. Su Chang, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Pierre Porter. Diamond was numb. The whole person sat in a chair. The mobile phone screen on the desktop just went out, and it was the message sent by Jade. Reincarnation Fox. In addition to the true dragon immortal elixir and the devouring ancestral talisman. This is good. The first physique that can be used in the jar store. Instead of the physique with harsh conditions like blue silvergrass and ancient saint body. Innate sword embryo. The master of the world's famous swords. The sword path is advancing by leaps and bounds. The person named Su Chang also opened 4 sword fairy experience light balls, becoming the top battle record in the universe in one fell swoop. Surprise can't be just me. Diamond is ready to give it to the other. Sure, XIN 10 people open their eyes and forward the news of Jade. Opal, the jar shop has something new? Dragon Crystal. Isn't the innate sword embryo too outrageous? A sound of a sword coming. Millions of flying swords respond. Jinju. 5 gods' memories attracted the memory star god, and now 4 sword immortals have experienced light balls and created a land sword immortal. Shuju. This Taishu sword god has surpassed Shirshin by 10 people, and this force even surpasses the Order Envoy. Agate. Shuju said the Hunting Order Envoy. He should not have said the Existence Guardian. Diamond. Agate. No wonder, Boss Su Fan said, if Li Su Sang is not born, the sword path will be like a long night. Opal. Congenital sword embryo, the master of the world's famous swords. Such a physique is terrifying. Longjing. Who wants to meet the 2-sleeved blue dragon? Or the sword that opens the gate of heaven? Or a sword that moves mountains, cuts rivers, overturns the sea, subdues 2.3 monsters, suppresses demons, commands gods, picks stars, destroys cities, and opens the sky? Gold dust. 11 sword skills, just enough for the 10 of us in Shirshin, plus diamonds. Diamond. Topa. You forgot the Taishu sword energy. Songgang. How did the atmosphere change from surprise to horror? Shuju. I really want to open the jar. Topa. Work hard. Don't think too much. The jar will open for you. Amber. Friendly reminder. Be polite when you see Susang in the future. Amber at Jade. Help bring back a storage ring. Jade. Please contact Siu Pawn. Gold dust. Coming to Luofu Xianzhou is indeed a feast for the eyes. The long river of sword curtains formed by millions of flying swords covering the sky and earth. Can you see it in other places in the universe? Agate. Can you contact the owner of the jar store to open a store in Pierpoint? Song Gang. +1. Emerald. Just invite Luofu Xianzhou to visit Pierpoint. Song Gang. Good idea. Diamond. Good idea. Diamond. I guess other directors of the company will not agree. Diamond. By the way, all the videos of opening jars will be uploaded to the group one by one. You can take a look at them when you have time. Video. Diamond's speech caught the attention of the 10 people in Shurshin. About the jar shop. Since Topa presided over the board of directors, we have gradually learned about it and have heard a little about what was opened. Because the company has blocked the jar shop. Only those above P46 level in the company know the details. Among the 10 people in Shurshin, only a few have reached this level, and most of them are at P45 like Topa. Diamond first uploaded what was opened in the jar shop today. Songgao, did the 6 Imperial Guards of Luofu go to open jars? Topa, 2 of the 6 Imperial Guards of Luofu went. One is Taibu of Taibu Division, and the other is Sidwa of Qianbu Division. The one we see now is Sidwa. Agate. Oh, now 2 of the 6 Imperial Guards of Luofu have gone. When can we, the 10 people in Shurshin, open jars in the Luofu trio? Gold. Fortunately, the Shinsa Mansion changed the rules. Otherwise, the Ken opening team would be lined up in Jinren Lane to the Starry Sea outside the Luofu, Xianzhou. Diamond. Stop going off topic. Watch the live video carefully. This is the first time that the company has released the confidentiality agreement after reaching an agreement with Luofu. You can get and see such detailed content. Amber, got it. Amber, 300 years pill, flying fish king oil, and even a flying sword that can be used to open up the silver track. These are all good things. Pearl, as far as I know, many big figures on the planets who are about to die will rush to buy the 300 years pill. Sometimes these 10 pills can gain their friendship with the company and pull them into the credit point system. Gold dust. But for the Fox people in the ferry boat, this pill is a pill that can live a second life, so it is impossible to resell it. Pearl. Since you can open a pill that can extend your life for 300 years, 1,000 years after that is no problem. But why don't you consider flying Fish King oil at Dragon Crystal? It can enhance the bloodline of the Dragonborn. Emerald. It has been used up. Dragon Crystal. What a pity. Opal. I heard that the Starry Sky train, which has been silent in the Sea of Stars for a long time, has set sail. This time, the navigator is a red-haired woman. Lieutenant General Pioneer Flying Sword will apply this pioneering east wind. Is there a way to buy it? Gold dust. Unfortunately, Luofu Sidwa is a pilot and will not sell it. Song Gang. Will there be more good things opened later? Just watching others open the jar, don't you feel itchy? Topa. No hurry, let's wait and see. Dragon Crystal. Is it the one that is circulated among Pierpoint? Amber. Not bad. The jar also opened a living thing, a silver little fox. What's so great about it? Gold dust. Diamond. Emerald. Topa. Amber. What's wrong? This is... Amber. Sorry, I was wrong. Can I withdraw it? It's so embarrassing. How could it be the reincarnation fox? Diamond. Many directors of other companies have the same reaction as you, because this Fox company has reached an agreement with Luofu, and it was an order issued by the lifelong director himself. Amber, didn't he retire? Diamond, no way. The jar shop is too amazing. Opal, can you be sure that this fox named Moy is the Guan of Samsara? Emerald, the Flying Fish King oil allowed Moy to advance to the evil flame six-tailed demon fox, exactly as Su Fan, the jar owner, said. The next stage of mutation is the crown flame, nine-tailed flaming fox. Gold dust. Time will test everything. Don't forget the 5 gods' memories before. Let the memory star gods go to witness it. Pearl, I heard that the people in Liuguang Yiting are ready to move, and even the guys in the tavern have received the news. Topa, it seems that the Luofu Xianzhou is going to be lively. Songgang, the Xianzhou alliance is of the same blood, and you will also face the competition of opening the jars of the other 5 mountain boats. Emerald, please continue to read on the Luofu Dragon Girl's journey of opening the jar. Longjing, does this Dragon Master have a serious illness? How did Tao Ran, the previous Dragon Master of Luofu Xianzhou, choose him? Agate, true dragon immortality medicine. No matter what realm you live in for the second life, this 10,000 dragon energy is still the legacy of the fallen true dragon fairy king. When the immortal dragon descendants of the universe get this news, they will be unimaginable. Shajin, I am in Luofu, just got off the spaceship, I can tell you the answer. The Dragon Lord, who was originally not recognized, is now directly designated and is not allowed to be questioned. Jinju, is it related to the Dragon Ball that can fulfill wishes? Shuju, it should be something that will be open later, right? Songgang, as expected, it is the devouring ancestral talisman of the 8 great ancestral talismans, which devours the world and refines all things. It feels more terrifying than breeding star gods. Diamond, you guessed right. Did you see the devouring black tide? The Dragon Master was devoured and turned into vitality. This scene scared many directors, especially Mrs. Scar-Eye. Diamond, ha ha, Tapa, Dragon Crystal. Can the 7 Dragon Balls really summon dragons? Gold Dust. Indeed, above the Blue Star Dragon Balls, there are Namek Dragon Balls, Super Dragon Balls the same size as a planet. Pearl, can you elaborate? Gold Dust. The Namek Dragon Balls can be seen as an enhanced version of the Blue Star Dragon Balls, and the Super Dragon Balls are made with the language of God, which can restore the destroyed universe. Pearl, beyond imagination. What if it is to kill the Star God? Diamond, do you think it is harder to kill the Star God or to restore the entire universe? Pearl, as an Omnic, I can't come to a conclusion. Diamond, this is the strange and magical thing about the jar shop. Shoot you, huh? How can the 3 wishes be so casual? Tapa, without Gay and Ethan's blessing to the people she knew first, I'm afraid that Su Chong, who we saw before, would not have such a strong luck. Shuju, why did the Dragon Girl want to grow taller? Jade, this is just hiding her incompetence. The Dragon Girl did something that made my back cold. She is indeed a Dragon Master. Her mind is deeper than Guhai. Jade, you see, Bai Lu used the devouring power of the devouring ancestral talisman to wipe out the source of the evil spirits of the people on the ferry boat. Up. As long as the people on the ferry boat cannot escape the fate of the evil spirit body, and this curse was broken by the devouring ancestral talisman. The Emperor Bao's 7 days will never allow anyone or any force to attack Bai Lu. The Dragon Masters on each ferry boat surrounded Bai Lu with the true dragon immortal elixir. The immortality elixir, transformed by the true dragon immortal king, is more likely to attract other dragon descendants in the universe to join the ferry boat. Agate, as expected of Opal, who is second only to Diamond in mind, she thought of so many things at once. Up. Jade. The next is Su Chong, which we saw before. Diamond. The videos before today are being uploaded continuously, so don't be anxious. Songgang. Have you paid Gue Naifin for the recording fee in the live broadcast room? Topa. Will you reimburse me with 10D Ting phone Bao? Diamond. The company will pay for it. Pearl. The data cannot be used to deduce and calculate the various things in the jar shop. Gold Sand. Save your energy. Luofu's Cheongguan array cannot be calculated. Maybe even Bo Shirzun cannot deduce it. Pearl, what a pity. Agate, why didn't General Shun Su open the jar? Could it be that the envoys of hunting were planning behind the scenes? Diamond, the person who led all this behind the scenes has been ignored by you. Diamond, it's the owner of the jar shop, Su Fan. The chat group of 10 people ensure XIN fell into silence in an instant and watched the replay of today's live broadcast. Seeing that the items were no less than or even surpassed the opening of the Star God. What kind of existence would the owner of the jar shop and the jar provider be? The cold group continued. Many people typed a long string of words and silently chose to delete them. Finally, Topa warmed up and saved the group chat. Topa, wait till we open the jar and see how good luck outdoes them. Yao Qing Xianzhou, a tall and heroic fox figure, inspected the Qingqiu army that had brought countless great victories and received respect, admiration, and admiration wherever he went. If it is said that General Sun Tzu was on the flagship of the Xianzhou alliance, he was the brain of the Xianzhou. Then General Tianji of Yaoqing Xianzhou. He was the sharpest knife and blade of the Xianzhou Xianming, inserting into the vital points of Fengreamen with the momentum of breaking the army and ushering in the dawn of victory under the burning of iron and blood. Yaoqing Xianzhou is now anchored in the Kelsolan star cluster. Sajin Xiadu star system, Sajin Xiadu, cooperating with the company to develop minerals, forge and smelt, and replenish new armor. General Tianji is also known as the Great Victory General, and Fei Xiao jokingly calls himself the Three-No General. The Three-No refers to no worries, no regrets, and cause. Fei Xiao walked around the military camp and found that the morale was high and the army was ready. In the 8098th year of the Xianzhou star calendar, for great victories were achieved within a year. Now the army is in high spirits, and even more so. We can set out soon, patrol the Star Sea, encircle and suppress the Fengrao people or the Bewley people. Fei Xiao returned to the army tent, and his cell phone rang at this time. It was from Luofu Xianzhou, General Sun Tzu. In the past, the Tianbui division was responsible for communication between Xianzhou. Did Luofu have a big incident, directly start communication, or was it a martial arts performance? Fei Xiao, who was handsome and capable, shook his fox ears slightly and looked at the message sent in confusion. Video? The message seemed to have no beginning or end, and it did not explain the cause and effect. It aroused curiosity. Fei Xiao sorted out the long ponytail that was tied up and floated behind his head like the Milky Way, and took a moment to click on the handscreen. He saw a passionate girl with orange hair fiddling with something called a live broadcast room, and pointed the camera at a Kin's store. Live broadcast room? Jar shop? When the two are combined, some strange reactions occur. What can be opened from the jar? And spread through live broadcast. Fei Xiao saw Fu Xian, one of the 6 emperors of Luofu, and walked into the jar shop. I also learned that in the jar shop, 1 jar costs 100,000 credit points, and each person can open 10 jars per week. What can Luofu Taibu open? As a general of Tianji, Fei Xiao has torn apart countless evil creatures in the Star Sea, and has seen many cosmic treasures looted by them. I have seen countless plagues and disasters, and even the sky in Yaoqing Xianzhou has a bright moon hanging on it. A picture that makes her heart jump appeared in the jar shop. Luofu Taibu. It opened. An experienced light ball, similar to Yibu. A little medicine king with a medicine age of 5,000 years. Good luck continues. A substitute straw man that can transfer pain and die 3 times was opened. If the substitute straw man is given to Fei Xiao, then Yu Kuang, who is alone and invincible, rushes into the battle array with a fervent hunting heart to revenge and kill the people of Fengrao, will have 3 chances to be reborn. The golden pupil that Fu Xian finally opened is never extinguished. Fei Xiao's heart was shocked, and she looked at the golden eyes full of pressure, as if she was looking at the unspeakable Dragon King. Is this Fu Xian's good luck? Or does Jing Yuan want to tell her that this is Luofu's jar shop? Fei Xiao continued to read down. I saw an ordinary person from Luofu enter the jar shop. After the text reminder next to the recording, I understood that this is a member of Luofu's secret medicine king. Fei Xiao thus knew the existence of Gu. The immortal Gu is the Tao, and the ordinary Gu is the fragment of the Tao. The eyes condensed. A smile appeared on the serious and cold face. The soul ring blue silver grass is incredible, one of the twin soul rings of the God King, but it takes too long to cultivate for 70,000 years. And the Medicine King's secret also took the initiative to directly fuse and digest the blue silver grass, which became a joke. He was so angry that he went out of the jar shop and was captured by the cavalry. This time, Fei Xiao was very happy and subconsciously wanted to maintain the general's pressure. Fortunately, there was no one else in the big tent. A hearty and light laugh sounded. After that, Fei Xiao saw that it was the anchor Gui Naifan who went to open the jar. His pupils shrank. I saw it. Gui Naifan opened the most valuable items. The 7 Dragon Balls that can fulfill wishes. The fruit of the splitting into 5 parts with wonderful and extraordinary abilities. Fei Xiao wanted to continue reading. Can the 7 Dragon Balls really summon the dragon? Another person from the Medicine King's secret fell into the trap? Or the person in charge of Shanglishan, Ziyueji? The ancient holy body was opened? Fei Xiao was overwhelmed by the vision of the ancient holy body. The shadow of the great holy body overwhelmed Luofu, Xianzhou, reappearing the time when the disciples became enlightened and challenged the Wuk Emperor, who proved that the universe was not yet hard. The emperor was like a star god. It was enough to show the tyranny and power of the ancient holy body. The holy body appeared in Fei Xiao's mind. Then, he laughed heartily. He was still holding his stomach. Does the person who was taught by the king of medicine have a serious illness? Why didn't everyone listen to the jar owner Su Fan's words and had to choose to merge first? Hope it's a holy body. The reality is a waste body. He was arrested on the spot again. Fei Xiao saw the 2 judges of the 10 Kings department opening the jar. Reduce fruit pill. To be honest, Fei Xiao wanted it very much. The collar is down. Having a tight suit to keep the center of gravity stable can bring negative effects. That is, it is too full and straight, which greatly affects the display of martial arts. And when drawing the bow and releasing the arrow, the bowstring rebounds and causes collisions, and sometimes the suit will be shattered under the blessing of the power of destiny. I really want to reduce from E to D, and it would be best to go to A in one step. Then there are the sins of beans. It made Fei Xiao eager for it, which could instantly restore spirit and energy and repair injuries. Fei Xiao thought it was her exclusive elixir. If it could be developed and promoted, the 10 major victories of Yaoqing Xianzhou in October could be upgraded to 10 major victories in half a month. Animal biscuits. Fei Xiao nodded. It was a good thing for strategic reconnaissance. I've got. Fei Xiao's eyes flickered. Now he couldn't know the advantages and disadvantages of magic elements and destiny power, but he knew one thing. The Eye of God has the possibility of becoming a god. It seems to be much easier than upgrading to a star god in the universe. Storage bag? Fei Xiao wanted it too much. It was still consistent with the previous idea. Once it was promoted to the entire Xianzhou, the pressure of logistic supply would be greatly reduced. One major victory in half a month would really become possible. The crown puppet? It made Fei Xiao stand up. The puppet body carried by the soul, the flesh and blood body that was indistinguishable. The most important thing was that the soul could be reborn on the new puppet after the puppet was broken. After seeing 2 of them, one would definitely be sent for research. As a general of an army, how could Fei Xiao not feel sorry for the casualties of his soldiers? Now there is a way to avoid casualties. This is more comfortable and satisfying than clearing out the evil creatures and killing Buliran. Born in the army and walking in the sea of blood and corpses, Fei Xiao naturally does not have the delicateness and weakness of ordinary women. Her cheerfulness is transformed into a hearty laugh. Then, he was fascinated by the Vajra force magic circuit. When practiced to the extreme, he can stop the train. Vajra force is very good, but you need to replenish magic every time you use it. Fei Xiao feels troublesome. Xian's opening of the can made Fei Xiao's eyes freeze. The memories of the 5 gods from another world actually attracted the witness of the memory star god. Rock King, Beelzebub, Barbados, Bayer, Fukaros, and Funina. Fei Xiao looked at their memory stories. The Rock King Emperor suppressed the war of demons. Beelzebub was free from thoughts and attachments and used extraordinary lightning to identify evil spirits and gods. He left Baal sadly in the dark disaster. The ideal country was submerged by the disaster, and his close friends fought desperately. Let the world forget me. 500 years of one-man show, just for the sinners to dance and declare no one guilty. Fei Xiao was intoxicated, laughing, praising, sad, or crying. It took a long time for his mind to recover. Another Luofu Liuyu entered the jar shop and opened a jar. It was a fellow fox, flying in the air. The former ace pilot Spark Fox has now become the steady and cautious Luofu, Tianbosi rudder. The first one came out, the Fox Immortality Medicine, 300 Years of Sha. Fei Xiao celebrated for his second life. He didn't know what kind of shine the Flying Fish King oil would bring when applied to his hair. To be honest, he was very excited to try the Pioneer Flying Sword and wanted to see how it was different from the Star Raft. The Fox of Reincarnation was revealed. Fei Xiao, whose mind was jumping, fell into silence. The creature that controls reincarnation, growing to a complete form, is even more terrifying than the Star God. It can also come out of the jar store. The silence didn't last long. Fei Xiao fell into a dead silence and didn't speak at all, because he saw Bai Lu open the True Dragon Immortal Elixir. Fei Xiao's thoughts were almost down. The True Dragon Immortal Elixir was born from the fall of the True Dragon Immortal King, and he also saw the 7 Dragon Balls being completed. His mind recovered a little. He was swallowed by the devouring ancestral talisman, one of the 8 ancestral talismans. His mind began to fall continuously, especially after hearing and seeing the ancestral talisman that swallowed the world and refined all things, and could really swallow the source of the evil een of the immortal boat people. Fei Lei couldn't say 10 words. This will boost the morale of the entire Immortal Boat Alliance and sweep away the haze of the demonic body shrouding the immortal boat. The impact of the jar shop is really too huge. It made Fei Xiao's heart of 100 battles shake into pieces, and he almost dazedly watched Bai Lu and Leifin use the Dragon Ball to summon the dragon to make a wish. What else can the jar shop open? Who is the owner of the jar shop? Su Fan. My mind was in turmoil. I saw Suchong walk into the jar shop. Suchong. Suchong was born in Yaoqing Immortal Boat. According to common sense, she should join Yaoqing Immortal Boat. But under Qin Sui's application, Fei Xiao still allowed King Suchong to travel to Luofu Immortal Boat. Fei Xiao thought, the items opened by Yakong and Bai Lu before have not been digested yet. Suchong's luck should not be as outrageous as theirs. Fei Xiao was speechless. I saw the innate sword embryo opened by Suchong. A sound of sword coming. The Luofu Immortal Boat was covered by a sea of millions of swords, and the sky was covered by the hunting light. With a wave of his sleeves, the sword curtain and sky curtain disappeared in an instant. The peerless grace of the sword immortal, who is the master of millions of swords in the world, was fully displayed. 4 sword immortal experience light balls were opened in succession. Fei Xiao couldn't close his legs for a while. He was shocked and surprised, and more than that, it was beyond imagination. 2 sleeves of green snakes? The sword opens the gate of heaven. 1 sword can move mountains, break rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, suppress demons, command gods, pick stars, destroy cities, and open the sky. And another Li Sushang's Taishu sword energy. The fierce collision with Taishu sword god. The sword energy, sword aura, and sword aura tore through the Golden Man Lane and penetrated the Luofu Immortal Boat Dome Defense Array. Fei Xiao's mind has never been so chaotic. Lost in thought, he looked at Su Sang perfectly carrying the innate sword embryo, digesting and integrating the 3 sword immortal experience light balls, and absorbing and smelting the Taishu 5 elements. How did Su Chong, who is nicknamed Li Dezindo, go to Luofu ferry boat and open a jar and become a land-based sword fairy with peerless elegance and beauty? The heroic and cold Fei Xiao in the past. A very obvious contrast of surprise appeared on his face. The bound upright chest rose and fell, and he screamed, "This is really Su Chong, County?" The picture on the screen stopped. Fei Xiao's mind was far from resting. The jar shop in Luofu, Xianzhou Mountain, brought an indescribable shock. When Suchong became a sword fairy because of the jar shop, her entire heart defense came to the edge of disintegration, breaking the original meaning of the 3-node general. No worries, no regrets, invincible. No worries became worries. The three-no general also became a double-no general. Fei Xiao had difficulty admitting the change in his mentality. The worries came from the jar shop, from the jar merchant Su Fan. How did he do it? Luofu Xianzhou is really patient. It has been hidden until now and shared with other Xianzhis. Fei Xiao is going to watch the live broadcast video several times and analyze the many items opened in the jar shop in detail, especially the items opened by Yukong, Bailu, and Suchong. And the embarrassing look just now. It can't be just me. Li Shun and Qin Sui are no exception. Fei Xiao intercepted the relevant pictures of Suchong in the jar shop, directly forwarded it. Li Shun, what group is this? Fei Xiao, look at the group name. Li Shun, what happened to Su Chong in Luofu Xianzhou? Qin Sui, it turned out to be a group created by the general. Fei Xiao, you guys take your time to watch. I'm lurking and won't bother you anymore. Fei Xiao, video. Li Shun, jar shop. Why don't you go grab a jar for 100,000 credit points? Li Shun, Su Chong was cheated. Qin Su, he looked down. Li Shun, wait. Li Shun, what's going on with the innate sword embryo? Li Shun, impossible, impossible. Su Chong actually. Qin Su, he looks so good. Qin Su E703. A sound of sword comes. Millions of flying swords obey orders. My Su Chong has made a name for herself in Luofu, Xianzhou. Li Shun, 100,000 credit points for a jar. Grabbing is simply a big deal. Qin Su E. At this time, I am not as good as Su Chong. Innate sword embryo, the co-master of millions of swords. The words of the jar shop owner are really right. Li Shun, wait. Storage ring. There are 4 sword immortal experience light balls. Li Shun, Li Chun Gang, Jiangxi, Chun Pingon, 3 sword immortals. Actually have the experience of Li Suchong, who became a sword immortal in another world. Li Shun, the ancestral tombs of the Li and Qin families began to emit green smoke. Qin Sui, what green smoke? Qin Sui, it's my Su Sang, who is excellent no matter where she is. Li Shun, Fian Gong, Qian 13 styles, Yisin sword method. How can it be compared with the 2 sleeves of green snakes and the sword that opens the sky? Qin Sui, if you can't compare, just learn. Qin Sui, fusion of the innate sword embryo plus Chun Pingan sword that breaks all methods. Actually, defeated Li Su Chong's Taishu 5 elements in other worlds. Taishu sword god was destroyed in form. Qin Sui, listen to what Boss Su Fan said. If Li Suchong hadn't been born, the sword path would have been like a long night. Li Shun, let's use this sentence to drink today. Qin Sui, Li Shun, you mean? Li Shun, thank the general, otherwise I would still be kept in the dark. Qin Sui, Su Shang is better than her master, standing at the top of Xianzhou Sword Dao and overlooking all living beings. Su Yu is the leader of the Sword of Fuzhou. Li Shun, let's eat something delicious today to calm down. Qin Sui, that's what I meant. Cag, Qingqiu Army Tent. Fei Xiao looked at the group chat on his phone. He was overjoyed. It was also a bit of a tremor. It was a great move to absorb the shock, panic, and relief of Li Shun and Qin Sui to fill the defense of the heart that was just surprised. Yao Qing Xianzhou was in Sajin Xiadu, replenishing its weapons with minerals. Fei Xiao was going to wait until the martial arts performance ceremony to go to Luofu to open the cans in person. And then, Fei Xiao saw a new message on his phone. It was a company specialist from Sajin Xiadu. It was said that the Xianzhou Alliance had reached an agreement with the company and sent 5 motherships full of minerals and other supplies, and there were a series of generous conditions in the agreement that were almost given away for free. Fei Xiao was dazzled. Finally, I understood it. It was because of the jar shop. At the same time, I remembered that man firmly. The owner of the jar shop, Su Fan, the end of the world tavern. This is where the masked fools drink and have fun, and only welcome customers who are proficient in joy and have a sense of humor. The waiter Brachi was mixing drinks. The people in charge of the tavern gathered, and all of them dispersed, leaving enough space for the meeting. The wine was also mixed at this moment. 2 cups of sweet drinks with a fresh and warm taste were placed on the table and left quietly. Hanabi sat on the chair, shaking her legs, tasting it with a sweet face, waiting quietly. Not long after, a figure came from the door. It was Sambo. Hanabi raised the glass. "It's rare to see you leave Bellowberg." Sambo smiled softly. He came to the tavern to divert Hanabi's attention. He had already set up a wonderful script in Bellowberg, and he only needed to wait for the arrival of the restarted Star Sky train, so as not to be disturbed by Hanabi in the middle of the journey. Sambo said in a brisk voice, "Recently, something big happened to Luofu Xianzhou." This was dug out by Giovanni from Pier Point. Huahua was curious. "Oh." Huahua thought for a moment and continued, "Giovanni, didn't he sneak into the company's market development department to develop some Etherfront game? How could it be related to Luofu Xianzhou?" Sambo shook the wine glass and said in a long voice, "You have been staying in the tavern for a long time. Have you not known the outside world for a long time? There are pros and cons. Last time," Huahua waved his hand and hesitated. "Forget it. I won't tell you the identity of that guy." Sambo didn't hesitate too much and continued to follow the schedule. The rhythm continued. The memory star god appeared in Luofu Xianzhou. This is one of the secret information that Giovanni accidentally obtained. Memory star god? Huahua widened his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "It's still one of the information." Huahua asked, "What else?" Sambo looked at the wooden board on the ground and said casually, "Where is the key to the tavern cellar? Old Sambo will not do a losing business. Don't worry, this information is enough to subvert your cognition." After seeing the changes on Luofu Xianzhou, Old Sambo took a long time to recover. He never thought that there would be a place in the world that makes people feel more mysterious than the mysterious star god. Almost regarded as a fictional historian, a ridiculous scene carefully woven. But all this is true. No doubt Sambo's voice sounded, echoing in Huahua's ears. The unknown and the mystery are still in Luofu Xianzhou, and they are closely related to hunting. Huahua was extremely confused and curious. Her previous cynicism disappeared, leaving only a cold gaze on Sangbo. "It seems that something big happened on the Luofu immortal boat, and you are thinking about getting the mask back." Sangbo did not answer, but just drank. Huahua lowered her eyes, and her expression changed from cold to smiling. In the third bucket on the left-hand side. "Here." Sambo stood up and threw a small object to Huahua, which was a projection beacon inside the company. Huahua caught it steadily, looking at Sambo opening the barrel and taking out the key, walked into the cellar. Huahua pressed the button of the projection beacon. The scene in the tavern flashed. A projection screen appeared in front of him, clearly showing Luofu, Golden Man Lane, and the scenery inside the jar shop. Seeing a blue fox man walk into the jar shop. 10 jars, continuously attracting Huahua's attention. The elixir that prolongs life for 300 years was opened. Huahua subconsciously thought, observe the joys and sorrows of the world with jars. Could it be? A certain masked fool set up a trap? But the appearance of flying Fish King oil, pioneer flying sword and storage bag, directly shattered Huahua's guess. These things, not something a masked fool can accomplish, nor a fictional historian it can be done. Huahua saw it. The opening of the Moonlight Fox, which is actually the Fox of Reincarnation, made me understand what Sangbo said just now. Then, I saw the Dragon Girl by Lu's opening journey. The real dragon immortality medicine. 7 Dragon Balls. Swallowing the ancestral talisman. Huahua opened her mouth slightly. I saw Su Chang's good luck in opening the can, the innate sword embryo, the 4 fairy sword experience light balls, and the sword energy rainbow that amazed the world and shocked people in Luofu Xianzhou. What effect do these things have? Huahua only knows that opening the can and the kin owner Su Fan have endless ways of joy. The smile on Huahua's face became more and more. The kin store is a kin store, right? In Luofu Xianzhou, right? As long as you pass the Shunsa mansion, you can queue up to open it. Huahua whispered to himself, Luofu Xianzhou has so much fun. Why do you know it now? Liu Guang Yiding, chasing the footsteps of the memory star god fully. Cognition is the world, and memory is the proof of the existence of the world. Actively give up the body to become a memory meme, to shuttle through the universe to find the most precious memory. Committed to preserving and sharing memories. And after the disaster is over, piece together the fragments of memory to create a blueprint for rebirth. Black Swan is the rememberer of Liuguang Yiting, and is also an insignificant, mysterious, and elegant fortune teller, keen on collecting unique memories. The Starry Sea is ethereal. There are always unexpected memories. Black Swan captured an unexpected memory from the fleet of Luofu, Xianzhou heading to Pier Point, which is a significant event for both the universe and the rememberer. The jar shop of Luofu Xianzhou. The female employee of the company slept peacefully and fell asleep peacefully. In the ethereal and illusory dream, I don't know if a visitor came, it was the Black Swan. An interesting memory from the jar shop. This interesting memory brings beauty and surprise. Watching what others get when they open the jar stimulates the memory to be colored, excitement, jealousy, and yearning for all kinds of wonderful pictures, making people fascinated and indulged. The Black Swan summed up this memory. Soon, he was immersed in it. It was as if he was standing in front of the jar shop and saw 5 god memory light balls opened, which attracted the arrival of the memory star god Fu Li. The Black Swan flipped through the memory elegantly, just like reading a fascinating book. The memory flows like water, showing the jar shop. The Black Swan witnessed it. The memories of the 5 gods in the other world saw the company's specialist open the Mora of the Rock King. Need to use the blood of the slaves to support the pure yang yin of Hua Shixian's divine fire. The memory keeps turning pages. Black Swan saw the elixir that extended life for 300 years, becoming the entity that the rememberer got rid of the perishable without causing much attraction. I also saw Flying Fish King Oil, Pioneer Flying Sword, Demon Breaking Sword, Storage Bag, and Detonating Talisman. Black Swan was amazed at the jar store, which could open so many wonderful things, especially the Pioneer Sword could jump along the silver track of Pioneer. Afterwards, Black Swan was shocked and said nothing. I originally thought the little fox, as elegant and charming as the moonlight, was just a simple and ordinary likable moonlight fox, hiding behind the peak that could be achieved in the future. It was shattered directly. Black Swan's heart, the fox of reincarnation, in charge of reincarnation, to restart a new world. The calmness and elegance of Black Swan temporarily stopped and dissipated, leaving only the surprise that was beyond words. Memories continued to flow. Black Swan ignored the ugly dragon master, seeing the opening of the real dragon immortality medicine. Even through the memory in the dream, Black Swan could capture the endless traces left by the golden dragon in the memory of the years. This is the peculiarity of the jar shop. The legacy of the fallen real dragon fairy king can be opened. The appearance of the 7 Dragon Balls. Black Swan's eyes lit up, and he had never seen such a strange creation that could fulfill wishes. The top of the Dragon Ball. The Super Dragon Ball that is as big as a star and can be called a wishing star. It also attracted infinite reverie of Black Swan. What kind of magnificent and unparalleled memory will it be when the Super Dragon Ball, which realizes wishes with the language of God, summons the super dragon that flies across the galaxy and sweeps across the entire universe? Seeing the appearance of the devouring ancestral talisman, Black Swan shuddered, as if he had seen a natural enemy, especially the dark devouring black tide, which made the Black Swan's hair stand on end and subconsciously wanted to stay away, and almost escaped from this memory world. Fortunately, Black Swan calmed down. The ancestral talisman devours the heaven and earth and refines all things. It is a natural nemesis for memory memes, and the same is true for the treasured memory bubbles. I want to collect the memories related to the devouring ancestral talisman, but I am afraid that the innocent will be devoured. But the memory, seeing that the devouring ancestral talisman is devouring the meme roots of the immortal boat people. Black Swan's heart is itchy. This is the rememberer travels through the universe, searching for the most precious memory. After Su Chong walked into the jar shop. Black Swan was looking forward to it. It lived up to expectations. Black Swan saw the integration of the innate sword embryo. The flying sword replaced the star raft and became the only one in the sky of Luofu, blending into the unprecedented sword energy galaxy. Black Swan thought of the first time in the star's sea, seeing the magnificent scenery when the patrolling star god pulled the longbow to the full, and the peerless style of the star god still remained in his heart. Now, this peerless style has one more, Su Chang's sword. The scene after, Black Swan recorded it truthfully. Saw, when he experienced the light ball, his eyes twitched. It was almost the same as Liu Guang Yiting's technology on the memory bubble, but the experienced light ball was more perfect and would not be damaged by rolling from the display cabinet. The experienced light balls of the four sword immortals fascinated the Black Swan. Fortunately, Su Chang absorbed it. The Black Swan saw it. What is the two-sleeved green snake? What is a sword to open the gate of heaven? What is a sword to break all laws? And what is the Taishu sword energy? For a time, he was intoxicated, until the Taishu sword god was absorbed and refined. The Black Swan woke up from a dream. Saw it. The female sword immortal in Jinren Lane. His eyes also fell on Su Fan. Then Su Fan's memory. If it can be collected. The Black Swan's heart was ups and downs, suppressing his surprise at the jar shop, and thought of his most beloved and unique memory. That is, if you can perceive and collect a memory before the world, you can enjoy the leisurely and wonderful time alone. The Black Swan gradually clarified his original intention and collected Su Fan's memory. Then, the next stop, go to Luofu ferry boat. Ask for flowers. Luofu ferry boat. Jinren Lane. Jar shop. Su Chang was like a naughty boy who was full of novelty about new things. She wanted to use the soul in the Taishu sword energy to transform everything in the world into a sword shape. This time, she aimed at the cans on the shelf. Su Chang's forehead was sweating, and veins on her hands were throbbing, but there was no change at all. In an instant, the sword fairy style that had shocked the world before was completely destroyed and returned to Su Chang with a little bit of stupidity. Su Fan raised his mobile phone and interrupted Su Chang. That's enough. The Dihing division will settle accounts with you. Su Chang shrank her head in fear, and her sword fairy temperament was gone. She asked a little uneasy, "Do you want to pay money or expel the Yunqi army?" "It's a negotiation." Su Chang was relieved. She pinched the sword formula with her hand to control the sword with qi, and the Xianyuan sword trembled and flew and jumped up. Fly out of the store. A little uncomfortable, two legs trembling. Floating in the air, the body seemed a little unbalanced, and the heart was in a state of panic. It seemed that he was afraid of heights. Sword immortals who are afraid of heights. If you tell others about it, people will laugh. You will not be able to fly with swords in the future. Then you will become a land sword immortal. That is, a sword immortal who can only stay on land. Below, Gue Naifan shouted to Su Shang. Shang, don't be afraid. Su Fan asked me to tell you a message. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Su Shang, keep Su Fan's words in mind. Calmness and confidence returned to her face, and she flew to Dai Hengxi with high spirits. Su Shang succeeded in stealing the chicken. Became the third person to open the jar. In fact, the third person to open the jar was queuing up to clear the demon body. The visitor of Zhu Mingxianzhou was very grateful to Su Shang because he helped him solve a problem. Is it to open the jar or to clear the source of the meme? Open the jar. You must queue up after opening it. According to Yunkajin, the queue number is now 100 years later. After all, there are trillions of sentient beings in the Xianzhou Alliance. After the Xianzhou Alliance is fully spread, it is estimated that the Luofu dragon flag will have to shed its roots several times before it can be completely eradicated. So, I chose to queue up immediately and open the cans later, walked into the can store. Boss Su Fan, I have heard a lot about you. Give me 10 cans. Our Zhuming craftsmen stay by the stove all year round, and most of them have bad tempers. Open all 10 at once. Okay. There are only 3 empty cans, and the other 7 are storage bags. What a rare good luck. Zhu Ming Xianzhou researches and disassembles storage bags, and is going to make a fortune in the universe. Thank you, Boss Su Fan. Taibu Division. As night falls, Qin Ke successfully caught fish for another day, although he did not spend it with the Yuan Xiongyu, but watched the live broadcast with Taibu. Qin Ke secretly complained in his heart. If this goes on, one day, Taibu Division will have to change its name. Change it to some kind of live broadcast division. However, Bailu's previous diagnosis of Qin Ke, as well as the eyes of Xiaoguizi and Su Sang looking at Su Fan, Qin Ke smelled a smell of betrayal. These had already been expected by Master Taibu. Night falls. What he had seen and heard before was still vivid in his mind. Qin Ke had a rare hesitation in his heart. Find Su Fan to temper the fruit ability and let it continue to move towards awakening. Is this reason convincing? Looking at Xingqiue's hesitant expression, Fu Xian's face flashed with helplessness, and he said in a gentle and persuasive way, "As long as you take the first step, you will be one step closer to success." Seeing Qin Ke listening to it in his heart, Fu Xian raised his chest. 653. It just so happens that my Dharma has been overused today, and Su Fan is needed to repair and nourish it. Qin Ke, now everyone in Luofu Xianzhou knows that you have opened a substitute straw man to transfer the pain of the rejected Dharma I. And even the people in the Star Realm Peace Company know it. But this reason, Qin Ke learned it. This is why the Taibu is the Taibu, but she's just a lower person, the library manager of the same department. The jackdaw strolled in Shanglishan, distributing the Q numbers for eradicating the evil spirit. There are too many people, calculated according to Bailu's 16-hour work hours every day. It has been queued for 300 years. This is only part of Luofu Xianzhou. When the trillions of creatures in the Xianzhou Alliance have to queue up, it is comparable to gathering all the 10 kings to read the book of life and death without sleep. The jackdaw shuddered. The original desire to work also dissipated invisibly. Just wanted to stand still, just quietly watching the crowd and the scenery is the best enjoyment. The fatigue in the body. Jackdaw first thought of replenishing magic. That's right, too much elemental magic was consumed, so he couldn't get motivated to work. Thinking of this, Jackdaw sent a message to his sister Shui. Be prepared for replenishing magic. Sisters must work together. Whether it is absorption or performance, it will be the most perfect. His eyes were lingering. He saw Bailu finally got off work, transformed into vitality by devouring. Just seeing Bailu's radiant demeanor, Jackdaw complained in his heart, thinking that working 16 hours a day was still too little. Maybe Bailu heard his voice. He actually walked towards Jackdaw. Jackdaw, what do you think Su Fan likes? Jackdaw subconsciously wanted to answer. Su Fan seemed happy when replenishing magic. Liked to climb mountains. Also liked to start from the foot of the mountain and the back of the mountain. Mountaineering seems to be an innate instinct of human beings. Want to conquer the untouchable peak of the mountaintop, and also want to conquer the hidden mountain gaps hidden in the narrow mountains, full of danger and death. Maybe it was Jackdaw's illusion, as if she had misunderstood Su Fan. Anyway, she herself liked the burning and heavy feeling brought by Su Fan's elemental magic rolling. Because Bailu was too young and was accompanied by a close attendant named Yunyu, Jackdaw couldn't explain it directly. Instead, he said after a pause. Jackdaw gave an answer. Su Fan likes to eat, make some Qi Ming medicinal food, especially the kind that replenishes the body and energy. Bailu was thoughtful. The jar is related to Su Fan, so it must consume a lot of energy. That's right. The vitality in the medicine gourd is almost full, and the real dragon immortality medicine is almost full. The body is 3 times fatter and is about to become a little fat dragon. Bailu is going to use the vitality transformed by the ancestral talisman to prepare the Qi Ming medicinal food for Su Fan. Di Hung Si. Su Chong met Si Hung of Di Hung Si. Huey's father is serious and is one of the 6 imperial guards of Luofu. Di Hung Si can intervene in everything in Luofu. It seems to be dispatched by various departments, but in fact it is silently integrated into the supervision of the various departments. and the general of Shun Su, Jing Yuan, comes from a family within Diheng Si. This is definitely the base of his confidence. But Su Chong has just arrived in Luofu and doesn't know much about this. Huey's father said, "We will not hand you over to the 10 kings for discussion, nor will we use the laws of the Cloud Cavalry Army, and there will be no joint trial by the 6 departments." Su Chang's pupils trembled. Is Huey's father speaking in a sarcastic way? Huey's father continued, "Since you are from Yaoqing, and the leakage of sword energy is not subjective, there is no precedent in the Xianzhou alliance, and it is difficult to punish." Su Chong hesitated. So? Huey's father's voice suddenly became cold. He said the punishment harshly, "Stay in Luofu Cloud Cavalry and don't go anywhere." Su Chong suddenly realized, "Are you worried that our Yaoqing's General Fei Xiao will come to snatch people?" Huey's father was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "Little girl, sometimes you see through it, but don't say it. Otherwise, it will be very embarrassing." "Oh, Jay, it's a message. It's really General Fei Xiao." Su Chong raised her mobile phone, blinked in confusion, not knowing what to do. Huey's father saw the content of the message. "Fei Xiao, Su Chong is ready for handover and will be transferred back to Yaoqing soon." "No problem." Father Hui explained to Su Chong, "To transfer you from Luofu Xianzhou to other Xianzhou, we need the consent of General Shun Su and the approval of the commander." Su Chong understood. The so-called negotiation. It's just that everything remains the same. Su Chong walked out of Diheng Si. You can see the star raft flying above the sky, repairing the formation, and the time feels like a dream. There is still some sequelae after absorbing the 4 Sword Fairy experience light balls, such as the Sword Fairy level sword energy and sword control is not very proficient. It needs to be practiced hard. But Su Fan is by my side, so I feel very relieved. I don't know if it's not enough to replenish the magic. Can you refine your mastery of the sword? Su Chong stepped on the flying sword. The tip of the sword pointed at the old house of Su Fan's family, and the sword energy flew to the sky like a rainbow. Su Fan was about to close the shop. I saw Yukong coming, the helmsman of Tianbosi. It seemed a little awkward, not as frank as when he opened the can before. Su Fan asked sympathetically, "What happened to Yukong?" Yukong saw that there was no one around, and the tangle on his face disappeared, and his voice became much louder. "If a fox girl fell in love with you, would you refuse or accept it?" I haven't thought about this question. If there is such a day, I will make a choice based on the situation. What if it is now? Su Fan was silent. Could the fox girl be Yukong himself? Seeing that Su Fan was silent, Yukong instantly realized that what he said just now was ambiguous, and it also caused Su Fan to misunderstand. His cheeks flushed and his fox ears shook. "It's really not me." Su Fan understood that there was really a fox girl, not Hong Kong's excuse. 3.7. If I refuse, it will hurt her, but if I accept, it will not be in line with Yukong's heart. It's so difficult. Su Fan sighed and shook his head. Yukong could not help but fall into confusion and was at a loss. Su Fan, looking at Yukong, from a change of mentality. It makes Yukong's mature temperament more girlish, plus the pair of charming white legs. The combination of the two is hard not to be moved. How about joining the game? Su Fan suddenly said. Only after putting yourself in her shoes can you get an accurate answer. Yukong, you don't want her to know that you come to me to reject the feelings of a fox girl, right? Just a joke. Do you want to feel relieved? Relax. It's like replenishing magic, replenishing energy, repairing the body, etc. Is it okay? Why not? Su Fan closed the door of the jar shop. The cloud cavalry outside the door had long dispersed, and passers-by occasionally looked through. Su Fan looked at Yukong and asked, "Since you opened the jar, do you feel confused and don't know how to deal with the current situation?" Su Fan guessed the identity of the fox girl, the only one who can make Yukong come in person. Qingni. Yukong deeply agreed. In the past, I thought that I would take charge of the overall situation in Tianbu Division and teach Qingni well. Now, everything has been disrupted by the 300 years of life extension. Life is like this. It is always unexpected. As for what Su Fan said about replenishing magic, replenishing energy, and repairing the body, Yukong subconsciously turned his face away. Don't want to think about it. Don't dare to think about it. Although it is said secretly, I know what it means. The key is, Yukong, who is famous in the Xianzhou Alliance and has a great reputation in Luofu, is still a blank slate in this regard. I don't know who can have this honor. Su Fan continued. Just consider it as compensation 12. What compensation? Moonlight Fox. At this time, Yukong suddenly realized that it was the little fox she had opened, but now it was directly entangled with Su Fan. Now it's good. There is not even a shadow of the fox. The new topic was also started from the Moonlight Fox. Yukong asked, "Where is my moi?" Su Fan pointed at his body, indicating that moi had changed from resting to transformation, and whispered, "The next time I see you, it should be the crowned flame, nine-tailed flame fox." Yukong was shocked. How did it change so quickly? It was transformed into the evil flame, six-tailed, by using the flying fish king oil. What did Su Fan use? Su Fan saw Yukong's doubts and whispered, "Do you want to know the answer?" Yukong nodded subconsciously. He shook his head again quickly. It seemed that he wanted to dispel the shame in his heart. Su Fan said seriously, "My little fox could do backflips." Backflips? Su Fan looked at Yukong's long legs. "Isn't this the best position for backflips?" He smiled and asked, "Do you want to go and see? Not to join the game with your body. Not to replenish your magic or something. Not because of MOC's compensation. Not because the future has changed and Yukong wants to start a new life. But Su Fan said that the little fox at home can do backflips. Yukong is curious. Gue Naifan played the Shunfeng flying sword, being brought to Su Fan's old house by Su Shang. Discovered. The gate of the house had been opened long ago. It was opened by Fu Xian Taibu, and a card table was set up in the courtyard. Qingke, Fu Xian, Jackdaw, and Shui were playing Di Yuan Xiongyu. Di Yuan Xiongyu was very familiar. It was the jade card that was opened from the jar shop. Su Chong quickly turned her face away, thinking that she would not be bumped into by others because she was acting suddenly tonight. This was good. She bumped into him directly, just like last time. Gue Naifan's cheeks were slightly red, but much redder than Su Chang's, and she asked worriedly, 6 people. Can Su Fan handle it? Bill, don't worry. I have asked Bai Lu to use Qi Ming medicinal food to replenish Su Fan's body. 40,000. Jackdaw turned his head to look at Gue Naifan, and his mind returned to the card table. Fu Xian pushed the cards. Tai, 470,000. Hey, I was talking to Xiao Gizi and was distracted and played the wrong card. Jackdaw comforted. I still have 4 fairy beans, don't worry. Senza beans? Su Chong was puzzled. Is that how senza beans are used? But it doesn't seem to be a big problem. After all, it replenishes magic, maintains the Dharma eye, promotes the awakening of the fruit, and helps to temper the sword intent. It really consumes a lot of energy. It is no less than fighting bloody battles on the battlefield. Yukong was surprised at Su Fan's residence. It is remote and quiet. There will be no disturbances, and there are no neighborhood conflicts. But why is there the sound of Di Yuan Xiong shuffling cards? Yukong was puzzled. Follow Su Fan into the courtyard. Their sights crossed in the air. The fluffy tail behind Yukong was stretched straight. The 2 judges of the 10 Kings Department, the Taibu and the diviner of the Taibu Department, and Gue Naifan and Su Chong. They're all acquaintances. But when acquaintances meet, there is no familiarity, only the embarrassment of wanting to hide their bodies. Su Fan understood it at a glance. Jackdaw, Shui, and Fu Xian wanted to continue to experience the service. Qingke, Gue Naifan, and Su Sang, from watching before, also want to experience it in person. Then the difficulty lies in Yukong. The 8 of us can just make up a table of Di Yuan Xiongyu. Yukong became dizzy. He sat on the card table, as Su Fan said. The dusk also became deep and rich at this moment. The jade cards were pushed and shuffled in his hands. Yukong saw. Su Fan used a unique and gentle technique to carry the magic power around the jade cards, and went deep into the magic circuit of the snow clothes to replenish the magic power. He also placed the elemental magic power into the dice, climbed up the elemental organ of the jackdaw that needed magic power, and the dice rolled down the card mountain. Yukon was jealous of the perfect card mountain, but he escaped more afterwards. Because the card made for jackdaw were not small cards, but big cards that made people's blood boil. The dice rolled from the top of the card to the bottom of the card. First time trying the Emperor's Jade, controlling the air. In the past, I was obsessed with work and had never seen such a scene. But through observation, Shui and Jackdaw were very satisfied, and Fu Xian was the same. The Dharma eye on the forehead was covered by Su Fan's hand to avoid secretly looking at the cards in the Emperor's Jade, but in Kong's opinion, it was repairing the Dharma eye from the 10th way up the card door. Controlling 390 Kong was shocked. Chaos Chi condensed around Su Fan to replenish the magic and repair the Dharma eye. What is this? There was no time to react. I saw Su Fan teaching Qin how to fight Diyuan Xiongyu, not missing any details or any knowledge points. As a reward, the abundant chaotic energy wrapped around the Jade card, combined with Qing Yue's fruit ability and the intersection promoted awakening. The same was true for Gue Naifan. However, Gue Naifan was not like Qin Ke, who was passive but took the initiative to attack, and also pulled Su Shang to launch a counterattack against Diyuan Xiongyu. Diyuan Xiongyu, touching cards and eating cards, interrupting the rhythm of Su Shang and Gue Naifan. Su Fan was too familiar with it. It was Mahjong, the chaotic air in the air. It was Su Fan. The 50th Avenue opened by the exclusive jar. Before the heaven and earth were born, the chaos in the Tai universe began to appear. It was just a thread. Yukong caught the thread of destiny from it, which was the path of development. The power of destiny rotates endlessly, prompting the fox blood to sublimate, tempering and improving the soul. A flash of enlightenment flashed in his mind. The pioneering flying sword opened by the jar before can be used to jump through the path of development. Yukong carefully recalled the wonderful journey of Diyuan Qiongyu. Lost miserably? The game is still in progress, and the winner is still unknown. Shun Sum Mansion. The heart of power of Luofu Xianzhou and the brain of Luofu Xianzhou flagship should have been solemn and dignified. But under the bright lights of Changletian, people were moving. There were also shouts of sellers. Those who didn't know thought it was Luofu Market, but the Yunshi army guards standing by and the plaque of Shun Sum Mansion proved that this was indeed Shun Sum Mansion. Howard, who was selling Xianzhou Doji, shuttled through the endless queue and talked freely. Hey, Fox Brother is also queuing up. Want to get a quota to open the can? The Fox Man gave money with one hand and took the Doji with the other hand, with a yearning on his face. Yes, so many good things were opened during the day, and he must be itching. It's difficult. Howard shook his head and sighed. The number of people in the queue can be compared to Bailu's force to some extent. This is the reality. The Fox Man couldn't say much. There was nothing he could do. There were hundreds of billions of creatures on the immortal boat, and those who went to line up were relatively restrained. Look at lore by Tian Bailu's queue for people who are vying to remove the source of the evil spirit. The queue has exceeded 100 years. As the news spread within the Immortal Boat Alliance, it has been queued for 1,000 years. To be honest, the Fox Man wanted to open the can. The first customer of the can store was the Fox Man, and Lord by Tian Yukong's good luck was also witnessed. Drank the bean juice in one gulp. The sour and swollen taste of bean products 987. The Fox Man, who rushed straight to the top of his head and dispelled his sleepiness, whispered, "Is there any way?" Howard heard it. He looked down at his uniform, which was the uniform of the Interstellar Peace Company. For the business behavior of queuing, the company is the best in the entire universe, and the queuing number of Luofu Xianzhou is too immature. Since the Fox Man, hundreds of people are all from the company, and they have changed into the clothes of the Xianzhou so that people can't see the flaws. All of this, it's all for the 3 directors to get the quota to open the can. There are too many people. Why don't you come earlier tomorrow? Howard looked up at the Fox Man and pointed to the crowd behind him. Ha! I'm just talking casually. You see, I have so much bean juice waiting to sell. There are too many people, and there is no hope of queuing. The Foxman shook his head and chose to leave. Most of the people behind him made the same choice. They didn't know about the jars. You can watch others open jars in Gue Naifen's live broadcast room. In the Shunsu mansion, Jing Yuan's desk has been repaired. Since the jar shop was opened, I never thought that I would have to work overtime all night. The source of the evil spirit that was originally erased will recur again without knowing it. Jing Yuan stood up from his step and walked down the steps. The three people standing in front of him seemed to reappear in the daytime, as if they were resuming the negotiations with the company. Bax, Z sure should be today. Today's opening quota will be reserved by your company? Jing Yuan looked at Topa, Jade, and Gold Dust, with a hint of surprise on his face and a hint of ridicule in his voice. The company's action speed is fast. With an organized human wave tactic, the Luofu people who were queuing freely were overwhelmed. The account flew from the side to his shoulder, and Topa was full of energy. That's right. Today's opening is reserved by the company. Under the large and elegant hat, Jade slightly raised the corner of her mouth, calm and relaxed. Gold Dust subconsciously rubbing his fingers. He seemed to be opening a can with a wooden hammer, and it was obvious that he couldn't wait. Jing Yuan nodded. The company walks in the sea of stars with a contract. Regarding the previous discussion, the company's executives will naturally not break their promises. If you want to take away the things that are opened, you must get Luofu's permission. However, Jing Yuan wants to see the company's luck. What will it be like? Will it open something that Luofu Xianzhou is reluctant to let go? Jing Yuan turned his palm over, and 3 jade lights appeared. This is a jade sign representing the quota for opening a can. Topa took the jade sign first and held it in his palm. As the successor of the 10 people of Shirshin, I will be the first to take the lead tomorrow and remove the non-chi that took away the jar shop first. Shaji nodded. His mobile phone signature is a draw for others or something. He is well versed in the metaphysics of non-Europe. A flash of pampering flashed in Fei-Fei's eyes. Little Yelena is happy. Sometimes luck comes like the wind without knowing when. The sky is getting light. Chinny woke up from her sleep in a daze. Mother Yukong. It should be working overtime at Time Bosi again. Just like the past. The sky defense array was pierced by sword light yesterday. Many departments are working overtime all night. After washing up, Chinny made breakfast, instant noodles, and Xianzhou vegetarian dishes, simple and healthy. Hearing the sound of the key opening the door, the familiar strength and the familiar rhythm of pushing the door, I knew that the person I was waiting for was back. Qingni greeted her mother, who worked hard and stayed up late, with a smile. Her pupils shrank. Qingni found that her mother's temperament, compared with before, became youthful, beautiful, and bright, added with the confidence and maturity brought by the years. It was as if all the good things that Fox people have were concentrated at this moment, and Qingdian was stunned for a moment. Yukong looked at Qingni's silly appearance, couldn't help laughing, and stroked her forehead with his hand. Do what you want. Be a real star raft pilot. Hey, didn't Mother unanimously oppose it before? There are many beautiful things in the world. If you don't have time to experience them, you may regret it for the rest of your life. I can't restrain your heart that yearns for the sky. Instead of insisting on making mistakes in a rigid and unreasonable way, it is better to let go. Go touch the sky. Don't hesitate. Don't be suspicious because... Mother, tell me, there has been a new breakthrough in the research of the crown doll. That means, once it is promoted, the soldiers will no longer worry about casualties. The crown doll has not been perfectly replicated, and after the soul is reborn, it can no longer join the cloud cavalry. Is that so? Help Mother change her shoes and clothes quickly, and continue to stay in the Tianbo division. In front of the jar store, the idle Xianzhou people flocked in and stayed in the safe area planned by the cloud cavalry. But Gue Naifen had certain special treatment. Can get closer. Qianbian Luofu traffic regulations have been submitted, and the punishment has been declared over. After the previous live broadcast, now Gue Naifen has obtained the sole live broadcast right at the jar store. Gue Naifen pointed the camera at Su Fan, who opened the door, and then the jar on the ground. Then, captured. It was someone from the company. He was also the lucky person who opened the jar today. Compared with the person who opened the jar, people's eyes more fell on the dimension piggy bank. This rare creature, which is said to bring good luck when seen, actually took the initiative to follow people, without the stereotype of running away when seeing people. It seems the first person to open the jar today. It's amazing. Topal looked at many people's eyes, threw a coin in his palm, and caught it steadily, showing a confident smile. Today's jar opening, the company has reserved the place. The company booked the place? Good. Ethan muttered quietly. It's so hard to get a spot to open the can. How could it be booked by the company? Topa's smile and his sight and the dimensional piggy bank at his feet were enough to show that he had an extraordinary status in the company. The company's means could indeed do it. Gue Naifin's eyes flashed with understanding. Since the people in the company are so confident, I wonder if it is also the case with the cans? Gue Naifin's eyes were curious, but the curiosity did not last long. Gue Naifin found out. The scene in front of him seemed to have a crisp sound, and it became shattered like a broken mirror, and each visual fragment reflected the world in detail. In the nearest visual fragment, a team of cloud cavalry came from the blind spot behind the head and was heading towards the kin store. What's going on? Ginelifin flickered her eyes blankly and found that the people around her didn't scream or have any other abnormalities. Instead, she was the only one who had special vision. Ginelifin understood. This was because of Su Fan's chaotic energy, which promoted the further awakening of the fruit ability. The body could be split into 4 or 5 after eating the fruit, and now the vision has become split into 5 and can peek into the world without blind spots. So will the next step be to split other objects or complete the split of the soul? Ginelifin stabilized her eyes and returned to normal vision. Looking at Topa, who wanted to open the can, she also thought about the next change in her ability. The cans that were taken off the shelf before were all restored with the replenishment of credit points, not one more and one less. The can store just opened. Su Fan saw Topa hand the jade omen to the cloud cavalry, and walked into the kin store with a look, and the account behind him hummed, and seemed to be speaking in an incomprehensible piggy bank language. Topa looked at the dazzling array of jars, his voice full of excitement. Finally, it's my turn to open the jars. Watching the live broadcast makes people itch. A dimensional gap appeared beside Zhang Zhang, and he jumped onto the counter, looking up to select jars. Su Fan asked, "Which jars does Topa want?" Topa's eyes flashed with novelty. "You know me?" Compared to the jars, Topa was actually very curious about Su Fan. Like many people, the jar store is amazing. So what about the owner of the jar store? Now, the owner of the jar store is right in front of him. Topa didn't feel anything strange. Anyway, he was very kind, like someone he hadn't seen for a long time, and he couldn't help but feel good about him. Of course it wasn't because of Su Fan's appearance. Topa hereby declares that he is definitely not a face control or a face fan. Su Fan nodded gently to Topa. White hair, with a dimensional piggy bank, and a healthy and energetic body. Su Fan naturally recognized the visitor at a glance. It was Topa, one of the 10 people in Shirshin. According to the previous plan in Shunsa Mansion, Topa was to be the first king to face Fei Qi, bring 5 jars to test the water. Zhang Zhang was happy and shook, and took the wooden hammer with his mouth and put it in Topa's hand. 5 jars were arranged in order. Topa felt his heart beating, which was a long-lost tension and expectation. Like when the Mother Star got the company's rescue plan. At that time, Topa, who was still Yelena, had such feelings before, and now it appeared again. Topa clenched the wooden hammer. Bang! The jar made a sound of breaking, and before he had time to fiddle with the tiles, Zhang Zhang took the lead and arched it. For a while, gold became the only color of the jar store. Mora flowed from the counter to the ground like a golden stream. Hundreds of Mora piled together looked like a small gold mountain. Zhang Zhang cried out in surprise. He jumped into Mora's hill and ate one at a time, chewing and digesting the elemental magic, and rolled around happily. Topa held his forehead. Howard had seen Mora before, and he had left one for the company to study. Now, he opened one at a time, 120. Zhang Zhang ate one. Now there are 119. Research does not require so many mora, and it cannot be converted into credit points for the time being. It will have circulation value only after the company conducts accounting. Now it is considered as food for Zhang Zhang. Su Fan looked at Zhang Zhang, who was eating secretly. His eyes fell on Topa's cheek and said, "A good start, 120 mora, the first batch of mora made by the Ra King Emperor, all of which have elemental magic." Topa realized that. The first batch of mora made by the Ra King Emperor all have elemental magic, which can be used as a backup hidden energy source for destiny. When needed, directly absorb the elemental magic and convert it into the power of destiny, and mora will not disappear, but just become an ordinary mora. Each mora is very precious and represents the endurance of combat power. Topa quickly picked up Zhang Zhang. "Okay, don't eat it. There are other jars that haven't been opened yet." Zhang Zhang tried to struggle, but found that the jar was more attractive, and followed Topa to look at the second jar. "Ask for flowers, point zero. Give it to me." Huh? Among the pile of tiles, Topa saw a leather bag and immediately revealed its origin. Is it a storage bag? But it was seconds. Zhang Zhang opened his mouth wide, as if he wanted to bite it. Topa picked up the storage bag, knocked on Zhang Zhang's head, and lightly scolded. Space storage is related to the space cross-dimensionality of the piggy bank. This one really can't be eaten. Su Fan smiled. Zhang Zhang was quite humane and made a sound of grievance. Huh. The third jar. Come on, Zhang Zhang. Zhang Zhang's dissatisfaction disappeared, and he bit the wooden hammer and smashed it at the jar. The jar body was torn into pieces. A rosy glow floated out of it. Finally, it condensed into a book. Topa took it in his hand and saw the title of the book. Solid poker is a kind of wisdom. Take it in your hand and flip through it. It talks about luck and gambling. Su Fan. It's a small guarantee for opening a can. Solid poker is a kind of wisdom. Only by fighting hard can you know how a bicycle becomes a motorcycle, and how moving the wind on the rooftop is. There are also good points in the book. Topa put it away and looked at the fourth can. The wooden hammer in his hand, wrapped in the fate of preservation, resonating with the cornerstone to demand the topaz. Topa seemed to be raising the hammer of the Amber King, smashing the can on the counter into pieces, leaving nothing. Topa was a little flustered. You used too much force and smashed the things? Su Fan comforted, "It's just an empty can." Zhou Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief. Topa learned from the previous lesson and just smashed the cans normally. There was no need for any fancy metaphysical methods. Topa looked at the last jar of the first batch with burning eyes. As one of the directors of the Strategic Investment Department, he didn't need his previous professional habits to open the jars, so there was no need to stop losses in time. The jars had to be opened to the bottom. The fifth jar. The jar broke. The pile fell into the tiles. A bone ball the size of a quail egg appeared. The bone ball was round, with black and white stripes on the surface, and it looked weird and ominous at first glance. Zhang Zhang trembled, not daring to look directly at the bone ball, as if there was something terrible inside. Topa asked vigilantly, "What did I open?" Su Fan's eyes lit up. He picked up the bone ball from the table, and his voice became steady. "Third turn goo worm. No foot experience." Topa was stunned at first. He looked at the black and white bone ball in Su Fan's hand. He asked in doubt, "A bird without feet. Boss Su Fan, are you kidding? Is this bone ball a third-level goo worm?" Topa asked again, "Why is it completely different from the moonlight goo and white jade goo that were opened? Besides, I can't see the shape of a bird." Zhuang Zhang also nodded. Su Fan spread the bone ball from his palm and rolled it along his palm into Pato's hand. His voice became long. "The bird without feet can only be used once. It is so large that it can carry people to fly. It can travel thousands of miles a day. When it lands, it means destruction." Su Fan suddenly laughed and said, "I like it very much. I'm going all out. If I don't fly, I'll die. It's either towards success or towards destruction." Topa looked at the bone ball in his hand, and his mind fluctuated with Su Fan, as if he really saw a bird without feet, only wings, flapping its wings and flying. appreciate the scenery that the world can't see, and witness the vast world that the world can't see. The inner pride and ambition were released in the sky. Go all out. If you don't fly, you will die. Either success or destruction. Is it too cruel? Topa crushed this idea. Since joining the Strategic Investment Department, his mind has become mature and his vision has become broad. Sometimes many people, many things, just like a bird without feet. Once it starts, it means it will not end until it is destroyed. Also, after the star core flooded, the star field was cut off, and many planets were destroyed. The debts that the Strategic Investment Department wants to pursue will either go to destruction or successfully move to rebirth from destruction. Topa held the bone ball and looked at Su Fan with burning eyes. I like it too. Outside the jar shop, Ganifan looked surprised. That guy in the company is too lucky. 5 jars. Only one is empty. 120 more containing elemental magic, a storage bag, a book show is a wisdom, and the third turn goo insect, the footless bird. Seeing so many people opening jars, Gue Naifin was attracted by the footless bird. Go for broke. If you don't fly, you will die. Either success or destruction. This spirit is moving. Just like when she first came arriving at Luofu Xianzhou, in this place that is full of immortality in the eyes of outsiders, I can't make a living and don't know how to survive. Gue Naifin resolutely started her life by performing. Not everyone is born to perform acrobatics. Gue Naifin is like a bird without feet. Go for broke. After clumsy flights again and again, and landing again and again due to injuries, she finally succeeded in flapping her wings and flying in the streets of Luofu. Resonating with past memories and emotions, Gue Naifin looked at the live broadcast room and said loudly, "Family, in addition to Su Fan and Topa, Xiao Gizi, I also like the bird without feet. People don't go for broke. They don't know how unbearable they are. No, it is the courage to risk everything, thus opening a new life." For a while, eye-catching messages scrolled across the screen. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yin Qing, the way of the sword, is like the bird without feet. Either it moves forward successfully or the sword heart is destroyed. Real name surfing. Jing Yuan, our invincible swordsman, has stepped out of the shadow. So quickly? Invincible Swordsman 123. Yin Qing, of course. My state of mind was almost broken, but I saw the bird without feet and turned a disaster into a blessing to advance. Ms. Pei of the pawnbroker, Emerald Topa, is lucky. One of the 5 jars is empty, and a 3rd-level goo worm was opened. 35th Destiny Gambler, Gold Sand. I wonder if I can see the immortal goo? Fei Xiao Luofu Fin Xiao. In some aspects, the immortal goo is not as good as the bird without feet, and the will to risk everything and die is exciting. Shang Shang's only account. Su Shang, don't pretend to be our Fei Xiao general, but what you said makes sense. How can you survive without being put to death? Xiao Shueta Yi. I can't remember how many times my body was broken into pieces and I was reborn in the game. I can't kill or capture the murderer without risking everything. Qi Ming surfing the internet. By Lu, I was working overtime and secretly watched the live broadcast. I wonder what it would feel like to sit on the back of a bird without legs. Unknown Tian Y Xing Shang. Rakshasa, why do birds fly? Because they have to fly to the sky. Some birds fly just to fall. Ruthless Divination Machine. Fu Xian, a nickname I've never seen before. I didn't expect that the footless bird could actually produce a professional diver. Unknown Outer Heaven Merchant. Rakshasa, I just felt something in my heart. I thought of this sentence and admired the spirit of the footless bird. The center of the Xingxia Sea. The only portal connecting the Xianzhou cave heaven with the outside world. The Jade Realm Gate. Thousands of star rafts and ships are shining. After the inspection of the Tianbo Division, people from the outside world entered the Luofu Xianzhou for the first time, and Huahua mixed in and disguised himself as a quiet and lovely tourist. Huahua sighed with everyone about the height and magnificence of the Jade Realm Gate, and also admired the magnificence and vastness of the Luofu Xianzhou, just like a foreigner who came to the Xianzhou for the first time. The ship docked at the pier. Huahua strolled on the Shuanya Avenue of the Xingcha Sea and suddenly narrowed his eyes and found a slacking cloud cavalry, which was Su Chong. Huahua tiptoed and walked behind Su Chong. Saw the scenery I wanted to see most when I came to Xianzhou. The live broadcast of the jar shop. Huahua asked suddenly, "What are you looking at?" The gas coming out from the back of her neck seemed to bring a terrible cool breeze. She didn't notice any footsteps at all, and someone could walk behind her and suddenly talk. Su Chong is now a landsword fairy, not the Su Chong of the past. Su Chong didn't know. She was too immersed in Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room, so she forgot the changes around her, and Huahua reduced her sense of existence. Su Chong subconsciously thought she had encountered a ghost and screamed, "Ah!" The mobile phone she was holding flew 3 feet high and was grabbed by Huahua. It turned out to be a tourist. Su Chong took the phone and saw Huahua dressed like a tourist in front of her. She was relieved that it was not a ghost in broad daylight. Live broadcast. This is a new thing that has emerged in the immortal boat. Can you teach me? As a cloud cavalry, I am happy to serve. Hanaho held the phone, sat on the stone bench shoulder to shoulder with Suchong, and exclaimed at the live broadcast room. Wow! Mora, one of the 5 gods witnessed by the memory star god, was created by the Emperor Ni Wang himself. A storage bag that can also store things. Shows a kind of wisdom. I like this book title very much. The bird without feet, gamble everything, and die if it doesn't fly. It's a very good meaning. Well, there are still 5 jars that haven't been opened. The Rememberer exists as a memory meme. On a ship not far from Huahua, the Black Swan wandered in people's memories, arrived at the Luofu immortal boat, and appeared in the Xingcha Sea. The Black Swan saw the headquarters of Tianbosi, Sikin Palace, found a very suitable fox girl. 3.4. Qing and I. Black Swan exists in memory. Following Qingni's gaze, he looked at Gui Naifan's live broadcast room and watched Topa open the first batch of 5 jars. More of the Rock King. Black Swan saw its extraordinariness. The elemental magic in Mora can be used to supplement the power of destiny. He saw something unexpected just after arriving in Luofu. Storage bag. Black Swan thinks it is very good to store memory bubbles. If some storage bags can be opened, the Rememberers in the Liuguang Memory Court should like it very much. They can treasure and protect precious memories and prevent them from being stolen by the incinerator. A book? Black Swan is not very interested. His mind fell on the 3rd-level goo worm, the footless bird. The meaning of the footless bird is the same as that of the Rememberer. The Rememberer actively abandons his body and chooses to walk between the universes to collect the most precious memories in the form of memory memes. Black Swan wants to know, will Topa open in the next 5 jars? Topa put away the bone ball. Keep the footless bird and the storage bag. He also put away all the more gold coins, and solid hand is a wisdom. After experiencing the wonderful use of the storage bag, Topa said, 5 more jars. Zhang Zhang shook his body and circled the cabinets placed on the 5 counters. As a dimensional piggy bank, he also had another special ability. He was very sensitive to the smell of money. Zhang Zhang sniffed left and right. He didn't smell it. He drooped his ears in disappointment. Seeing this, in the gap between picking up the wooden hammer, Topa handed Zhang Zhang a Mora to repair his gloomy mood. Hee, Zhang Zhang is worthy of being my lucky star. I wonder what good things will come out next. Topa was drunk. He had forgotten his previous motives. From taking the lead to absorb the non-chi, he became immersed in the jar store, hoping to get good things. The 6th jar. Open. The wooden hammer fell, and Topa's voice followed. The broken jar. Suddenly, a strange wave appeared. Zhang Zhang hid behind Topa nervously. Suddenly, the jar shop could not cross dimensions. 12 Topa, as one of the 10 people of Stoneheart, has 1/10 of the ability of the order. Captured, not only fate and dimension, but also the most basic Tao that constructs the laws of all things. Topa took a deep breath and asked, "What did I open here?" Su Fan looked at the objects hidden under the broken tiles that kept releasing Tao and explained, "Immortal goo." Topa was stunned. Immortal goo. Suddenly, sufficient research had been done when opening the jar. Goo has the difference between immortal and mortal. Mortal goo is a fragment of Tao, and immortal goo is a complete Tao. What was opened before was mortal goo. Now, Boss Su Fan told her that it was because of the appearance of the immortal goo. Besides being shocked, Topa wanted to know which immortal goo was opened, not the sixth turn. Su Fan's voice continued to ring, and Topa couldn't help but cover her mouth to prevent the sound of surprise from blurting out. Could it be above the sixth turn? Ninth turn? I don't quite understand. But seeing the change in Topa's expression, she also became happy. Ginelefin's pupils outside the door shook. What kind of luck is Topa? An immortal goo was opened, and it's not the sixth turn. Eye-catching messages began to boil. Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Hua hua, it makes people feel happy. This good luck can't help but make people jealous. The fairy goo was opened all at once. Tail follower. Hua hua, it's a new nickname, but it speaks out our thoughts. Shang Shang's only account, Su Shang Fairy Goo. I don't know what kind of ability it has. The ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian, since it is related to Tao, it must not be weak. How many turns of Fairy Goo is it? Number 35, Fate Gambler. Shot Jean Enviable Good Luck. Don't use up all the luck today. Ms. Pei the Pawn Shop. Jade worrying about nothing. Real name online. Jing Yuan, I can see that my friends in the company have opened so many good things, which means that the jar store will not be different for each person. Cold Crow. Jackdaw, is there a possibility that Topa's luck exploded and it was the end of the Fairy Goo? The ninth turn Fairy Goo? Wind and Rainbow, 7854 Kong. What a bold idea. Inside the jar store, Su Fan took the initiative to open the broken jar. He took out the immortal goo from it, held it in his palm, and looked at the 7 Dao marks on the surface. He showed it to Topa and Zhang Zhang, and explained the differences between the immortal goo. The immortal goo is divided according to Dao. They're the Dao of law, the Dao of heaven, the Dao of water, the Dao of sword, the Dao of soul, the Dao of luck, and so on. And you, what came out was 7-turn immortal goo. Immortal goo that turns misfortune into fortune. Immortal goo of luck. Topa's pupils widened. His sight fell on Su Fan's hand. He could catch 7 Dao marks flowing in Minmin, which meant that his fortune was changing. The name of the immortal goo was Immortal Goo that turns misfortune into fortune? Could it be that the immortal goo was just as its name said? It was too unbelievable that it could turn misfortune into fortune and turn misfortune into fortune. Topa's eyes were filled with doubts. Please ask Boss Su Fan to help me solve my doubts. Immortal goo that turns misfortune into fortune can turn misfortune, bad luck into good luck and fortune. Isn't it very similar to devouring ancestral talisman, which devours Wanhua and turns it into vitality? Immortal goo that turns misfortune into fortune is to change fortune. But it should be noted that before the disaster comes, it should be activated and used, and it can only be stopped until the disaster ends. And, affected by the immortal goo, the scale and power of the disaster will increase by 30% to 40%. Topa opened his mouth in surprise. He couldn't believe it. This was something he could open. 7th turn immortal goo. Turn misfortune into fortune. If you have it, doesn't it mean that you can turn misfortune into fortune everywhere in your life? Topa suddenly thought that goo must be fed, so what does the immortal goo that turns misfortune into fortune need to eat? On the ecological ship, feeding more than 100 kinds of creatures, Topa is very confident that he can raise the immortal goo well. Topa asked, what does the immortal goo that turns misfortune into fortune eat? Su Fan handed the immortal goo to Topa, just like sending away a hot potato, food that contains the breath of life. The immortal goo will be picky. Topa pondered, it's so hard to find. Su Fan could see the broken Jinmu standing in Luofu from the corner of his eye. It is said that there must be a breath of life in the universe. Naturally, it is to find abundance. Su Fan gave the answer. Like the flesh and blood on Bulirin's beast ship, living planets, mirages are all fine. If you want to save trouble, feed them with visual meat. Su Fan's words were more terrifying than the last, but fortunately, he finally gave the simplest answer, which was the visual meat that was almost wiped out by the Immortal Boat Alliance. It is now sold in the restaurants in Jinren Lane. I just don't know. What is the appetite of the immortal goo that turns danger into luck? If it is too big, Topa began to worry about his wallet. Looking at the round, immortal goo in his palm, his joy gradually turned into a frown. Well, you have to feed 10,000 pounds for each use. Su Fan's voice continued to come. Topa's eyes widened, as if he saw a picture of bankruptcy, and his chin began to tremble. How much more? Su Fan spread his hands. This is a 7th-level immortal goo, and it's not fed once it's used. Topa confirmed with tears in his eyes. He let out a long breath. A mere 10,000 genes to feed the 7th turn immortal goo. I can afford it. But where does the company get such rich meat? Topa's eyes lit up. The immortal boat under his feet is not hunting down the rich, evil creatures in the sea of stars. And the 7th turn immortal goo is available. General Shun will most likely not let you take it away. If you want to stay in Luofu, Luofu will not sit idly by and watch the 7th turn immortal goo starve to death. It will definitely support. Dell, you can also lend it to them. Let Luofu Immortal Boat help feed the immortal goo of turning disaster into good luck. Gue Naifan. I remember the name of turning disaster into good luck, and also remember the terrifying amount of feeding. Exclaimed. The 7th turn immortal goo can turn your fortune around and turn disaster into good luck. The immortal goo is really extraordinary once it is used. Good luck will accompany you, and you will stay away from bad luck in the future. But it's still a little short of my previous wish to the dragon. At least I don't have to bear the burden of the amazing appetite of immortal goo. Playing cards to death, Chinke it turned out to be a 7th turn fairy goo, and it was a blessing in disguise. Playing cards to death, Chinke, if I had on the card table of Emperor Yuan Xiongyu, I would have resolved all the bad luck and bad luck since I have been playing big cards. Playing cards to death, Chinke, it's a pity that it was driven away by Topa. Merciless divination machine. Fu Xian, according to the frequency of playing Di Yuan Xiongyu, can the monthly salary afford the food needed for the 7th turn immortal goo? Playing cards to death, Chinke, it seems so. Snowing coat, Shui, this is not important. What is important is that it can turn danger into fortune. It is a magical skill to turn the tide of the battle. Real name online. Jing Yuan, I wonder if the immortal goo can transcend individuals and be used for the general situation. Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Huahua, watching people open jars is really pleasing. The 7th turn immortal goo can already turn fortunes around. I wonder how the 9th turn will be so thrilling. Shang's only account. Su Shang, I support you to open the jar. Qi Ming online. Bailu, take another peek. And it turns out that the 7th turn immortal goo turns danger into fortune. It's incredible. 35th Fate Gambler. Sha Jin, there are still 4 jars that have not been opened. If you activate the turn of fortune, won't all the jars become good things? Ms. Pei of the Pawnbroker. J jars are not as simple as you think. Xingcha Si. Huahua seemed very happy, showing the same smile as Su Chong. In fact, in her heart, it was a completely different emotion. Why was it not herself who shocked others when she opened the immortal goo? Now she can only be an audience, watching Topa become the protagonist, using the jar shop as a stage to surprise others. Such a good fun. It was not brought about by her own hands. Huahua felt sincerely sorry and was looking forward to the day when she would open the jar on stage. Chen Palace. Black Swan exists as a memory meme in the headquarters of Tianbua Division. As long as it does not actively show up, it will not be noticed and discovered. The live broadcast room that Qing and I watched brought many memories to Black Swan. Since the immortal goo was opened, Black Swan's heartstrings were also shaken by the jar. The mind was shaken one after another. The immortal goo is related to. Boss Su Fan did not say it all. Currently, the Fortune Immortal Goo has been opened. I don't know. Is there any immortal goo related to memory? As a memory meme, Black Swan is very sensitive to such illusory existence. surprised by the ability of the seventh turn immortal goo. Turn danger into fortune. Even more surprised by the jars in the jar shop, combined with the things that the jar shop opened before. Black Swan pursed his lips, his eyes full of desire for Su Fan's memory. Inside the jar shop, Su Fan asked, "Do you want to try the power of the immortal goo?" Topa looked puzzled. Open a jar. How can it turn danger into fortune? Could it be about the act of opening the jar? Su Fan, seeing Topa's eyes constantly falling on the jar, he seemed to read through her mind and interrupted. Don't think about it. Wait until the immortal beast of turning danger into fortune advances to the ninth turn. Disappointment appeared on Topa's cheeks. Oh, confused. Didn't it open something good? Why are you still disappointed? The immortal goo that turns danger into fortune is closely related to you. Maybe it is not in the jar store, but in the farthest place. Farther place? Topa, I thought of it. A report made a few days ago. It is a report on the Epsilon stock market. The report is not completed by just one person. In the strategic investment department, several other directors will also make corresponding reports based on the market conditions. Topa, remember the summary after the report. It is expected that the Ijing index will rebound strongly after the bottoming out. It is recommended that all investors seize the opportunity and add embarrassment immediately. And now, Topa looked at the time. It is just the time for the opening of the big AI. The immortal goo that turns danger into fortune. Start. Epsilon. It is the name of the Epsilon galaxy. It is also one of the well-known interstellar stock markets. Many people are watching the Epsilon stock market. Among them are Diamond. As the head of the strategic investment department, sometimes he will personally wear a vest to enjoy the fun of investment. And Topa's report. Diamond likes the 4 words bottoming out and rebounding. The moment the market opened, Diamond's heartbeat was like a curve, and it suddenly reached 29 million points. This should be considered a historical low. Diamond's heartbeat almost hit the limit. If people knew that the head of one of the company's 7 major departments. Therefore, the heart stopped beating. It is estimated that it will become the biggest fund in the company's history. Fortunately, Diamond is not an ordinary person. It is a big heart. Suspicious. Could there be a new historical low? 10. The next change. Beyond Diamond's expectations. The curve began to rise like a roller coaster, straight into the sky, breaking through 30 million points, climbing steadily, breaking through 35 million points again. There is no sign of stagnation. It reached 40 million points in one fell swoop. Diamond's breathing became rapid, and his eyes widened as he saw the curve gradually stop and reach 45 million points. It became a new record in the past 100 years. As one of the heads of the company's 7 major departments, Diamond's heart was calm. But as a person who entered the Epsilon stock market in the guise of an ordinary person, Diamond's face was full of smiles. He quickly called Topa to share the joy of the soaring big AI. Can store. A call came from Topa's earphone. Topa clicked it with his hand. Diamond's excited voice came from inside. Topa, your report is well written. The good thing is that it accurately predicted the surge of big AI. You didn't know just now that 29 million points fell below the historical low. It really hit the bottom and rebounded. Guess what the point is now? 35 million points. Too little. Keep guessing. 40 million points. Not enough. 45 million points. Topa blinked in confusion, listening to Diamond's constant narration. When Diamond ended the call, Topa was shocked. If it weren't for the use of the immortal goo, then the surge of big AI at this moment would be the lowest in big AI's history. The silent use of the immortal goo actually affected the interstellar stock market of Epsilon. Su Fan saw the change in Topa's expression and asked curiously, "Is there any good news?" Topa took a deep breath. The activated immortal goo that turned danger into luck finally stopped at this time. Said to New Orleans, Su Fan, the immortal goo that turned danger into luck could actually interfere with the changes in the Epsilon interstellar stock market. I just submitted a report and turned the break into a new record in the past century. Su Fan looked at Topa's shocked look and couldn't help but compare it with the serious female director of the company when he walked into the jar shop before, and carefully looked at this contrast. Seeing that Topa was still immersed in surprise, Su Fan said, "Immortal goo is the way, so it can be done naturally." In the tea house in Jinren Lane, Emerald's phone rang, seeing a picture sent by Diamond. It was the changes in the Epsilon interstellar stock market today. From 29 million points to 45 million points, it was drawn into a heart-stirring and crazy roller coaster curve. Seeing that Diamond sent another picture, it was Topa's report on the Epsilon interstellar stock market. Surprise flashed in her emerald eyes, and she immediately understood the cause and effect. It was because Topa used the immortal goo that turned danger into fortune. Jade quickly gathered her thoughts. Topa's luck, better than Howard's short-lived divine, fire-pure Yanyan. Countless times better luck. Representing the company's opening of the jar, the first immortal goo in the jar store was opened. Immortal goo that turns misfortune into fortune. Jade quickly passed the news to Diamond. Diamond's chat box was silent for a moment. Then it burst into amazing emotions and unprecedented screen swiping. Diamond, Topa opened the immortal goo, which means the company has achieved an impressive achievement. Diamond, there are still 4 jars to be opened? Diamond, no, Diamond. In addition, Jade and Gold Sand have not been opened, and there are still 24 jars. Diamond, it is necessary to hold a board meeting to show the good luck of our company to all the directors on the board. Diamond, the venue for this meeting is the conference room of our strategic investment department. Then, Diamond fell into silence. Jade could guess that she was contacting the heads of other departments. In Jade's mind, it should also be put on a live broadcast room at this time to see what surprises Topa's next 4 jars will bring. Jar Store. Su Fan is waiting patiently, waiting for Topa's excitement about the fairy goo to fade and return to normal. However, while waiting, Su Fan tried to wave to Zhang Zhang and saw that Zhang Zhang used the interdimensional black hole to lie on his shoulder after Topa calmed down the fluctuations of the fairy goo. It was the first time that Su Fan saw the piggy bank up close. Suddenly remembered. Introduction to the piggy bank in the universe. Most of the time is spent on escaping and eating, with a gentle personality and a sweet taste. Su Fan naturally did not have the urge to eat the piggy bank, but felt the specialness of Zhang Zhang and the meat that came with the dimensional piggy bank. Suddenly, there was a silent vibration from the soul pet space where Mo Xie was staying, that is, the Tai universe. Zhang Zhang was so scared that the black hole flashed instantly, escaped to Topa's side, and barely regained some sense of security. Topa came back to his senses and tried to comfort Zhang Zhang, who was trembling suddenly, but no matter how he tried to comfort her, it didn't work, so he chose to hug her in his chest. Keep opening the cans. Zhang Zhang's panic was somewhat relieved when he mentioned opening the cans. Topa looked at the 4 cans on the counter, not knowing which one to choose. Zhang Zhang choose. Zhang Zhang nudged the can on the right with his nose in the air. Topa instantly dropped the hammer. Bang! Before he could see clearly how the can broke. Topa saw a door falling from the sky, smashing from the top of the counter to the ground, and falling with a snap. Topa nimbly dodged the attack of the door. Crouched down BCBG, together with Zhang Zhang, looking at the door that appeared from the can. Why is it still pink? Su Fan stood steadily behind the counter and clearly saw what Topa opened. He corrected him. First of all, this is not a door, it is a random door. Random door. Can reach any space within 10 light years centered on itself. Random door. Put it away first. Okay, boss Su Fan. Topa put the random door away and waited for Su Fan's voice to continue. Su Fan looked at the random door and said slowly, when opening the door, think about the destination, and you can walk through the door, otherwise it will lead to an unpredictable place. Topa. The random door actually has such a strange ability. You can open the door wherever you want to go. The corners of Topa's mouth curled up, outlining a smile. Can I go to the end of the universe? Zhang Zhang also jumped up excitedly and touched the anywhere door with his head. Su Fan shook his head. No, because you don't have the concept of the map of the end of the universe. and the anywhere door also has the geographical limitations of unknown. Hearing this, Topa fell into thought. Not long after, he raised his head and suddenly asked, "Is it the place I have been to and know, and the anywhere door can reach it?" "That's right. There are other limitations." Topa asked, "For example?" "For example, it cannot be used if the range exceeds 10 light years, and it cannot change time and time transmission. The number of uses is 10 times. Within a range of 10 light years, time and time cannot be changed. These are called limitations." Topa's beautiful pupils trembled. This is more powerful than the pioneering jump of the Star Dome train. If it can change time and time, the laws possessed by this arbitrary door have surpassed many star gods, and the number of times it has been used. Topa felt the authenticity of the arbitrary door. 10 times. It can completely cope with the critical moment. Ginelifin swallowed. It is suspected that the influence of the immortal goo is still there. Otherwise, Topa, how did such a magical arbitrary door come out? Ginelifin looked at the live camera. Family members, I have to say, although Topa's luck is not as good as Yukong, Bailu, and Suchong yesterday, but what he opened, each one is more representative than the other. This is the future and novelty of opening a can. Unknown alien merchant. Rakshasa, I am a merchant from the Shingamal branch, and several of my companions want to come to Luofu, Xianzhou. Can Topa contact me when he has time? Number 35 Gambler Destiny. Gold Sand, let's not talk about contacting. This door is outrageous in theory. It crosses the space at a distance of 10 light years. If it can be used unlimited times, its value is more than 10 or 100 times that of the 7th turn Fairy Goo. Playing with cards, Chinke no comparison is allowed. There is no Fairy Goo that can turn danger into fortune in any arbitrary door. In Emperor Yuan Xiong, the value of the jade is great. Real name Internet access. Jingyuan the arbitrary door is too small. It would be great if the fairy ship could pass through it. Luofu Fei Xiao Fen Xiao. I am General Fei Xiao. I will immediately arrange for Yaoqing ferry ship to pass through the arbitrary door and win a new victory for the Ferry Ship Alliance to clear the rich, evil creatures. Cold Crow. Jackdaw, it's just a door. Wind and Rain Rainbow, 7854. Yukong, it's enough to pass the Star Raft and the Million Cloud Cavalry. Which side should I look at the fireworks? Huahua, isn't this the one opened by Topa? Ms. Pei of the pawn shop. Jadeite, everything in the world has value. As long as the code on the balance is heavy enough, the transaction can be completed. Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Huahua, the company, and Xianzhou have something to do. Real name Internet access. Jingyuan +1. Shang's only account. Su Shang +1. Su Fan looked at Topa and asked, "Do you want to try?" Topa was very interested and quickly replied, "Okay. Where do you want to go?" This question stumped Topa. The arbitrary door can reach any place in your heart. Is it the mother planet? Or is it the ecological ship obtained by ability and hard work, a new home for the body and soul? Or is it the headquarters of the Interstellar Peace Company, Pierpoint, where the value of life is realized? Long time no see, the difficult choice syndrome enveloped Topa. Seeing Topa leaning against his cheek, his face became round and he fell into deep thought. How about showing off? Topa said that she was the female director of the company and one of the 10 people in Shurshin. But her nature was still there, especially this kind of European spirit sharing the moment with others. It will definitely shatter the glasses of the colleagues of Shurshin and the department head's diamonds of winning a great victory into AI. Topa admired and adopted Su Fan's idea. Topa's hand was on the door handle, and he said where he wanted to go. Go to Pierpoint, the meeting room of the Strategic Investment Department. Come and follow me. Topa, Su Fan asked aloud. How many steps does it take to get from Luofu to Pierpoint? Click. The door handle of the arbitrary door was turning. Topa turned his head, looked over the shoulder of the account, and smiled at Su Fan. 2 steps. Open the door, Mingjiu. Anywhere door. As the door handle turned, Topa opened the place he wanted to reach in his heart. The wind from the door blew Topa's silver hair and also blew his curious ears. Just like answering Su Fan. How many steps does it take to get from Luofu to Pier Point? Open the door. Walk in. Before Topa walked into the anywhere door, he suddenly heard Su Fan's voice. Topa, above the immortal goo, there are 10 turns. Destiny goo can control the will of heaven and manipulate the fate of all beings. An eternal life goo, use and digest to gain eternal life. Topa's heart trembled. There are 10 turns above the immortal goo. Destiny and eternal life were remembered in his heart, and he came to the meeting room of the Strategic Investment Department. Topa looked back. The anywhere door appeared abruptly in the meeting room, and the door was ajar, and he couldn't see the jar store clearly. But Topa, he could clearly see the meeting room of the Strategic Investment Department. Unlike what was expected, the originally empty conference room can now be described by the ancient saying of Xianzhou. All the wise men have come, young and old have gathered. They are not the colleagues of the Shixin 10, but the heads of the 7 major departments that can dominate the direction of the company and the galaxy. Topa is still familiar. It seems to be back to the time when he introduced the Kin store. For a moment, he stared at the company directors. What Topa was puzzled about was, how did you appear here? Diamond and others. Strange that the live broadcast has not been broadcasted yet. How did Topa come through a door first? It is still a physical entity. It is out of tune with the many projections on the conference table. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward, staring at each other. It is very similar. Everyone is watching a movie. In the end, it was as if the protagonist ran out of the screen. But something more speechless happened. Radio waves flashed. Gue Naifin's live broadcast room was projected. I saw that there was also a door in the jar shop, exactly the same as the one behind Topa. The scar-eyed lady from the Business Consolidation Department couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Osvaldo sighed in distress. There is a gap between the Market Development Department and the Strategic Investment Department, and they never interact with each other. But I have to admit that the talents of the Strategic Investment Department will always come up with some unexpected surprises. It was a jar shop before, and it is still a jar shop now. It looks the same, but it is full of tricks that catch people off guard. Terrafan, Keen's eyes lit up. The door in front of him was too suitable for the Building Materials Logistics Department. With it, materials can be transported directly through the door to the Amber King. Apolli smiled at Topa first, and then his eyes fell on the arbitrary door. With the eyes of the director of the company's Technical Research and Development Department and the actual controller of the Bourgeois Society, he couldn't see through it or analyze it. I have to admit in my heart that the things in the jar shop are strange and mysterious. Yin Shirluo was silent. Lao Zaiyin looked calm and sighed that young people are lucky. Diamond knew that his colleagues liked to play charades. He looked at the projected jar store and then at Topa and was the first to speak to break the increasingly silent atmosphere. Is this the 89 from the jar? Topa woke up from a dream, but he remembered what Su Fan said before. Show off. Show off to the 10 people of Shixin. Show off to the company's executives. It's all the same, Topa replied. It's a random door that can be used for space teleportation. Osvaldo couldn't help asking, just open the door? Topa nodded calmly and added, open the door at the place you want in your mind, and you can get there. Even though he had seen all kinds of items in the jar store before, Yin Shirluo, as a ferry boatman, couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't he encounter such a good thing when he was in the ferry boat? Apolli sighed. This door involves the law of space. The company's technicians can't make it, and the same is true for the Bourgeois Society. Even the geniuses of the universe's untalented club can't copy it. Terrafan Keen and Diamond looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Terrafan Keen asked, there must be restrictions. Even the start of the Star Train requires pioneering power as fuel. Tian Sanlao's voice was a little teasing. If there are no restrictions, then the Star Train will no longer be the most convenient means of transportation in the universe. Diamond nodded in agreement. Topa stroked the door frame of the arbitrary door, and everyone answered. The distance is 10 light years. The number of uses is 10 times. You can only reach places you have been to or have a concept of. Topa could hear a sigh of relief in the conference room. After Diamond looked at everyone, he gave a summary speech. Although it is not as good as the jump of the train, there are distance restrictions. But the loss is greater than the train. The most important thing is, in the future, it can be driven out of the jar shop, unlike the Star Sky train, which has only one car left after the fall of the Pioneer Star God. As a former unknown guest, Osvaldo wanted to refute. But that's the fact. Since the fall of the Pioneer, the Star Sky train has become weak and disappeared in the Star Sea. Recently, it has been repaired by a red-haired navigator and has set foot on the starry sky again. Mrs. Scar Eyes asked curiously, "What else has been driven out?" Just now I saw that there are still 3 jars on the counter of the jar shop that have not been opened. The eyes of the conference room all hit Topa, as long as Topa took out a bag. None of the company executives present are simple, can keenly capture the extraordinariness of the bag, especially the 2 guardians. Diamond and Terrafan Keen both captured a space fluctuation. This is a storage bag. I mentioned it in the previous report. Now the jar shop has launched a superior alternative, a storage ring, which is 10 times the storage space of the storage bag. Topa, while introducing, he took out Mora, and the time tool bounced from his fingertips, flying straight to Diamond. Diamond caught it, and the moment his palm touched Mora, his pupils suddenly dilated. Shocked. It contains rich elemental magic, and it can be used as the power of destiny with a little conversion. There was an uproar in the meeting room. The company's executives looked at Mora in Diamond's hand with burning eyes. Topa was very useful. This is the confidence given by the jar shop, Boss Su Fan. Topa continued, "This is the Mora of the Rock King. Zhang ate 1, and Diamond has 1. Now there are 118. Asking for flowers." Zero Topa took out another book. Solid Hand is a kind of wisdom. Solid Hand is a kind of wisdom. Good book title. Just like the company Solo can store, now we can see the effect. Then a bone ball appeared in Pato's palm, and his eyes swept across everyone's faces. 3-turn ordinary goo. A bird without feet. A desperate gamble. If you don't fly, you will die. Either success or destruction. Osvaldo took a deep breath and said, "The will of this ordinary goo is comparable to the immortal goo." Diamond and others nodded, sitting in the position of the director of the Interstellar Peace Company. Everyone understood this truth. Topa blinked. I just opened the immortal goo. It's the 7th turn, the Fortune Immortal Goo. Turning disaster into Fortune Immortal Goo. The conference room fell into a dead silence. Topa's sudden voice made the manager's mind sluggish. The 3rd turn ordinary goo suddenly turned into a 7th turn fairy goo. Just from the name of the fairy goo, plus the so-called fortune fairy goo, it is enough to tell its preciousness. Wait, turn misfortune into fortune. Diamond stood up suddenly, and his face almost understood something. Then the previous surge in the price of big AI, was it affected by the fairy goo that turned misfortune into fortune? The surge in the price of big AI? The company's managers also noticed it. The result of the market research is the Star Dome train will set sail again. Many star regions that were interrupted by the star core will be reincorporated into the credit point system. In addition, the rumor that the company has reached a new cooperation with the ferry boat has spread in the interstellar space. The rich creatures and antimatter legions in the universe will have no good days in the future. The confidence of various interstellar chambers of commerce has been restored, so there's a crazy surge in the price of big AI. The 7th turn fortune fairy goo is so terrifying. Turn misfortune into fortune. You will escape bad luck in the future, and all bad things will turn into good luck and fortune. It reminds me of the rare item fulling glue treasured by the Black Tower. It is said that it can bring good luck to the 24 systems. Rare items are no match for immortal goo. What are the restrictions of the immortal goo that turns misfortune into fortune? Topa replied, "Maybe after using it, you have to feed the immortal goo." Yen Shirluo couldn't help but complain. What kind of restriction is this? Scar-eyed lady's eyes were solemn. If the 7-turn immortal goo is so mysterious, then what about the 8-turn immortal goo or the higher level 9-turn immortal goo? 9-turn immortal goo? The company executives were shocked. amazed and pondered. In fact, Boss Su Fan said that there are 10 turns of immortal goo. Diamond asked on behalf of everyone, "Can it be opened?" "Oh, destiny and immortality. The former controls the fate of all beings, and the latter can obtain immortality." X. Is this the 10th rank immortal goo? Although I can't see it with my own eyes. But I have heard of it. The executives of Interstellar Peace Company all fell into a daze, staring blankly at the arbitrary door, but the jar store that contains all possibilities? It is only one door away from them. Topa bowed slightly to the executives and did all the workplace etiquette. Open the arbitrary door. There's still 3 jars that have not been opened yet. The arbitrary door was closed. The sense of traveling through space from Luofu to Pier Point dissipated as Topa and Zhang Zhang returned to the jar shop, and this journey across the universe ended with the closing of the door. Su Fan. He saw a comfortable smile on Topa's face. It seemed that the 10 people of Stoneheart were very surprised. Su Fan asked, after the 10 people of Stoneheart learned about Topa's jar opening items, Fairy Goo and 10 turns, were their expressions very exciting? Topa shook his head. With his hands folded across his chest, he looked serious and steady. Boss Su Fan guessed wrong. It was the heads of the company's 7 major departments who praised the jar shop highly. But the smile between his eyebrows could not be hidden no matter what. But due to Gue Naifin's live projection appeared in Pier Point. It was difficult to restore on the spot. The wonderful expressions of the board directors. Topa couldn't say 1, 3, 7. Just like when he first knew about the jar shop, he fell into stagnation and surprise again, right? Su Fan caught Topa's detailed changes. Continue to open the jar? Topa nodded, of course. Outside the jar shop, Gue Naifin heard the conversation between Su Fan and Topa, also knew where Topa was going after entering the arbitrary door. Unexpected. Facing the heads of the company's 7 major departments, this group of bigwigs who control the fate of the galaxy, let Xiao Gizi breathe a sigh of relief first. It's really shocking and unexpected. Miss Topa, the real identity is actually the director of the company's strategic investment department. Going to the meeting room of the strategic investment department through the arbitrary door, I did not see my colleagues Sure Xian and the other 10 people, but the department heads who control the fate of the company and the universe. What a pity. The arbitrary door blocked it. There is no way to see how the expressions of the big figures who shocked the universe changed after seeing what Topa opened and knowing that the immortal goo has 10 turns. 10 turns of fate goo. It sounds scary. Control the will of heaven. Manipulate the fate and destiny of all beings. And don't all beings become puppets of fate? Compared to the fate goo, the immortality goo seems much cuter. It is just pure immortality. DF. Family. Let's continue to watch the kin opening. Unknown alien merchant, Rakshasa Destiny Goo. If it really exists, or if it is opened by the kin shop, the first thing to do is to destroy it. Which side should I watch fireworks from? Huahua. Oh, the little merchant is so brave. Aren't you afraid that the star god will come out to fight for the Destiny Goo in person? If you ask me, if the Destiny Goo is really opened, the god of fun will be the first to rob, cheat, or steal it. Snowy Coat, Shui. Real name, Surfing. Jing Yuan, if the Destiny Goo is opened, I'm afraid that the Emperor Bao Siming's fierce light arrow will fall directly on the kin shop and shatter the Destiny Goo. Ruthless Divination Machine. Fu Xian, if it can really be opened, the knowledgeable master will have new doubts and want to solve them. Destiny, the mystery of fate. Playing cards to play with life. Bluebird, it's hard to say whether it can be opened or not. Don't forget that Boss Su Fan will not sit idly by. Destiny Goo controls all living beings with the will of heaven. Ms. Pay the Pawn Shop, Emerald +1. Number 35, Destiny Gambler, Gold Dust +1. Rainbow Rain 7854, Sky Driving +1. Cold Crow, Jackdaw, let's not talk about the Eternal Life Goo and Destiny Goo. The arbitrary door just blocked the scene of the conference room. I really want to see how the emotions of those bigwigs who are famous in the galaxy change. And will these bigwigs be itchy and want to come to the jar store to open a jar? were to watch the fireworks. Fireworks, is there a possibility that it is not only them who are itching to open the jars, but even the star god may want to try it? Number 35, Gambler of Destiny, Gold Dust Star God. According to records, only the pioneering star god Akavali and the joyful star god Aha will pretend to be ordinary people. Well, if there's really a star god who wants to move, it will only be joyful. Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Hua Hua Little Gambler, you have a good eye. Real name Internet Access. Jing Yuan, as an ordinary member of Luofu Xianzhou. Welcome to Luofu Xianzhou and go to the jar store to open the jar. Tail Follower. Hua Hua, why do I feel that the topic is off track again? Qi Ming Internet Access by Lu Normal. Is there anyone to help? The queue time for eliminating the source of the evil spirit has reached 3,000 years. Shang Shang's only account. Su Shang, I'm not very good at studying, but I also know that there are trillions of people in the Xianzhou Alliance, and the world will definitely increase. Real name Online. Jing Yuan at Qi Ming Online. Have you ever thought about integrating the power of devouring into the elixir and developing a special effect elixir of the demonic body with the power of devouring? Qi Ming Online by Lu. Good idea. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yin, Qing look, Topa is going to open the jar. Jar? Only the last 3 left. Topa cherishes this opportunity more than anyone else. Hold the hammer. No hesitation in his heart. Bang. The jar broke. In front of Topa, a palm-sized Xianzhou rice cake appeared, which was soft and smooth to the touch. But according to the material, it can be seen that it is konjac. Zhang Zhang's figure flashed, appeared on the counter, staring at the konjac in Topa's hand. Can this be eaten? Of course, this is translation konjac. Translation konjac. Soy sauce-flavored translation konjac. Understand and read the other party's language in text, and the words spoken will be converted into the other party's language, regardless of race. Topa hesitated. It feels like a synesthesia beacon. It needs to be injected with a needle. After being processed by the central nervous system, the same type of effect can be achieved. Can you understand what Zhang Zhang said? Can I translate konjac? Try to translate konjac so that Zhang Zhang can speak human language. Zhang Zhang tilted his head. It felt like Boss Su Fan was scolding the piggy bank. Topa was very moved. Tear off a corner of the konjac block and pinched it between his fingertips. Zhang Zhang, come eat one. Zhang Zhang sniffed it and took a bite. Topa's eyes were filled with expectation, observing Zhang Zhang's actions. Waby babu. Didi, not good, not delicious. Zhang Zhang's previous voice changed to become thin and soft and looked immature. He tilted his head. Zhang Zhang didn't think he could speak human language and still used the piggy bank's language. The 4.4 translatable konjac took effect and turned into human language. I want to eat. Glittering gold coins with the power of destiny. Topa's eyes flashed with surprise. He held Zhang Zhang in his arms and happily fed Mora. Zhang Zhang's piggy bank language has really become human language. Zhang Zhang was puzzled. How could a dimensional piggy bank turn into human language after eating a piece of soy sauce-flavored thing? Translation konjac. Zhang Zhang's translation was realized. Topa's mind flashed. What other existences in the universe can communicate with translation konjac? Star God. If the star god eats the translation konjac and then eats another piece of translation konjac, can't he use the star god's divine language to have a conversation? Topa then discovered the upper limit of the translation konjac. It is extremely terrifying. The synesthesia beacon was eclipsed by the translation konjac. As expected of fireworks, you can actually see through my thoughts. In one part of Luofu Xianzhou, star god Aha disguised himself as an ordinary Xianzhou person and was watching Gue Naifen's live broadcast room. Aha felt a fresh and incomparable joy just by watching the live broadcast and leaving eye-catching messages. I won't feel bored if I hold my phone and watch it all day. From the outside, Aha is still different from the Xianzhou people. He wears a cynical mask with a masked pigeon pattern on the upper side of his forehead. Through the eye-catching message, I recognize that this is the masked fool, Fireworks. Fireworks can't be the protagonist in the jar shop, so she will be the protagonist in Gue Naifen's live broadcast room. She listened to the joyful aesthetics she taught before. Since Aha was stared at by the eyes above the sky in the tavern last time, he has been looking for answers. When he learned that, Fu Li went to Luofu Xianzhou to witness what? Aha had an idea. Aha once had a sudden inspiration to upgrade a bug to a Joy Order Envoy, wanted to see if it could gain the recognition of the Master of Knowledge and join the Genius Club. He also patiently disguised himself as an ordinary person to sneak into the Starry Sky train, just to find the fun of Akavori and the Starry Sky train. For Aha, sneaking into the Luofu ferry boat. For Aha, it was just a part of finding fun. And on the Luofu ferry boat, there's indeed a big fun. Is the picture presented in Gue Naifin's live broadcast room? The Mora that was opened? Storage bag? Ordinary goo? 7-turn fairy goo? Aha didn't care. The only thing he was interested in was solid hand is a kind of wisdom. Aha thought of the many funds he had seen on speculators. After several good fortunes, he thought he was favored by luck, and then Zhang, the expected poker, all the chips are like life. But the balance of victory tilted, the tragic roar, the bloodshot eyes, and the despair that broke out. Or, selling everything, even the soul, trying to grasp the illusory luck, and reenacting the farce and comedy of the world. Aha likes it more and more. The book Poker is a wisdom. As for Anywhere Gate and Translation Konjac, if a small modification is made, the other end of the Anywhere Gate is exactly the scene you don't want to see the most. For example, a person who shows purity and nobleness when returning home through the Anywhere Gate just sees that your parents at home have found your shameful figurines. Translation Konjac. The key content of the translation has a little ambiguity, making the original meaning completely opposite. Or, the bug before restarting become a commander and join the Genius Club. If the bug eats the translation Konjac, there will be no cognitive impairment of a universe society, so theoretically it can grow to the level of CCKer, the 29th seat of the Genius Club. Will the Genius Club welcome the second Zerg genius in the future? Aha couldn't help but want to laugh. And the 10th turn, Fairy Goo? Destiny Goo. Can it block the privilege of happiness of intelligent creatures? Or can it manipulate the joy performed by life? But Hua Hua is right. If the Destiny Goo is really opened, Aha will get it, and use the will of heaven to manipulate the fate of all beings to pursue joy. Aha looked at the jar store on the screen and whispered, "There are 2 more jars. What kind of surprises and joy will they bring?" Qing and I has completed the reapplication for the Star Raft Flyer. Leave Siken Palace. In order not to miss Xiao Gizi's live broadcast, Qing and I went to the library, reviewing the textbook while watching the live broadcast. I didn't notice it at all. There is still this memory meme around me. According to Xian Zhou's words, it is probably a female ghost. Black Swan. Watching the live broadcast, his eyes narrowed in surprise. What you see from other people's memories is not as surprising as what you see with your own eyes. 7th turn, Immortal Goo. With the Fortune Immortal Goo, turn misfortune into fortune. The 10th turn, Immortal Goo, Destiny Goo, which can be opened in the jar shop, combined with the previous. The luck of Yukong, Bailu, and Suchong, constantly impacting the heart of Black Swan. This is not a lie. As long as you're lucky enough, you can get it. Black Swan. His heart became restless, not only for the jar shop, but also for Su Fan. But he saw the barrage of fireworks. Is there a star god lurking in Luofu Xianzhou? Black Swan did not rule out this possibility. He was very conflicted at the moment. The star god would definitely contact Su Fan as a mortal, if he happened to meet. As a rememberer, there is no possibility of hiding in front of the star god. Black Swan fell into a little entanglement, but when he thought that Master Fu Li had gone there, as a rememberer of Liu Guang Yiting, there was nothing to hesitate. It's nothing more than being more cautious. Xingcha Si. Fireworks shook her slender, white legs, raised her mobile phone, and smiled. Just the speculation about a star god made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room tense and led to a discussion about the star god. This is not nonsense. According to the character of the god of fun, fireworks is 60% sure. But the god of fun has his own fun, and so does Hua Hua. For example, Su Chong, who is by her side. Hua Hua, with her admiration for swordsmen, successfully won Su Chang's favor and learned about the strength and terror of the four-sword immortals' experience light balls, especially Li Su Chang's Taishu sword energy. However, Su Chang's deeper level was not mentioned out of caution, but only the superficial surface. Wow! Huahua's eyes turned into stars, and they were full of Su Chang. Su Chang felt embarrassed. Who would have thought that she would help a traveler casually and be very fond of swords? Listening to the endless praises. Su Chang, female hero, chivalrous and courageous. Su Chang, swordsman. Luck is the best in the world. Su Chang, sword immortal. Sword energy is unparalleled in the world. For the first time, Su Chang experienced how it felt when the legends and heroes passed down by word of mouth were passed down by word of mouth. Su Chang suspected more than once whether he was approaching intentionally. But Huahua's performance was flawless, with no flaws to be found, and she was genuine and sincere. However, Su Chang was reserved, but it was just superficial. Flattery never wears out. The masked fool Huahua wanted to control Su Chang simply. Huahua's voice was full of admiration as always. Then, Su Chang, sword fairy, how much do you know about Boss Su Fan? Well, Boss Su Fan is very strange. What is 173? I can't say specifically. Need to know in person? Look, Topa is going to open the jar again. Changing the subject? It seems that something happened between Su Chang and Su Fan. Huahua smiled and looked at the phone screen. Jar store. Topa was in a state of hesitation. Only 2 jars were left. I don't know which one to choose. Zhang Zhang said, feed another Mora. If there are an odd number, choose the first one. If there are no odd numbers, choose the second one. Eat the translation konjac. Zhang Zhang no longer hums the piggy bank language. Mora? In a short period of time, Zhang Zhang ate 10. He was already full and wanted to eat more. Topa naturally would not give Zhang Zhang a chance, but chose, open them all at once. The shadow of the hammer was stretched. The 2 jars broke together, and the broken tiles piled up together, and it was impossible to see clearly what was opened. Topa lifted the tiles. A golden stream of light appeared, and all the tiles sparkled as if they were made of gold, so dazzling that one could not look directly at them. The entire jar shop was assimilated by this light, and the brilliant color made the entire Luofu immortal boat pale in comparison. Topa's pupils were illuminated by the endless golden light, as if he had opened his golden pupils like Fu Xian, and his body trembled. What did I open? Zhang Zhang was very sensitive to treasures, and he pounced directly on the counter and was shrouded in golden light at close range like a golden piglet. Supreme immortal material by immortal gold. Topa was caught off guard and said, wait a minute. Boss Su Fan, are you talking about the supreme immortal material, the ultimate immortal gold buried under this tile? Topa raised his arm and pointed directly at the counter in front of him, extremely surprised. This is when a jar shop opened. One of the god-level creations that has been circulated in Luofu. From the Little Medicine King, the real dragon immortal medicine was prescribed. From a first turn moonlight goo, the 7th turn of turning disaster into good fortune immortal goo was prescribed. Now, Boss Su Fan said that he had opened fairy gold? Topa whispered softly, impossible. Zhang Zhang, who had turned into a little golden pig, imitated in a baby voice, absolutely impossible. Topa glared at Zhang Zhang, who was making trouble, and tried to analyze calmly and rationally. My luck today, Topa, can't be so good. Su Fan asked curiously. Then why don't you push the tiles aside to see? And after Bai Lu opened the true dragon immortal elixir, she would not have thought that she could open the devouring ancestral talisman. This is the charm of the jar. It is impossible to predict what will be opened in the next jar, so it is understandable that one is empty occasionally. Topa looked at Su Fan. He pursed his lips and squeezed out a voice from his silver teeth. So, this is the reason why one of the last 2 jars is empty? Su Fan looked at Zhang Zhang. He found that Zhang Zhang's image as a golden pig was more pleasing than the lucky cat. Hee, Zhang Zhang is so cute. Do you want to come to my soul pet space to play? Little Mo Xie is about to complete the transformation. Topa sighed, and Boss Sufan began to change the subject. And the account was very good. That little fox almost scared Pieman to death. As the voice of the account fell, the light of the supreme fairy material fell quietly, as if everything returned to normal. The golden tiles that could be assimilated by the fairy gold reminded everyone that it was not an illusion just now, but what really happened. Topa took a deep breath, accepted his own luck, and couldn't help but mourn for the luck of the jade and gold sand of the can opener for a few seconds. Topa asked, "So, Boss Sufan, what kind of fairy gold is this?" Sufan saw through the tiles and saw the fairy gold. "It's Daojia gold. Daojia gold. The fairy gold material for refining extreme weapons. Golden and transparent, dazzling." Topa touched the tile, and it felt as heavy as gold. He found a fist-sized fairy gold in a golden color. Daojia gold appeared on the counter. At a glance, the golden light flows like water, making the Daojia gold look golden and transparent, dazzling. Zhang wanted to suppress it in one breath, but the Daojia gold fairy light flashed. Zhang was so scared that he quickly used the black hole to escape. The fairy light never stops. It illuminates the entire Luofu ferry boat. With the Luofu ferry boat as the center, it spreads to all directions of the universe. The supreme golden light of the fairy gold shines on the universe and spreads to the entire universe. The cool light in front of it is like dust. The golden light shines on the universe. The hunting star gods look sideways. Look at the location of the Luofu ferry boat. The longbow in his hand does not stop. Continue to search for the rich pharmacist in the sea of stars. Deep in the universe, destroy the star god Nanook and feel this light. The arm is broken and floating in the air, and the gurgling divine blood keeps oozing out, but it becomes turbulent and surging under this light. The universe was born wrong, and so is the source of this light. It will be destroyed. The other side of the sea of stars on the outside. Boschisen, in his mortal form, staying in the cosmic library. The blind old man with a cane and sunglasses calculates the universe and solves the mystery of all things. He caught the light of the fairy gold and hesitated for a moment. It was an unknown thing in the universe. When the doubts were thick, the blind old man chuckled. The Dharma eyes that had been given were looking at the source of the light. Shipei was in the ethereal universe, singing harmony and joy. The fairy light coming from afar just became the timely brilliance. Nine blinked, not caring about the source of the light. The pharmacist glanced at the light. There were hunting arrows and the luster of fairy gold. Escape was important. Shanjianshan. Misty looked at fully from afar. The mysterious star god was born from the memory star god. Misty wanted to know, why did Fully go to Luofu, Xianzhou? The Riddlers looked at each other, but Misty did not get an answer. Instead, I saw a light from outside the world. Just like the fog of mystery, it enveloped the entire universe and did not dissipate for a long time. The memory star god turned his face and seemed to be looking at the location of Luofu Xianzhou, but did not move. Continued to stay high in Shanjianshan, who was enveloped by the light and scratched his head. The balance seemed to be broken again. However, whose eyes cast to the location of the protection star god, Clipper. The comet wall. Clipper raised the hammer high and announced the hammer down in every amber era. The fleets of the company in the surrounding galaxies flowed continuously. Clipper did not care and never watched. Spreading from the end of the universe, the golden fairy light swept across Clipper's amber body and illuminated the barrier built in light years. As the builder, Clipper captured the composition of Daojia gold through the light alone, and the sky comet wall made of supreme fairy material. He was confident that he could stop the enemy he was worried about. The guardian star god disappeared behind the sky comet wall. Luofu ferry boat. Aha laughed. It was a hearty laugh. Daojia gold shines in the universe. Looking at the people around the ferry boat, looking up at the sky in surprise, he looked as if he had never expected it. It was also beyond Aha's expectations. All the star gods will see it. Which star gods will come? Aha knew that the Amber King would definitely come back. The last jar led to this. Such a big storm. It is worthy of being called opening a can, stirring up the universe, and bringing absolute joy in the future. Inside the can shop, Topa obviously hasn't come back to his senses yet. Zhang Zhang was frightened and hid behind him. Only Su Fan, playing with his piece of Dao Jia gold. It must be said that Topa is lucky. This is the divine gold that even the ancient emperors may not be able to get. Now the last can is opened. Su Fan was about to call Topa back to his senses. Outside the door of the can shop, a figure that covered the sky and the sun appeared, and the amber light that could be seen everywhere, and a body that was different from that of ordinary people showed that it was extraordinary. Duh. It's Butian Siming! Exclamation point. Why did the guardian star god come to the door of the kin shop? Is it because of the supreme immortal material, Daojia gold? This is the second star god to come to the jar shop after the memory star god. Topa mechanically turned his head and looked at the White King outside the door. As 1/10 of the guardian and the director of the Interstellar Peace Company, this is the first time in a long time. Seeing the company's Li Hao, chairman, Amber King, Craper, the words that every company person has remembered in their hearts echoed in my mind. Everything is dedicated to Amber Manor. Amber King came as a god. It seems that he has no eyes. It can be caught in the dark. His eyes fell on the Daojia gold in Su Fan's hand. Daojia gold. This is just a kind of supreme, immortal gold. Topa hugged Zhang Zhang tightly. Yin Fan actually spoke to the White King. What Topa didn't know was, Su Fan opened his exclusive jar and had a good chat with the Memory Star God. But these are not important. What is important is, the Amber King's divine body has changed, turning into a rough, tall, middle-aged man. This is, since the beginning of history, the Amber King's mortal form has been seen for the first time. And he walked into the jar shop, faced Su Fan directly. The Star God is coming. It is not a glimpse of the Star God in the destiny, but the Star God is coming. It is just like the memory of the Star God before. Gue Naifan clearly recorded the scene in front of her through the live camera. At this moment, she also understood why the Protector Star God is called the Amber King. The whole body is made of divine stone. It is also as dazzling as amber. And the surprise in her heart about the Dao Jia gold merged with the arrival of the Amber King. Just now was the light of Dao Jia gold. It illuminated the entire Luofu immortal boat. Could it be that it lit up the entire universe? Dao Jia gold is the supreme immortal material, and it is also the immortal gold used to forge the ultimate emperor's weapons. So this possibility exists. Wait, Xiao Gizi received a push. It was Tianbosi who said that the universe was hit by golden waves, which affected the navigation of the immortal boat. In other words, the speculation just now is true. The Dao Jia gold opened by Topa shines on the universe and illuminates the gods, attracting the Amber King. Gue Naifan told the live camera about the discovery just now, and the excited voice became the only melody in front of the jar store. Protecting the Star God. In the eyes of most people in the immortal boat, he is Butian Siming. Many people have a good impression of this Star God. When he descended, most of the eyes looked at him with respect and admiration. Gue Naifan saw the rolling barrage like a tide, and also saw the continuous eye-catching messages, and saw the amber-colored divine body 117 change. Become as tall as a person. A tall, rugged middle-aged man. He is an expert at repairing walls, building houses, and doing construction. Gue Naifan exclaimed to the camera, "Is this the first time in the universe that a guardian star god has shown his mortal nature? Playing cards, Chinke, huh? Playing cards, Chinke, what kind of luck is Topa? Playing cards, Chinke, I actually got Daoja gold, the fairy gold that creates the ultimate emperor's weapon. Playing cards, Chinke, I only got one of the 9 heavens divine jades, the mutton fat white jade divine iron. Playing cards, Chinke boss Su Fan, there's something fishy about the jar, return the money. Ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian, you can send 5 eye-catching messages at a time, which is enough to show that you are in a hurry, but there is nothing you can do about it. Ruthless divination machine. Fu, the light of the golden light, pay attention, not only illuminates the entire Luofu immortal boat, but also spreads to the entire universe. Luofu Xianzhou's only reasonable person. Who are you? You also have Taibu's eyes, and you also have an all-seeing eyes? Luofu Fei Xiao Fin Xiao. Tai Mbosi has issued a notice. The light of Daojia Gold has indeed affected the entire universe. The merciless divination machine, Fu Xian shining the universe. Doesn't it mean all the star gods in the universe have noticed it? Which side should I look at the fireworks? Fireworks, oh, it's so hard to guess. Which star god will Daojia Gold attract? Which side should I look at the fireworks? Fireworks, but the light of Daojia Gold just now was really beautiful. It is the most magnificent fireworks I've seen so far. Cold Crow, Jackdaw Daojia Gold, is only the size of a fist, and the momentum it creates is so magnificent. If it is the size of a jar, I can't imagine. If I can open it, I must merge it with the crown doll to create the first Imperial Soldier doll. Snowy Coat Imperial Soldier doll. Ms. Pei of the Pawnbroker. Emerald, good idea. Why don't you help me think about it? Will Luofu agree to take Daozhu Guangjin away? Real name online. Jinyuan, I guess not. 35th Fate Gambler. Gold Sand, such a straightforward answer. If the Amber King comes, what if he wants to take away Daojia's gold? Real name online. Jinyuan, will the star god really come? Real name online. Jinyuan, can you withdraw the message? Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Hua hua ha. The White King is here. Real name online. Jinyuan, everything is dedicated to the Amber King. Chiming online. Bailu, your speed of changing your face and posting eye-catching messages is too fast. Chiming online. Bailu, no, since it is in the live broadcast room, there's also a virtual mask. What is the company's slogan? Chiming online. Bailu, everything is dedicated to the Amber King. Unknown alien merchant. Rakshasa, everything is dedicated to the Amber King. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yenxing, everything is dedicated to the Amber King. Shangshang's only account. Su Sang, everything is dedicated to the Amber King. Ms. Pei of the Pawn Shop. Emerald, everything is dedicated to the Amber King. Carrot, add dash to a plus. Number 35, Destiny Gambler. Gold Dust, everything is dedicated to the Amber King. Tail Follower. Huahua Amber King turned into a human and walked into the jar shop. Shangshang's only account. Su Sang, huh? Which side should I look at the fireworks? Huahua. Playing cards with life. Chinke, huh? Pawnbroker Fei Lady. Fei, BCCG. Chui, the scene is just as Xiao Gizi said. It has never happened since the birth of the universe, and it must be recorded. Number 35, Fate Gambler. Sha Jin +1. Ruthless Divination Machine. Fu, I heard that the human form of Bo Shizun is a blind old man. Real name Internet Access. Jing Yuan Emperor Gong Siming was promoted to Star God, and he is also an ordinary Xianzhou person. Which side should I look at the fireworks? Huahua, why did I see a familiar person in the live broadcast room? But this time the mask pattern changed from crying and laughing to a masked pigeon. Shangshang's only account. Su Sang, familiar person? Which side should I look at the fireworks? Huahua, I must have seen it wrong. Amber King is right beside me. Tapa was at a loss for a moment. The power of the protection order in his body was surging and jumping, as if praising the protection star god. Zhang, who was hugged, could not escape in front of the star god, and subconsciously chose to play dead. Su Fan asked, Topa, do you still have the translation conjac? The question. It broke Tapa's excitement and confusion, but he didn't react to the first time. Deck. Only then did he understand Su Fan's meaning, and he was about to translate the language of the star god and ask the Amber King what he meant. Tapa took out the translation conjac from the storage bag. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. If the Amber King eats the translation conjac, does it count? A historical breakthrough in the Interstellar Peace Company. The company sent so many materials of the Amber Age to the Amber King, but the Amber King never even looked at it. The Amber King is going to accept the translation conjac and eat it. Cripper spoke. The voice was muffled, like a morning bell and an evening drum. Translate conjac? But it's not necessary. Topa's eyes suddenly froze, as if to say, Amber King can actually speak human language? Zhenjian was the same. staring blankly at Amber King, the star god who lived at the edge of the universe and built a wall, actually spoke. What you have in your hand is very good. Kleiper looked at the Dao Jia gold in Su Fan's hand. His voice was slow and powerful like a hammer. Then, close his eyes and listen to something, open his eyes and continued. People say it is. It was opened from the jar, the supreme fairy gold from other universes, Dao Jia gold. It's true. Otherwise, it wouldn't illuminate the universe and illuminate the star gods in the sky. Su Fan didn't expect it. The Amber King with thick eyebrows and big eyes also has a bit of the attribute of being talkative, but it makes sense. A person, building the interstellar wall for so many years. It must be infected with a bit of the attribute of actively confessing. Su Fan put the Dao Jia gold in his hand on the counter and asked, "Want it?" Clipper nodded. In exchange for all the materials of Interstellar Peace Company in the 2157th century. Topa looked at the chairman of the returning company, and the first thing he did was to send the company's things out. And this Dao Jia gold was opened by himself. Topa was almost anxious. "Topa, Chairman Amber King, I opened the Dao Jia gold." Chairman Amber King? Clipper was stunned for a long time. He is in the universe. He has heard many names. Suan-Hu, Amber King, Suan-Hu Star God, Butian Siming, Tian Yuan God. This is the first time he is called. Amber King Chairman? So, the chairman's position in Interstellar Peace Company. Pierpoint. The portal closed. In the live broadcast, Topa returned to the jar shop, and the portal was put into the storage bag. Reality and the picture intertwined. Topa, who was in front of him before, suddenly appeared in the projection screen. People who didn't know why might think that they were hallucinating. For the executives of Interstellar Peace Company present, everything just now, it happened in reality. Topa opened the portal from the jar, showed them the strange and mysterious items in the jar, and walked through the portal back to the jar shop. At this moment, on the counter, there are 3 jars, constantly attracting everyone's attention. The first one, open it to translate konjac. After seeing the effect and the application on Zhang Zhang, Apali's face flashed with solemnity. The use of translation konjac is too wide. As long as it is an intelligent creature, it can translate, including dead texts and languages. It completely surpasses the synesthesia beacon, which is limited to communication and translation. The synesthesia beacon is the 56th seat of the Genius Club. It was proposed by Elijah Salas to facilitate the communication of geniuses. It was eventually promoted by the company and developed by the Bourgeois Society. Apely manipulates the Bourgeois Society for the company. As the director of the Technical Research and Development Department, his eyes are always sharp. Translating konjac will point out a new direction for the development of synesthesia beacons in the future. Diamond and others nodded silently. Perhaps it is such an inconspicuous little thing that can sometimes create huge wealth in the universe. Topa only has the last 2 jars left. The directors of the 7 major departments saw the momentum of Topa's autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves and smashed 2 jars in succession. And a bright light appeared in the broken jar. The colorful light flashed in my eyes, making the atmosphere in the conference room solemn. But I saw it just when I was about to express my ideas. The golden light enveloped the Luofu immortal boat and spread to the entire universe. The sight came from the live projection to the window of the conference room. Found. The headquarters of the Interstellar Peace Company was instantly enveloped by golden light. The pupils of every employee in the company lit up, and they looked blankly at the wonder of the sudden explosion of the universe. The floor where the meeting room of the Strategic Investment Department was located was also illuminated like gold, and everyone in the room, whether it was a projection or a real entity, stood up at the same time, with practical actions, expressing the shock in the heart at this moment. Topa represented the company. It was also the first fairy gold opened by the jar store, a circle-sized Daozhu Guangjin. Scar-eyed lady's pupils trembled, looking at the Dao Jia gold on the counter, and exclaimed, "Supreme fairy material, one of the extreme fairy golds, Dao Jia gold? Topa, what kind of luck is this?" Could it be that the immortal goo that turns misfortune into good fortune has been secretly activated again? Yin Shilua's breathing became hurried, and he saw the dark golden Tao patterns distributed on the surface of Tao Jia Gold, which also carried Tao and disaster, as the name said. Diamond widened his eyes. In his heart, he subconsciously denied what Scar-Eyed Lady said. Topa's luck has always been ridiculously good. Whether it was finding a dimensional piggy bank as a companion, or after the mother planet was taken by the company, he soared into the workplace in a few years and became the youngest P45. Terrafan Keen's eyes flickered, revealing infinite desire. As the building materials logistics department, he has always been responsible for delivering materials to the Amber King. This piece of fairy gold, it will definitely attract the attention of the Amber King. When Tian Lao's eyes flickered, he was no longer slow as before, calming the chaotic hearts. The Daojia gold must be brought back, and everything is dedicated to the Amber King. Osvaldo suddenly said, "Wait, this light spreads throughout the universe. Doesn't it mean that the star gods can see it?" The Amber King is in the jar store. With Diamond's whisper, the atmosphere in the conference room fell into silence, and only Guane Efan's voice in the live projection continued to sound. The heads of the 7 major departments of the Interstellar Peace Company. At this moment, the expressions on their faces became consistent, full of shock. Since the establishment of Interstellar Peace Company, Amber King, as their chairman, has never been to Pierpoint once. The company's executives are very conflicted. The company has always adhered to its original intention and dedicated everything to the White King. 2157 amber ages collected and purchased, and all kinds of precious materials in the universe were not even looked at. Attracted by Tao Jia Gold, descended to the jar shop. Why do you have a sense of deja vu that your own star god was abducted by the jar yellow hair? Amber King changed his divine body into a mortal body in public. This is the first time that Amber King has appeared in history. How come? Historical eras are all created in the jar shop. I have a plan to rename Pierpoint as the jar shop, so Amber King will appear in Pierpoint. What a good strategy, but wait. Amber King spoke. Everyone is quiet. Listen to the divine voice of Amber King. Can't you be quiet, Lao Zaiqian? Listen to what the Amber King said. He wants to exchange 2157 amber era building materials for Tao Jia Gold. Our hearts are about to break. Doesn't the Amber King know? Tao Jia Gold was minted by Topa. Look at how nervous Topa is. He even called me chairman of the Amber King, a strange honorific title that has never been used before. Topa said that everything is dedicated to the Amber King. But why doesn't the Amber King care? It is said that the star god cannot take the things of the Order Envoy. Diamond, look at what you have done. Why did you divide the Guardian into 10? If you didn't divide it, wouldn't the Amber King have the Daojia Gold now? How do I know this day will come? Terrafan Keen, you're also a Guardian. Aren't you wrong at all? Why don't you reflect on yourself and give so many things to the Amber King without even looking at them? Good job, Diamond. You are so arrogant. Be more energetic. Don't give the strategic investment department a share. Be quiet. Look at how you look like the heads of departments. Who are you? An ordinary retired old man, Hugh Fleming. Watch the live broadcast carefully. Don't argue about it. Even if the Amber King doesn't want the Daojia Gold now, there may be a sudden turn of events later. Jar shop. The Amber King didn't expect it. The Daojia Gold was opened by Topa. It's not the Amber King's fault. After all, when he walked into the jar shop, the Daojia Gold was still in Su Fan's hands, and anyone would subconsciously think. And Topa, when he said that the Daojia Gold was opened by her. To fulfill the company's creed, everything is dedicated to the Amber King. The Amber King shook his head and said, Daojia Gold, I can't take it. Topa asked blankly, Why? But you came here. Isn't it for the Daojia Gold? He is even willing to exchange it with 2,157 Amber Era resources. The Amber King looked at Topa. He saw that there was 1/10 of the power of the Guardian Order in his body. Amber King asked, What does the order mean? The Fate Walker who gets power from the Star God is the agent of the Star God's will. So that's it. Topa answered seriously at first, and then his voice which was full of doubts, gradually became clear and transparent. Amber King was serious, and his voice was steady and heavy. So, this doubt, Jie Gold, is in your hands, just like it is in my hands. Then Amber King's trip was in vain. Topa was confused. He quickly looked at Su Fan for help. Open the can, Amber King. Well, it doesn't count as you cutting in line. The gold sand watching outside the door. Why don't you hand over the jade sign quota? Open the can. Amber King looked straight at the shelf mountain. Gold Sand heard Su Fan's voice, although he didn't know how the jar owner knew his identity. But there was no time to think about it now. Gold Sand walked out of the crowd and walked into the jar shop. Everything is dedicated to the Amber King. It has been the slogan and concept of the Interstellar Peace Company since its inception. It has never been recognized by the Amber King, but it doesn't delay. The persistence of everyone in the Interstellar Peace Company. Star gods have their own persistence. Mortals also have their own persistence. After Topa's conversation with the Amber King, Gold Sand has a more thoughtful mind at this moment. The quota for opening the jar is not dedicated to the Amber King, but to share the number of times the jar is opened this time. Share. Topa's eyes lit up. This word is great. Wait until the Amber King opens the jar and opens a bunch of kunai, shuriken, and so on. When the Amber King is depressed, then share the Tao Jie Gold with the Amber King. The Amber King fell into silence. Carrying the mortal nature with a mortal body has more mortal emotions. Question the original heart. 6, 8, 7-inch. There is curiosity. There is a desire to explore. The eyes fell directly on the jars on the shelf. Seeing the Amber King's appearance, Su Fan knew that the Amber King had been moved and looked at Sha Jin and asked, "How many times do you want to share?" 10 times. If you say it directly, the Amber King will definitely refuse. Sha Jin believes that the star god and ordinary people will compromise. Sha Jin opened his palm 5 times. Outside the jar store, Ginelifin felt that today was really wonderful. The last memory, Star God only came to witness and disappeared after watching the god's memory light ball. Now the Preservation Star God came in person and talked with Su Fan and Topa. I couldn't help but sweat for Su Fan. After all, there was a star god who died under the giant hammer of the Amber King. That is, the breeding star god who poisoned the universe with the insect swarm. Fortunately, the human form of the Amber King looks a little dull, almost the same as ordinary people. Gue Naifin was still worried about whether the Amber King would move the jar shop from Luofu to the Star Wall to repair the wall and open jars at the same time because of the Tao Jie Gold. Why didn't the Amber King want the Tao Jie Gold offered by Topa? Little Gizi was also confused. He also asked Topa what a Lingshur was. Lingshur is the agent of the will of the star god, and theoretically can be regarded as the human body of the star god. I have never seen a star god around my things. Well, if there's really one, it might be the Joy Star God. Gue Naifin exclaimed in amazement at the live broadcast. Another corner of the crowd, Aha, who was wearing a masked pigeon mask on his head, had a gloomy face. Little Anchor. Little Gue Naifin, what are you talking about? Aha is upright and steady. He will never rob Lingshur's things. At most he will play with Lingbian's ability. At this time, Su Fan's voice rang out in the jar shop. Gue Naifin saw a person dressed as fancy as a peacock. Walked into the jar shop. Aha's eyes turned. The way to happiness is right in front of us. I wonder what this fool Suinhu will come up with. Inside the tea house in Jinren Lane. Jade, look far away. Looking at the jar shop, everything that happened is reflected in the eyes. Saw the persistence of the Amber King. Topa's enlightenment. Su Fan's proposal. The Amber King's heartbeat. And the number of times the gold dust was shared. As a member of the Interstellar Peace Company, Jade sang softly, just like the tune of the chiming tribe. But there was no sadness, only unwavering faith. I come to see, I come to add wine, I come to possess. I give poison wine to the nectar, sow in spring and harvest in autumn, waiting for the branches to be full of dry fruits. Good luck to the Amber King. Pierpoint. Lewis Fleming stunned the supervisors. Heard through the live projection. The proposal of the jar boss. The appearance of gold dust. Everyone still stood. But the surprise dissipated. Eyes of all kinds, looking at the live projection from all angles, all with enthusiasm. Lewis Fleming was the first to speak. "Good luck to the Amber King." This sentence became the only one in the meeting room of the Strategic Investment Department. Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Hua, oh, it's really unexpected. The king is going to open the jar. Shang's only account. Su Shang, the charm of the jar, is very great. You see, the star god can't resist this temptation and chooses to accept the sharing of the gold dust. Shang's only account. Su Shang, the Amber King, said compensation. The compensation gold dust goes to the pile of materials, and you can pick 5 things you want at random. Playing with cards. Ching K, my goodness. The materials given to the Amber King by the company are the most precious and unique treasures carefully selected by the company. Do you still have a chance if you share it again? The ruthless divination machine. Fu Yao, the 5 jars will not open fairy gold again, right? The unknown alien merchant. Luo Sha, according to my brief viewing of the live broadcast. Everything is possible. The tail follower. Will there be other star gods present? And we didn't find them? Which side should I watch the fireworks from? It's hard to say. What if Boss Su Fan is the jar star god? Cold Crow. Jackdaw, I admire your imagination. I almost laughed just now. If you don't know, you might think it's a masked fool. But what the little follower said makes sense. There may be other star gods present. In addition to the star gods, what is more worrying is whether the people of Fengrao will attack Luofu like they did when they robbed Jianmu. Real name Internet Access, Jinyuan currently, Bu Tian Siming is present. Unless the people of Fengrao want to be hit by the God of Protection hammer like they did with breeding, they will attack Luofu during this time period. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yanqing, there are new changes in the jar shop. 5 jars, 500,000 credit points. Su Fan looked at the Amber King. Even if the star god came in person, the rules of the jar shop could not be changed. Su Fan waited for a moment. He saw that the Amber King was still staring at the shelf. Su Fan asked in confusion, "Why doesn't the Amber King speak?" The silent Amber King, the puzzled Topa, and the thinking about the gold dust formed a strange picture in the jar shop. Su Fan seemed to understand something, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could it be that he came in a hurry and didn't bring any money? Amber King is the only P50 of Interstellar Peace Company, the only chairman, the guardian star god who came from the ancient beast era since the birth of the universe. How could he have no money? Topa moved his eyes and found that Amber King did not refute, and it seemed that some filter in his heart was broken. Shajin also opened his mouth slightly, not knowing how to protect his own star god. Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, "From the way you looked at the side, I guess you guessed it." The look of the Amber King. It was clearly reflected in the eyes of Aha outside the door. Aha couldn't help laughing out loud, and the clear laughter tore the silence of the jar shop and shattered the hearts of the people around him who were in a daze. The laughter echoed in the sky above the jar shop. The Interstellar Peace Company issues credit points for circulation throughout the universe, and its chairman doesn't even have 500,000 credit points. 5.5, Aha's laughter echoed. Topa took out the card immediately. "Use mine." Gold dust followed closely. "I have one too." The Amber King was unmoved. Instead, he cast his eyes on the guy who was laughing in the crowd. Aha walked out of the crowd. The masked pigeon, the mask was put on his face, and he laughed more and more wildly without the alertness of the Pinyin cavalry. "Ha ha ha! Sunhu, this idiot didn't know to bring money when opening a can, but it's too difficult for the star god to carry credit points with him." But the chairman of the Interstellar Peace Company didn't have any credit points, which was really funny and infuriating. In fact, I didn't have any either, but I met a pickpocket and became generous and rich. Aha walked into the kin store, and the laughter became more and more intense. After the laughter subsided, Aha slapped the credit points he stole from the pickpocket on the counter with an excited and high voice with a hint of playfulness. "Don't argue, who let there be an upright, generous, and kind-hearted person who likes to join in the fun on the side of the road." The Amber King looked at the masked pigeon, as if he could directly see the face hidden, still smiling after the laughter subsided. His identity was revealed in one word. Joy. You are here. Aha didn't care, walked to the shelf and touched the jar with his hand, turned around and said to the Amber King, I came earlier than you, just like when I faced breeding. Joy Star God, the masked man in front of him, is the god of fun. Aha. Topa was speechless for a moment. I don't know what to say. If the Amber King didn't lack credit points, he might never know that there was a star god hidden in the crowd. After finally recovering some spirit, he was worried that the god of fun would be interested in woman, the shadow of the famous tree of the people. He chose to play dead again. Sand Gold sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes skipped over the Amber King and the Joy Star God, and he was in the same room with the two star gods. Few people in the universe can have such luck. Aha found that he couldn't see through the jar, so he gave up the idea of exploring. He moved his eyes from the credit points on the counter to the face of the Amber King. Why don't you accept the generosity of Joy and divide it into two jars? Aha looked at Su Fan again and asked, Is this possible? Su Fan looked at Aha. He understood the intention of the god of fun. Seeing that the Amber King was short of money, breaking the silence with joy, he seized the opportunity to enter the game. It can be seen that Aha, who touched the jar just now, was really itching to open the jar. The customer's will is the main thing. Aha's eyes moved and looked at the Amber King, waiting for the will of the guardian. The Amber King nodded. Okay. Aha's smile grew bigger and bigger, and he breathed a sigh of relief to Topa, Zhang Zhang, and Shajin. Aha, the enthusiastic passerby, has successfully entered the game. Gue Naifin saw the whole picture of the jar store. My family, something big has happened. The Amber King actually has no credit points. And Su Fan guessed it right. This is too unexpected. As a star god on the throne with accumulated credit points, he can't even get 500,000 credit points. As expected, you can't speculate about the star gods with ordinary people's thinking. After all, I haven't heard that the star gods carry credit points with them. Some comments said, the pioneering star gods who are nameless will, and the joyful star gods will also? Then it's Xiao Gizi. I'm not well educated. Please forgive me. No credit points. How can the Amber King's jar be opened? Well, you said there was a pickpocket, and he was caught. Xiao Gizi was almost robbed. I was too absorbed in opening the cans and didn't pay much attention. Xiao Gizi reminds everyone that you must pay attention to personal and property safety when broadcasting live. Thank you. The kind-hearted person wearing a pigeon mask. Why would the kind-hearted person laugh so happily? And he said that Cun, who was a fool. 9. It turned out to be the joyful star god. He has been hiding in the Luofu ferry boat, and just now the joyful star god caught a pickpocket for everyone, and he generously donated money to the kin store. But how do you see it? Before the joyful star god caught the pickpocket, it seemed that he didn't have any credit points. The poor star god laughed at the poor star god. Where should I watch the fireworks? Fireworks, Xiao Gizi is really funny. The poor star god laughed at the poor star god. Where should I watch the fireworks? Fireworks, I told you. There are other star gods here, but I didn't expect it to be the god of fun. Where should I watch the fireworks? Fireworks I didn't expect. Amber King. He doesn't even have 500,000 credit points. The god of fun either caught a pickpocket or it's the same as mine. The ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian, after all, star gods are not ordinary people, and it's normal for them not to have credit points on them. But with Butian Simon being the first to take the plunge, other star gods have to prepare credit points if they want to open the jar. Playing with cards, Qingke the star god is actually by my side. This is Xiao Gizi's personal experience. Changle Tianjun can always bring people unexpected fun. The unknown alien merchant. Rakshasa, the interpretation of joy by the star god of joy, is extraordinary. Band player, Silver Wolf Ahem. Is this Luofu's live broadcast room? Shangshang's only account. Susang? Where should I watch the fireworks? Fireworks, who are you? Band player, Silver Wolf, it doesn't matter. Band player, Silver Wolf, the light shines on the entire universe. Anyone who is not blind can see it. The rumor is true. It is really on the Luofu immortal boat. Band player, Silver Wolf, Band player, Silver Wolf, wait. What the hell is this jar store? How could it open so many good things? In the past live broadcast video, it also attracted the Memory Star God, and this time it attracted the two star gods of preservation and joy. Band player, Silver Wolf, incredible. Band player, Silver Wolf, the preservation star god, does not have 500,000 credit points. Is this the chairman of the Interstellar Peace Company? Luofu Immortal Boat Network reminder. An unfamiliar network address has been detected to forcibly hack into the Luofu network. Now a band player has been completely banned. On a ship of the company, the former porter Dan Hung is now covered in blood. The boxes piled around have been torn into pieces, and the goods scattered on the ground are sticky with blood and filled with murderous aura, which makes people tremble. Dan Hung held the strike cloud spear, glaring at the strange man who was currently mad and could not be killed no matter how hard he tried. Blade held the broken sword, looked at Dan Hung with madness in his eyes, and said hoarsely, "There are 5 people, and the price is 3. Dan Hung didn't quite understand. Looking past Blade, he could see a silver-haired girl wearing goggles and blowing bubble gum in her mouth, and a purple-haired woman standing quietly with a coat on her shoulders and nonchalant. Silver Wolf shouted in dissatisfaction, "Oh, what's wrong with Luo Fu? My account was banned." Dan Hung was also dissatisfied, happily moving boxes, happily watching the live broadcast. As soon as he saw the Joy Star God appear, he was interrupted by the trio in front of him. Oh, the golden light that just filled the entire universe was caused by the jar store? The 2 star gods of Suinhu and Joy are opening jars. Kafka tilted her cheek, and a smile rose at the corner of her mouth. She saw something very interesting. The word spirit technique used silent hypnosis, pointing directly at Blade and Dan Hung. Band, do you want to pause first and see what the star god can reveal? Well, the one holding the spear, do you want to pause and watch the live broadcast together? Band slowly put down the sword in his hand. Dan Hung caught a sense of mental shock and continued to look at the 3 people in front of him with vigilance. I see that they have no intention of fighting. Dan Hung wanted to see what the star gods could come up with. Dan Hung wanted to know more about why the man who could not be killed was chasing him like crazy. Could it be the sin he committed in the past? Silver Wolf suddenly clenched his fists at this time. Good. Successfully copied the address of a new Luofu account. It should not be banned again. Peerpoint. In the meeting room of the Strategic Investment Department, it fell into a dead silence. More emotions were shame, especially Louis Fleming. As the founder of the company, he was the one who started the transportation of materials to the Amber King. He could never have thought that the Amber King would have no money to open the cans. He was also disrupted and laughed at by the Joy Star God. It should have been a historic moment to witness the 2 star gods opening the cans. But now it has become a joke involving the Interstellar Peace Company. Louis Fleming broke the silence. What should we do? Let's discuss it. Terrafan Keen suggested, exaggerate the star god's innocence from the world. The scar between the eyes of the scarred lady flashed. Good idea. Then drag all the star gods into the water. Diamond said faintly, actually, Amber King, Topple, and Gold Dust, or we all forgot, can directly transfer money to the jar store in the name of the company and use a large amount of credit points to cover the cost of opening the jar. Apollo, Osvaldo, Yin Shirluo, Zytion. Colleagues, let's take a look at the live projection in the distance, the Amber King and the God of Fun who are about to open the jar. In the can store. Suinhu, choose the ones I just chose. You will definitely get something good. Maybe there are some surprise treasures hidden in them. Some people wear masks, but actually take them off. Aha is one of the representatives. He surrounds Suinhu and expresses his own opinions. Suinhu is unmoved. 3 here. Aha shrugged helplessly and smiled, looking at Su Fan and said, Okay, I'll choose those 2. Don't let both be empty cans. Su Fan reminded, well, someone has 4 consecutive empty cans. Aha's mask shook. Isn't it very likely that it means 2 empty cans? Suinhu is still unmoved. It seems that just like what Aha shouted before, he is like a fool carved out of white god stone. Topa covered his mouth with his hands, trying to hold back his laughter. It was the first time he saw someone teasing the star god in person. Zhang was still like a piggy bank doll, with his limbs hanging down and being held by Topa. The pain from the frequent throbbing of the gold sand was triggered. When he thought of the joy star god, the thought disappeared as if it had never appeared. Su Fan put 5 jars on the counter. Sunhu, you go first. Aha was very humble at this moment, and there was a smile in his voice that wanted to see the empty jars. The Amber King ignored Aha and moved forward at his own pace, just like the Tianhui star wall built step by step. The wooden hammer on the counter slowly clenched in his hand. The Amber King captured a power he had never felt before, as if he could discover a new future by holding the wooden hammer tightly. But the feeling flashed by. The Amber King raised the wooden hammer and locked the jar he liked, as if he was smashing it to the base stock of the source. The light of Tsuinhu. It shone on the jar store, and the momentum did not stop, illuminating the entire Luofu immortal boat. With a loud bang, the jar collapsed and broke into pieces. The earth-shaking aftermath of Tsuinhu dissipated. Topple lowered his voice and whispered, "Does this count as the beginning of a new Amber Age?" Gold Dust shook his head. The heart was filled with shock from the Amber King. If this hammer fell on the Luofu immortal boat, the hull of the giant ship would probably be shattered and broken. In the jar shop, it was safe and sound. Nothing had changed from before. Aha hurriedly shouted, "Tsuinhu, use a little less force, just like ordinary people cracking eggs. Now it's not about peeling off the broken shell, body, and heart of breeding, and breaking up the concept of breeding destiny." The Amber King nodded to Aha and pushed away the jar fragments. A book appeared. The star god still wants to read? Topa. Gold Dust. The Amber King saw the title of the book. An explanation appeared in front of Su Fan. From bucket to runaway. Countless young people full of blood and energy. The daily Bible written with their youth. This book is very similar to the Soha that Tapa opened. Open it and take a look. Aha motioned to the Amber King to turn the page. The 2 star gods read the book together. Aha was more and more amused. "Oh, how come the first page says that you have to use a red bucket? Why do you feel that plastering and the like are very similar to the behavior of preservation?" "Boss Su Fan, you are really good." Aha gave Su Fan a thumbs up to show his affirmation. Amber King disagreed. There are many good points in this book, such as the proportion of plastering, the proportion of cement mortar during construction. These are all of reference value for building star walls. Aha was excited. "The first jar is a good sign to ship it out." Amber King nodded. After listening to Aha's previous advice, try to open the second jar with normal human strength. Bang! The jar broke. Amber King just moved the fragments. He caught a burning sensation of the most yang and the most fiery, and a dazzling red light flew out from the fragments, which was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at. Topa quickly dodged his sight. His eyes were burning strongly, and the sight reflected in his mind saw what had just opened. Why does it look like a divine bird or a phoenix? Isn't it an immortal medicine? Sand Gold turned his face to the side. His opinion was different from Topa's. He also saw the divine bird in the glow. But it was not the divine bird, but the blood-red stone surface, which was about to flap its wings and fly under the innate lines, releasing thousands of rays of the most yang glow. Stone. Aha watched the movements of the Amber King and saw the thousands of rainbow lights. Thousands of divine clouds and lines on the stone surface forming the divine phoenix that was about to flap its wings and fly into the universe. The Amber King would not give him a chance to avoid making any more noises about the Tao Jie Gold. The surge of divine power suppressed the mysterious and magnificent divine phoenix bloodstone. Aha sighed. Why does it feel similar to Tao Jie Gold? While the Amber King was not paying attention, he reached out and touched it. The moment of contact, he pulled his hand out, feeling very painful. Oh my, this most young and fierce flame. The voice fell. His palm was open and safe. What he did just now was just teasing everyone. Ahadi Amber King asked, "Supreme Immortal Gold?" "That's right, Phoenix Blood Red Gold." Phoenix Blood Red Gold. Immortal gold material used to refine extreme weapons. Extremely young, extremely hot, extremely strong, red like phoenix blood, and naturally has divine phoenix patterns. Aha looked at Su Fan. No less than Dao Jia Gold? Su Fan nodded, looked at Phoenix Blood Red Gold, and said, Immortal gold can be fused with immortal gold. Many extreme imperial weapons are cast in this way, but in the hands of Amber King, it will probably be used to build walls. Another kind of supreme, immortal gold? Topa blinked in surprise. Why does it feel like buying goods at the vegetable market, one piece after another? Gold Sand clenched his fist. Topa and Amber King can open it. He can definitely do it too. The taciturn Amber King, with a little relaxation, will not go in vain this time. The mind was caught by Su Fan's voice. Fusion? It is not similar to the ratio recorded in From Bucket to Runaway. But there is only one kind of immortal gold. Topa Fuji said in his heart. Amber King, let's exchange. Aha glanced. Huh. Su Fan looked at Topa with approval. Topa took out the storage bag and said loudly, half of the Daoja gold, exchanged for half of the Phoenix Blood Bed gold. As soon as he took out the Daoja gold, he fell to the ground in an instant. Topa, who fell unexpectedly, sighed, Why is it not so heavy in the storage bag? But it feels like 1,000 pounds in my hand, boss Su Fan. How did you do it before? Su Fan was puzzled. It's just an ordinary fairy gold. Why is it so heavy? Aha laughed at the side. In order to feel the Daoja gold, he helped Topa reduce the burden and took it in his hand. Exchange? Amber King approved. Using 2 kinds of fairy gold to build a city wall has exceeded Amber King's expectations of this trip, and Shilian also completed the expectation of the Star Wall to resist disasters. He couldn't help but feel eager. The money-making, collect all the fairy gold, and what kind of grand scene will it be to build a Star Wall? The Gold Sandman was numb. For so many years, the Interstellar Peace Company has been persistently sending things to the Amber King. Topa is good. Directly exchange things from the Amber King. Fortunately, the Amber King agreed, created a new historical moment for the Interstellar Peace Company. Boom! The Phoenix Blood Red Gold in the Amber King's hand was broken into 2 halves. Topa count. Gold Sand. Su Fan. As expected of the Amber King who can tear the breeding star gods apart with his hands. Aha consciously handed the Dao Jie Gold to the Amber King. The scene reappeared. The Dao Jie Gold was divided into 2 halves. Receiving the extreme Dao Emperor Soldier with bare hands, Su Fan believed that the Amber King could do it easily. Looking at the ease of breaking the supreme immortal gold just now, it has silently proved this point. The Amber King handed half of the Dao Jie Gold and the other half of the Phoenix Blood Red Gold to Pato, and said after seeing him put them into the storage bag, If you can't refine it, you can help. Then he looked at the last jar. 5 jars. Because of Aha's joining, only 3 belong to the Amber King. Now 2 have been opened. Only the last one is left. It symbolizes the greatest hope. Amber King, pick up the wooden hammer for opening the jar. Smash the jar. Aha looked at the hammer shadow intently, more seriously than watching any of the Amber King's hammers fall. Boom! The jar turned into powder. It was not empty. Instead, a ball of light appeared. It was not a ball of memory light, nor an experience light ball. This ball of light included a small phantom. As a star god, Aha saw at a glance. It was a very special pill. It was not filled with medicinal fragrance, but there were many pill patterns on its surface. The Amber King didn't know what he saw. He didn't recognize the circular phantom. So he just looked at it and looked at Su Fan. The meaning was very clear. Solve the doubt. The storage bag put away the Phoenix Blood Red Gold and Dao Tribulation Gold Topa, and the mind immersed in the great harvest was taken away by the hammer shadow of the Amber King. With the current strength, he could only see 10 ethereal and illusory light balls. Sand Gold tried his best to blink, but could not see what was in the light ball, and could only cover his swollen and sore eyes with his hands. Why the pill? Aha asked first. If I didn't know, I would have thought that it was Aha who opened the jar, and the Amber King was just a bystander. Su Fan glanced at Aha, looked at the Amber King, and said, The great strength pill. After taking it, the experience of the Tao will be increased by 100 times within 3 days. Great strength pill. Great strength makes miracles. Aha didn't know why he suddenly got anxious and slapped the counter with dissatisfaction. With the physique of the Amber King, you let him increase his strength by 100 times. Is there any star god in this universe who can be his opponent? The Amber King just said lightly. You can also open it. Aha was so angry that his mask flew up, almost revealing his true face. Aha changed the subject, and he was completely different from before. But 100 times the force can smash 100 breedings without any effort. Then Suinhu will go further, and thus better protect the universe. Suinhu, who took the powerful pill, will, in a sense, exceed the limit of the star god. 100 breedings? It's really like playing whack-a-mole. But this situation is not out of place for the Amber King. As for exceeding the limit of the star god, Topa, gold dust. The Amber King put down the hammer. The kin opening journey is over, and joy is coming. The Amber King wanted to know, what can Aha's 2 cans open? The results will be spread throughout the universe with the live video. Is the joyful star god perform on stage in person? Let everyone's expectations be disappointed and realized. 2 consecutive empty cans? Or something else? As long as the cans are not opened, there are infinite possibilities. Gue Naifin watched. The first jar that King Amber opened produced a book. From Bucket to Runaway. The title is quite interesting, but it seems that King Amber did not dislike it, but was quite interested. The second jar produced a red stone like a divine bird, which was the new fairy gold after Dowager Gold, and exchanged it with Topa. Gue Naifin's eyes almost popped out. King Amber broke the fairy gold into 2 halves as easily as breaking a dessert. His mind was shaken. The last jar was opened, the power pill. Gue Naifin exclaimed, 100 times? 100 times the power? It is very strong for ordinary people. It is like adding wings to a tiger for the strong, and it is simply invincible for King Amber. The 3 jars of the Amber King can be said to all have useful things. I wonder what the joyful star god will open. Stowaway player, Silver Wolf, hello, I'm back again. Stowaway player, Silver Wolf, the Amber King's luck is ridiculous. Stowaway player, Silver Wolf, I want to open the jars. Really, I'm not the only one. The ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian, don't be crazy here. When the Amber King's Sky Comet Wall, Subspace Crystal Wall, and Giant Source Base are embedded with the 2 kinds of fairy gold, Phoenix Blood Red Gold and Dao Jie Gold. The whole universe will be shocked. Qi Ming Shang Net. Bai Lu, the powerful pill that increases strength by 100 times, is extraordinary in the hands of ordinary people, and even more powerful in the hands of General Shen Su. In the hands of Butian Siming, it is just as Xiao Gizi and Huan Yu Xingshen said, invincible in the world and beyond the limits of Xingshan. Real name online, Jing Yuan General Shen Su. Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Huahua. I am General Shen Su. I am very angry. Shang Shang's only account. Su Shang, I want the powerful pill of Amber King, which directly increases strength by 100 times for 3 days and clears all the rich, evil things. Real name online, Jing Yuan Good Ambition. No, I am not worthy of being a Luofu athlete. Shang Shang's only account, Su Sang sorry, I am Yaoqing's. Real name, Surfing the Internet. Jing Yuan, what a great ambition, worthy of being a Xianzhou athlete. Playing cards to death, Qin Ke, just now. It was the Fox of Samsara. Opening a new reincarnation of the world. Ms. Fei from the pawnbroker. Fiku, it's your illusion. The Amber King's jars have all been opened, and the next stage will be the joyful star god. Well, I don't think it's strange what will appear when the jars are opened next. Or should I watch the fireworks? Huahua +1. The onlookers are like this, yes. The god of fun only needs to open the cans, and the onlookers need to consider a lot. Unknown alien merchant. Rakshasa +1. In the meeting room of the Strategic Investment Department. The live projection is synchronized with the Luofu Immortal Boat. The directors and trustees of the Interstellar Peace Company watched the Amber King open the cans with full concentration and cheered every time something came out. Diamond. Terrafan Keen. The 2 guardians made the loudest voices. From now on, From Bucket to Runaway will be listed as one of the must-read books for all members of the Interstellar Peace Company. Zaitian whispered, Director Fleming, the book is still in the hands of the Amber King. That's right, make a plan first. The second jar, Another supreme immortal material, Phoenix Blood Red Gold. I almost thought I saw the phoenix flapping its wings just now. Topa made a good decision, exchanging immortal materials with the Amber King, creating the first interaction between the company and the Amber King. It can be regarded as more than 2,000 Amber Ages. Finally, 10 things have arrived at the Amber Lord's hands. Fleming's voice seemed excited, but in fact it was with a trace of excitement and tears of emotion. I also saw other company executives in the corner of my eye. It was the efforts of the Interstellar Peace Company for 2,157 Amber Ages. Strength, because of the jar shop of Boss Su Fan, because of the Dao Jie Gold opened by Topa, and the Phoenix Blood Red Gold opened by the Amber King. It has borne fruit at this moment. Wait, the strength pill increases the strength by 100 times. For ordinary people and strong people, it is a top-grade pill that increases combat power. For the Amber King, it will be completely sublimated to an incredible level, surpassing the limit of the Star God. The road of preservation will be more stable in the future. With the words that the Amber King helped to refine before, Luofu Xianzhou will not stop Topa from taking away the opened items. Diamond's words make sense. Let's hold a celebration banquet to celebrate our chairman's successful opening of the jar. Director Fleming and the joyful Star God are opening the jar. On the company's ship. No surprise. Silver Wolf just showed off for a while, and his account was banned again, but he could see that Kafka seemed to like opening jars. Silver Wolf. Elliot, I wonder if the script about the Luofu ferry boat has been written, and what we will open? Kafka pondered. As a Star Core hunter, going to Luofu will definitely make you want it. It is difficult to open jars in a jar store that is closely watched by Luofu, but who can say absolutely about everything in the world? For example, the Joy Star God cannot accurately say what is in the 2 jars in front of him. Kafka's peripheral vision. You can see Blade rubbing his chin, staring at the screen of Silver Wolf's mobile phone, watching the Protection Star God open the jars. But the broken sword in his hand has been locked on Dan Hung, and the sword light will follow him as long as there is any abnormal movement. Dan Hung is very distressed, not because of the blade, but because of the Kinstore. How can anyone open it? People who were exiled from Luofu ferry boat can't do it. He clenched the Izumo spear tightly, and because of the Joy Star God opening the can, he temporarily put down the fight tacitly. The can was placed on the counter. Aha cherished the opportunity bought with 500,000 credit points. The wooden hammer in his hand kept shaking. It made Topa and Shajin frown. Only the Amber King was calm as before. Aha finally gave up and gave the decision to Su Fan. It's hard to choose, Boss Su Fan. Help me choose one. Su Fan said, the left-hand side. Aha nodded with satisfaction, but the wooden hammer pointed in another direction. Then it's the right side. Su Fan. Haha. Seeing the speechless Su Fan, Aha's mask came with a happy laugh. Aha was in full view of the crowd. He picked up the wooden hammer. He attacked the jar on the right. The jar wanted to survive, wanted to stand in the world, and walk towards the king of jars step by step. The dream was shattered at this moment. The joyful wooden hammer hit the top of the jar, unable to avoid the unspeakable terrible pressure, causing cracks in the tightly sealed jar body. The dream of a generation of Jar Kings. It ended under the terrifying and bizarre, joyful sneak attack. Unknown to the world, it disappeared from the world. Ah glanced at the jar. Why did it feel like something was broken in the falling hammer? But these are not important. I just want to know if it is an empty jar. Aha wanted to touch the broken jar fragments with his hands. His eyes looked through the hole in the mask. He saw that it was not an empty jar. He let go of some of his worries. He could change later. It made Aha's eyes jump. What could have caused the God of Joy to have such a change of mood? It was naturally a scene that exceeded psychological expectations. The green liquid flames, like grass and trees, flowed out from the fragments of the cans and instantly covered the counter of the Kinstore. The wind blew from outside the door. The green flowing fire surged against the wind, and the liquid flames spread endlessly in an instant, like a green sea of fire on the counter. Aha also saw layers of mist rising above the sea of fire, and the raging fire burned the air and evaporated the void, but it did not bring the same destructive power as the appearance. But it brought a rich life force that moved people and made them yearn for it. Aha stretched his hand into the green flames and felt the lingering burning of the flames wrapped around his arm, and the unparalleled breath of life continued to surge like a tide, from the arm all the way up to the heart. He also stretched his arm in front of the Amber King. The meaning was very clear. Do you want to try it too? The Amber King ignored it. Just looking at this green fire with vitality, a little curiosity emerged in his dull and silent expression. He had seen such a flame on the ancient beast. The fire on the ancient beast was terrifying, ferocious, and destructive, while the green flame on Aha's hand symbolized life. There was an essential difference between the two, if you really want to find a similar one. The Amber King subconsciously thought of abundance. The burning life fire on Aha's arm coincided with the pharmacist's abundance, both of which were life force. Topa carefully leaned forward and observed the fire in the hand of the god of joy, whispering, "Such a rich fire of life. Could it be a blessing from the god of abundance?" Then, Topa shook his head. How could a star god bless another star god? And this was a flame from a jar. It was definitely not that simple. The first thought of Shajin was similar to Topalin. His eyes penetrated the fire. I saw it. On the floor of the jar shop, many new shoots appeared like bamboo shoots after rain, breaking through the cracks between the stone slabs. In an instant, from the new shoots, they grew into branches. A rich and refreshing medicinal fragrance permeated. The wild grass was affected by the breath of life and turned into a strange medicinal material. For a while, the jar shop became a strange medicinal field. Aha laughed, a clear and loud laugh. It was a compliment, like when opening the can. Admiration. The magical flame, like liquid water, has a surging breath of life, which is different from the raging fire that burns and destroys everything in the world. Also amazed. Under the influence of the raging fire, the weeds in the can shop instantly turned into a medicine field beyond everyone's expectations. The pupils of the Amber King were dilated in surprise. Not to mention using the topaz and gold in the can shop, even the account didn't pretend to be dead. The people outside the door, exclamations, surprises, and doubts came one after another. They can all be summarized as, I have never seen such a strange flame with such a strange shape and strange effects. Aha stood in the medicine field, picked up a few herbs, lifted a corner of the mask, and put in his mouth to chew. Aha commented, "It's 100 years old, but it has an unexpected breath of life." Then he looked at Su Fan and asked, "Interesting strange flame, is it the fire of life?" Su Fan shook his head. I was sighing in my heart. It's worthy of being Aha. He easily put down his star god airs and tasted it in public. Su Fan replied, "It's the strange fire." Aha became curious, extinguished the fire on his arm, looked at the strange fire still burning on the counter, and asked, "What is the strange fire?" Amber King looked at Su Fan. Obviously, he also wanted to know what the strange fire was. Topa listened while releasing the croaker to taste the herbs. The croakers who used to be picky about food seemed to have fallen into a food paradise, eating herbs and swallowing the breath of life in the jar store that had become a medicinal field. Shajin was also listening, but his hands did not hesitate, secretly collecting the herbs that came out of the strange fire, wanting to know, what is the breath of life that the joyful star god said? As for flowers, 0. Imitating Aha's posture, he ate the herbs. Shajin's pupils had an earthquake, and the 100-year-old medicine age, combined with the breath of life, and the hidden injuries in the body were repaired invisibly. Su Fan looked at the counter, where the colorful liquid fire was fluctuating and changing, and turned into an inconspicuous herb, and said, "There are a total of 23 kinds of strange fires." Aha, you opened it, the flame of life, which ranks 5th on the list of strange fires. The strange fire is filled with the power of destruction. The flame of life is different from other strange fires and has a unique life force. With the flame of life, life will be infinitely extended, except when the life breath in the strange fire is exhausted. Well, you're a star god, you don't have to worry about your lifespan, and you don't need it too much. Aha raised his eyebrows. Seeing that the green flame was also disguised, it turned into a medicinal herb. He repeatedly retorted, "Who said that the star god is no longer needed? As a kind-hearted and enthusiastic person, I can't bear to see that there are still people in the universe who are troubled by the breath of life, such as the people of fertility, the antimatter core, and countless people who need help." Su Fan can already imagine the scene of Aha carrying the flame of life in the universe, combining joy and the power of life to do great things in the human aspect. The flame of living beings ranks fifth. Aha placed it in his palm and asked, "What are the first 4 different fires?" Su Fan replied, "The first 4 are the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame, the pure lotus demon fire, the void devouring flame, and the emperor flame. The Golden Emperor burning heaven flame can burn Do Chi, which is the power of destiny, and can burn everything. The pure lotus demon fire purifies everything into nothingness. The void devouring flame has the ability to devour everything, and the emperor flame is more special. It uses the burning technique to make different fires devour each other and evolve. After fusing 22 different fires, it can form the emperor flame ranked first on the different fire list." Aha was yearning to hear this. The inconspicuous flame actually has such a terrifying power. I understand. The emperor flame needs the burning technique, which is the end point of different fires devouring each other. It can also be said that the different fires themselves are one. The devouring of different fires leveled out the strengths and weaknesses of each other, and then looked at the flame of living beings that have been disguised as medicinal materials. Aha clenched his hands. The flame of living beings was refined in an instant. Aha felt the strange fire taking root and merging in his body, and also felt the huge vitality brought by the flame of life. Even the star gods had to admire it. The flame of life. It is worthy of being the 5th strange fire on the strange fire list. Amber King looked at Aha. Capturing the changes of the flame of life in his body, it brought a huge and surging vitality, and the strange fire began to affect Aha, and it was also the first strange fire to affect the star god, to protect the universe. Amber King's heart was beating. If someone could really open the burning art to fuse the 22 kinds of strange fires, so that the emperor flame ranked first in the strange fire list would appear in the universe, then the huge crisis to be faced in the future will have a new powerful combat power. However, the person or thing that fuses the emperor flame. Amber King hoped from the bottom of his heart that it would not be Aha. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of chaos would happen in the universe. At least there would be joyful laughter resounding throughout the universe. There was a rich medicinal fragrance next to Topa's little nose. After the joyful star god opened the flame of life, the jar shop turned into a medicine field, and Zhang Zhang also ate too much in a medicine field, and his stomach was filled with a huge amount of life breath. His previous body size was similar to the four masters and became a circle bigger. The change in the account is not important. The focus now is the flame of life. Topa was amazed at the strangeness of the strange fire. There is actually a flame with life breath as the main body, and it is ranked 5th on the strange fire list. The first 4, all were said by Boss Su Fan. The Emperor Flame ranked first. Dare not think about it, because it requires the fusion of 22 strange fires. In the future, no matter it is opened, the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame, or the Void Devouring Flame, or other strange fires, they will become the focus of the universe. Because the first one to open the strange fire is the joyful star god, it is equivalent to actively involving a star god. Even more heart-shaking changes. If you can open the burning art that fuses the strange fire, then you have the capital to make a deal with the star god, and ask for advice and bargain with the star god. Shajin's eyes condensed, amazing at the strange fire, the flame of life. The terrifying breath of life means an extremely strong and incredible recovery ability. According to Boss Su Fan, As long as the vitality of the flame of life is not exhausted, it can last forever. The ability to make herbs grow wildly is unique in the universe. As long as you're good at using it, you can monopolize the medicinal materials business in the universe. Because medicinal materials can accelerate growth and have a breath of life, they're no less than those affected by abundance. And the key is that there are no sequelae of abundance. Unfortunately, the flame of life was driven away by the joyful star god. Sha Jin still feels that the future is in his hands, because there are still 5 jars that have not been opened. That means there is a possibility of opening the burning art and the strange fire. From a general rational point of view, Sha Jin thinks that the probability is too slim, and there are too many things in the jar, so many that it is unimaginable. What's more, there are empty jars. But in terms of luck, he is not inferior to others. Sha Jin is confident. There is also full confidence. This is the chance of victory that he relies on to turn from a slave to the 10 people of Stoneheart step by step. Gui Naifan watched it very seriously. As the only designated live broadcast room of the jars in Luofu Xianzhou, no details can be missed. Gui Naifan's mind has been flying to the sky since the moment the jar shop opened. It was all supported by the cloud of surprise. Gui Naifan exclaimed, "The Joy Star God actually opened the flame of life, the 5th-ranked strange fire on the strange fire list. Look, the jar shop has become a medicine field under the influence of the breath of life." The Joy Star God even tasted it himself and gave an evaluation of the century-old medicine. Wait, the breath of life contained in the medicinal materials. Doesn't it mean there is only one in the universe? At Chiming goes online. Isn't this the most appropriate auxiliary medicinal material for refining the devouring demon in body special effect pill? Wait, why did Miss Topa put the piggy bank full? The account made the medicine field a mess. Fortunately, only a small part was damaged. Dan Ding Division. Bailu looked at the screen eagerly. The flame of living spirits captured her mind, and she was also suppressed by the 2nd-ranked void devouring flame. Boss Su Fan said that it has the ability to devour everything. Isn't it the same as the devouring ancestral talisman's devouring ability? But fortunately, the void devouring flame was not opened. The Changel Tianjun opened the flame of living spirits. The effect of the flame of living spirits. Bailu was drooling when she saw it. It can be said to be the holy fire of medicine. It's a pity that it was opened by the star god, and it is highly likely that it cannot be negotiated to develop medicine the field. Only the jar shop that has become a medicinal field is left. When seeing the accountants making trouble, Xiao Gizi, stop the accountants and don't harm the medicinal materials. Bailu pouted and heard Xiao Gizi's voice. While shouting, she left a striking message in the live broadcast room. Xingcha Sea Center. Huahua bought it for Su Shang, which is the milk tea sold on Luofu Xianzhou at the moment, Xingyu Bobo. Xingyu Bobo was very popular in Luofu. The appearance is as dazzling and shining as the starry sky, but the taste is so unpalatable that people stay away from it. Huahua did some research and bought it for Su Shang on purpose. Because watching the god of fun open the can, naturally we have to bring the little ones joy. With the help of the star Taro, on behalf of the tourists, Huahua expressed the most sincere gratitude and thanks with the help of Su Chang. Seeing that the sword fairy Su Chang, who was famous in Luofu Xianzhou, could not refuse the kindness, he was embarrassed. Huahua was very interesting. Wow, Su Chang, look, it's Yaimi. It's the flame of life. This strange fire ranked 5th in the strange fire ranking. The ability and effect are so terrifying. The strange and strange breath of life can stimulate the growth of plants as medicinal materials. It can also obtain life, energy, an alternative immortality that never stops. Huahua held up the star, Taro Bobo, with a smile on her face and restrained dancing, her legs shaking up and down like a lively and beautiful white fish. Su Chang was almost discolored by the taste of the star, Taro Bobo, but she couldn't help but recover a little after listening to Huahua's cheerful voice. Su Chong looked sideways and heard Xiao Gizi's summary. Pinching the star, Taro Bobo, she sighed. Oh, the strange fire before the flame of life is, to some extent, no less than the group of talismans opened by Bai Lu. Especially Emperor Flame. Miss Hua Hua, do you want to open jar? Open the jar? Hua Hua playfully rolled his eyes at Su Chong, raised a finger, pointed in the direction of the Golden Man Lane. The brisk voice was full of yearning and a hint of madness. The god of fun can open strange fire. Look at my name, Hua Hua. I was born with strange fire. What kind of burning art, the void-swallowing flame, the pure lotus demon fire, and the golden emperor burning heaven flame are all in my jar. Su Chong hesitated. Hua Hua waited for Su Chong. Su Chong, when you opened the jar, could you have predicted that you would open the innate sword embryo and the sword fairy experience light ball? Su Chong was stunned by the question and shook her head. I can't predict it. Hua Hua raised his toes and stepped on the ground, landing with a sound. So you have to believe in this Lord Hua Hua. Otherwise, I will buy you 3 more star Taro Bobo. Star Taro Bobo? Su Chong has been so unpalatable that she seems to be poisoned. She will never touch milk tea that is even more unpalatable than soda bean juice in her life. Su Chong nodded hurriedly, expressing her belief in Hua Hua's good luck, and turned her eyes to look at the eye-catching message in the live broadcast room. Hua Hua's gaze coincided with Su Chang's, and she also looked at the striking message. Playing cards to death. Bluebird the star god seemed to have good luck, and all the strange fires have been opened. Players who don't want to be banned again. Silver Wolf, maybe you can open the Emperor Flame directly from the jar without synthesis. Ms. Pei of the Pawnbroker, Emerald the Emperor Flame. It should be said that the jar makes people think about it. Cold Crow, Snow clothes the vitality of the flame of living beings, is beyond imagination. After refining, it can still have a long life that coexists with the breath of life of the strange fire. In some ways, it is not inferior to abundance. Real name Internet access, Jingyuan the world, is full of wonders. Unknown alien merchant, Rakshasa +1. Chiming online, Bailu at Xiao Gizi, stop the account quickly, don't mess with the medicinal materials. Ruthless divination machine, Fu at Chiming online. Someone used the Chongguan formation to deduce that the strange fire has some origins with the Danding division, probably because Changle Tianjun is good to the devouring Zufu. Chiming online, Bailu, that's great. Cold Crow, Jackdaw the last jar of the joyful star god, is about to be opened. In the jar store. Aha's eyes penetrated the mask and locked onto the shelf 12, exuding infinite confidence from inside to outside, and said loudly, Boss Su Fan, give me 21 jars that can open strange fire. Su Fan spread his hands. Sorry, I can't do it. Forget it, forget it. Aha is very compassionate and generous, and forgave Fan's stinginess. After all, he is a jar merchant. It is impossible to take out all the jars containing strange fire. The jar opener opened all the strange fire at once. Will you still do business in the future? Aha also has a side that understands the people's sentiments. He is not a high-handed and indifferent star array. If Su Fan knew that Aha had so many dramas in his mind, he would definitely complain and expose it on the spot. One person has 10 jars per week, and the amount of your jars comes from the sharing of Gold Dust and Amber King. Aha glanced at Su Fan, picked up the wooden hammer to open the jar, and said confidently, The last one, the jar looks like a jar, but actually it contains 2 items. One is the burning art, and the other is the strange fire. Amber King's eyes were filled with urging. Why is there so much drama when Huan Yue opens a jar? Open it quickly. After smashing it, we have to continue repairing the wall. Shajin stared at Aha, seeing the confidence and determination. Could it be that the star god can capture the situation inside the jar? Topa remembered the identity of the happy star god, and this speech was very much like a speech that aroused curiosity and expectation, because even the Amber King could not see through the jar. Open, just like Aha. The last jar brought by the unknown will definitely be extraordinary. Aha raised the wooden hammer, as if he had returned to the days when he sneaked into the pioneering train. The shadow drawn by the hammer in the air was like the track of the pioneering journey, and the jar was the unknown and mysterious world in the pioneering journey. Bang! The jar broke. A ball of rosy light burst out instantly, condensed into an orange-red light curtain in the air, and quietly hovered above the counter, attracting everyone's attention. Topa raised his head and whispered, "Is it an experience light ball or a memory light ball?" In the heart of the gold sand there was a slight denial. The shape of the hovering light curtain was different from any previous light ball. It should be a new item that had never been opened in the jar store. He is worthy of being a star god. He seemed to be born with a special luck. The Amber King rubbed his chin. He really couldn't see what the light curtain was, just like the many jars on the shelf. Ah laughed. It is precisely because of the mystery that it cannot be seen through. So it brings infinite possibilities. Behind the mass pigeon mask, there was a giggle. Is the burning technique of fusion of strange fire hidden in the light curtain? Su Fan broke Aha's laughter. Unfortunately, it is not the burning technique, but another kind of skill. Aha was expectant. Oh. Su Fan looked into the depths of the light curtain and saw the floating technique. It's the supreme boxing technique, the pictographic fist. Pictographic fist? Topa was puzzled. Why would it be the supreme boxing technique? But Boss Su Fan would definitely not mess with anyone. Topa gave the information he had received in the company. That's not right. I remember that there was a record of the pictographic fist in the Interstellar Peace Company, which is a boxing technique created by simulating the specialties and forms of animals. Shaji nodded and added, "This ancient boxing technique exists within the Xianzhou Alliance." The Amber King stared at the light screen, and then his eyes fell on Su Fan's face. What is the difference between the pictographic fist opened from a jar? Ah had a headache. It was the information about opening the jar. After opening the jar, he knew nothing about it and had to rely on the explanation of the boss Su Fan. This confusing and nervous waiting was very uncomfortable. Combined with the voice of Su Fan when explaining, it can constantly stir the heartstrings of the can opener and cause the amazement of other people. Aha is the god of joy. Think. Su Fan has already set foot in the way of joy. Aha asked, "How supreme is the supreme boxing?" Su Fan's eyes were full of amusement and fell on Aha. This pictographic fist can be said to be a perfect fit for Aha. The voice of explanation sounded in the jar shop. The pictographic fist uses boxing to draw the power of destiny. You can use the shape of all things according to the power of destiny and imitate the image of others to use their power and ability. The only flaw is that it will inherit weaknesses. Pictographic fist. Use the power of destiny to display the form of all things, thus achieving the supreme boxing. Aha. Amber King. Topa account. Gold dust. Use the form of all things. You can imitate and use its abilities. Is this the pictographic fist? Aha was shocked and asked in surprise. Apart from inheriting weaknesses, are there any other restrictions? Su Fan replied, "No." Aha began to feel itchy. Then, wouldn't it be possible to imitate the appearance of Si Yuan, who and use his abilities by performing a set of pictographic fist? Of course. Aha's smile behind the mask became more and more rampant, and his voice was calmer than ever. No wonder it became the supreme boxing. Then what about the fallen star god? Of course you can. The Amber King turned his head and looked at Aha, who had already understood what he was going to do with the Xiangxing fist. He snorted coldly. When the train hit the star wall, you and A. Cavalli were on the pioneering train, right? Aha laughed, pretending not to hear Si Yuan Hu's voice. Stretching out his hand to touch the depths of the light curtain, everything about Xiangxing fist was wrapped around his arm by the light curtain, and the light on the back of his hand was all absorbed into his body. Xiangxing fist. All understood at this moment. Aha laughed. As long as he did a set of boxing casually and then used the power of destiny to guide him, he could become anyone he wanted to become. His eyes flashed, falling on the Amber King. Si Yuan Hu, don't mind imitating you? The Amber King acquiesced, wanting to see what kind of boxing Xiangxing fist is. Aha performed a set of boxing smoothly, and Si Yuan Hu's destiny in the Luofu ferry boat fell on him, and his body and appearance changed with the progress of boxing. His body became taller, his temperament became more rugged, and he was a good wall repairer. 2 Amber Kings appeared in the jar shop. Aha laughed to the sky, feeling the joy of becoming the Amber King, his face full of joy. From now on, he can tease the star gods at will in the universe, and further tease and play with the envoys of each star god. There is no way but to master the joy star god of pictographic fist. Tapa. He subconsciously ignored Aha's laughter. He used 1/10 of the power of the guardian envoy in his body. He distinguished the 2 Amber Kings. What a pity. Tapa's efforts came to nothing, and he sighed softly. 2 Amber Kings really appeared. With the perception of the guardian envoy, it is impossible to capture the true and false. Sand Gold, who is also one of the 10 people in Stoneheart, has exactly the same perception as Tapa. At this moment, I really understand why Boss Su Fan said that the pictographic fist would be the highest boxing. The degree of imitation is too incredible. When I think of the fun attribute of the joyful star god, I am afraid that there will be a constant stream of fun in the universe in the future, especially the Guardians will become the hardest hit area of being teased. Aha asked the Amber King in the guise of the Amber King, "Can the Guardian distinguish?" The Amber King did not answer. Aha was playing the pictographic fist. When he punched, he found that part of the power of preservation in his body went to Huan Yue. So, pictographic fist is not only imitation, but also can use corresponding abilities. Preservation is silent. Aha tried to use the power of preservation, and with a bang, giant amber hammer appeared in his hand, but it was a smaller model that appeared in the jar store. Topa's eyes were full of the shadow of the amber hammer. Pictographic fist can actually use the ability of the person being imitated. The ability of the protector in the body cannot distinguish between the real and the fake. Topa exclaimed, "If Huan Yue Star God hits the preservation hammer casually, won't the Amber Era be in chaos in the future?" Aha pretended to be angry. "Little Order, you are so annoying." Amber King doesn't care what the Interstellar Peace Company does, but he still cares. Will Joy use the pictographic fist to mess around in the image of Amber King? Amber King fell into thought. As one of the oldest star gods, I have reached the calendar to break the pictographic fist. The activation of the pictographic fist must lead the destiny. For example, at this moment, Joy still needs to use the power of preservation to use the ability of preservation. Otherwise, it is just a simple pictographic imitation. This is the key to the pictographic fist. Amber King said lightly, "The form can be pictographic, but the power of preservation is required to exert strength. In the future, you don't need to borrow the power of preservation." Hearing this, Topa and Shajin breathed a sigh of relief. If it is just a shape, it can still be distinguished. The pictographic fist of Joy, Star God, will not be so seamless. Aha was so angry that he took a breath. "If you don't lend it, I will start stealing in the future." Amber King. When Amber King thought about this, Aha could definitely do it. "Don't be afraid of the giant hammer. It's up to you." Giant hammer? Aha was not scared. Under the giant hammer, many ancient beasts fell, and there was also the breeding that devoured half of the universe. As a star god, Aha knew that the responsibility of preservation was heavy, and as a star god of joy, he was naturally very considerate, and the novelty of the image fist in his heart had not yet dissipated. Aha hit another set. Image fist. The figure changed from Amber King to a Kivali. Aha raised his hands with a Kivali's face and wanted to use the development, but there was no response. Aha sighed, and the sadness in it resounded throughout the Lafu immortal boat, and his eyes smiled with tears. "I didn't capture the power of development. Did a Kivali, and you really fall." Amber King said nothing, just watched joy and development reunited in another way. Topa hugged Zhang Zhang tightly, watching Aha transform from the Amber King into the Pioneer Star God, and everything about the pictographic fist was confirmed. Shajin stared at the Pioneer Star God imitated by Aha without moving, and he would not find any flaws unless he laughed joyfully. Pictographic fist is indeed the supreme boxing. Ginelifin and the surrounding cloud cavalry looked at each other in surprise. Ginelifin still didn't quite believe what he saw, and blinked hard in surprise. Just now, the joyful star god turned into the Amber King and took out the protective hammer, and then turned into the pioneer star god. The answer of the cloud cavalry came from behind the face armor, but it was just as hesitant. It seems to be like this. The eyes fell on the jar shop, falling on the aha version of a Cavalli in front of the Amber King. Ginolifin gradually came back to his senses. The pictographic fist seems to have fallen into the hands of the joyful star god, and there will be great fun in the universe in the future. The barrage in the live broadcast room also had the same idea as Gue Naifin. Or should I look at fireworks? Fireworks' pictographic fist is worthy of being the supreme fist. You must be careful when you meet the star god in the future. We'll be the god of fun in disguise. The ruthless divination machine, Talisman the god of fun, will probably be very angry. The live broadcast revealed the ability of the pictographic fist, which made the universe more vigilant. Or should I look at fireworks? Fireworks, have you ever considered that it is precisely because of the vigilance in the heart that the god of fun can be more involved in the role, so as to obtain more unexpected pleasure? The fourth band player, Silver Wolf Little Fireworks, you know so much, could it be the masked fool? Or should I look at fireworks? Fireworks, just like the god of fun, who can use the pictographic fist, please guess carefully. The unknown alien merchant. Rakshasa, the star god of joy, imitates the star god with the pictographic fist. If the ability of the star god is to be used, the Amber King has confirmed the corresponding destiny power. Ms. Pei of the pawnbroker, Emerald, praised the Amber King. Shang's only account. Su Sang, the original one, can really simulate the fallen star god, but the appearance of a Cavalli in the jar shop should be dominated by the mortal nature. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yanqing, 2 jars were opened, and the strange fire and the pictographic fist were revealed. I'm envious. Real name Internet Access. Jing Yuan, I wonder what will happen when Changle Tianjun imitates Emperor Gong Siming with a pictographic fist to scare show when Huazu. Cold Crow, Jack Dahaha. I already have the picture of show when Huazu running away in my mind. Pierpoint. The heads of the 7 major departments of the Interstellar Peace Company and Louis Fleming, one of the founders of the company, were so shocked by the live projection that they were speechless. What kind of luck is this for the happy star god? The strange fire of the living creatures was opened right at the beginning, and the strange fire system that was extended from then on, it makes people tremble and yearn for it at the same time. Emperor Flame, Void Devouring Flame, Pure Lotus Demon Fire, and other strange fires constantly stirred the hearts of the people. Then it was opened. Pictographic fist. It was even more surprising. What? He directly imitated the Amber King and summoned the protective hammer in his hand. If the real White King was not in the jar shop, he subconsciously regarded the imitation of the joyful star god as the real Amber King. Fortunately, the Amber King, he found the key to the use of the pictographic fist. If it was a star god, he would need a part of the fate power. As long as the star god did not borrow the heart to be on guard, the imitation of the pictographic fist by the joyful star god was just a facade. Then what about the star god? As soon as the doubt was born, a Kivli appeared. The former unknown guest of the Market Development Department, Zhao, Osvaldo Schneider, couldn't help but take a few steps forward. This is the figure of countless unknown guests in the galaxy who now reappeared because of the opening of the jar. Although it was not the real a Cavalli, but the joyful star god pretending to be a pictographic fist. But that pioneering light always illuminates Osvaldo Schneider's heart. A corner of the Milky Way. The train gallops through the sea of stars. Pam, the conductor of the Star Dome train, was cleaning the carriage, and suddenly she looked at a corner of the universe with a feeling. Not far away, Jeezy, who was drinking coffee, found that Pam's expression seemed a little wrong. She gently put down her crossed long legs and stood up and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Pam?" Pam looked at Jeezy, feeling very depressed. Just now, it seemed like a moment, as if I saw the second worst nameless guest coming back, but it was only a moment. Pack. Coo. Jeezy squatted down and comforted Pam. Now the train has set sail again, and the train will become lively again. Yeah. Pam nodded. Come on, Pam. Somewhere in the universe. Inside the company's ship, The opening of the can of the joyful star god has ended. Representative. The short truce is over. However, Blade did not act immediately, but looked at Silver Wolf and Kafka and asked, "Are all the things opened by the star god from the can shop?" Silver Wolf sighed. He would be banned once for every eye-catching message he posted, but fortunately he finished watching the whole show. Answering Blade's question, "In the can shop, there is nothing you can't open, only things you can't think of." Blade's voice was dull, as if he'd been cut by a sharp blade 1,000 times. Where is the Super Dragon Ball in Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball is one of the popular science items that Silver Wolf found in the kin shop while watching the live broadcast. Silver Wolf shrugged. Super Dragon Balls are just like the modifiers in the game. If our universe is destroyed one day, Song should be able to collect the original if he has Super Dragon Balls. Blade kept this sentence in mind, subconsciously drew out the sword covered with broken lines, and pointed directly at Dan Hung, who was already ready in the distance. The sword wind whistled, accompanied by Blade's angry voice. "Karma has come. How to repay the debt owed?" Silver Wolf watched Blade launch an attack, and looked at Kafka, who was lost in thought. "Don't you take action?" 323 Kafka looked at the French window where the light of the universe came in, and reluctantly moved her eyes away from the mobile phone screen, her voice clear and melodious. Protection, joy, 5 kins opened 5 items. Whether it is books or Phoenix Blood Red Gold, a powerful pill that increases strength 100 times. Or maybe the Flame of Life, which ranks 5th on the list of strange fires, and the Supreme Boxing and Pictographic Boxing all prove one thing, don't they? Silver Wolf was puzzled. What is it? The thing that makes the star god excited has appeared in the universe, and it is a good time for us Star Core hunters to act. Action for what? Kafka had a headache. The Silver Wolf was small and had many ideas. Kafka whispered, "Of course, go open the can." The Blade rushed over. Dan Hengqian's spear was ready to shoot like a dragon. But a cosmic hurricane suddenly came from behind, and a giant ship that had traveled through many galaxies slowly docked. The morning actor standing on the deck looked at Dan Hung and the Star Core hunters. "Lament the misfortune of life and abandon the joy of nature." A voice like a morning poem came. Since being exiled from Luofu and boarding the company's ship, Dan Hung has gradually learned about many forces in the universe, and now it is the morning area where the Joy Star God gives power with black humor. Dan Hung said nothing, jumped onto the gondola of the morning actor, shook his phone, and said, "The God of Tricks is spreading the way of joy to the universe in the form of live broadcast." The morning actor, who possesses the power of the Joy Star God, is committed to spreading the rejection of joy in many galaxies. Now the God of Tricks has a new way of spreading. Naturally, they can't sit idly by. The gondola takes Dan Hung and sets sail again. Blade held the broken sword with a fierce look in his eyes. The sword light shattered the ship and didn't catch up with Dan Hung's footsteps, remembering the direction of the gondola heading towards the starry sky. The live broadcast ended. Silver Wolf waved at the unwilling and angry Blade. "Okay." Blade met in Luofu. Kafka looked at the location of the Luofu ferry boat. "You will meet the can shop. You will also meet Su Fan, the owner of the can shop." Chong Letian. Huahua held her phone and giggled nonstop. Her voice is sweet as a silver bell filled with joy. "Su Chong, do you think I look like a masked fool?" "Well, at most I look like a tourist with a lively mind and quick wit. It's great to meet Su Chong in Luofu. Next I should start a new trip. See you again if we are lucky." Huahua left with a bang, turned around, and gave Su Chong a farewell smile, then disappeared in the crowd of Luofu. Su Chong stared at Huahua in a daze. After waiting for Huahua's figure to completely disappear, she found a small note stuffed into her hand, and it seemed that Huahua's voice rang in her ears again, but this time there was a hint of cynicism. "I find a fun thing every day, and those who surround me stay away from me." Dan Ding Si, a street away from Bai Lu's room. Huahua looked at the tree in the courtyard of the Chi Huang office boredly, imagining how majestic and tall the Fengrao Jianmu was in its heyday, and suddenly looked at a fox passerby beside her. "Since we parted at the tavern, it's considered goodbye. Opening the can in the live broadcast room and exposing it to all parts of the universe, and then performing on stage, is this the joy of the god of fun? The fox passerby scratched his head, very confused. The life breath of the strange fire is too bright, just like a lamp in the dark. As Hua's voice fell, the flame of the living creature in the fox passerby's body completely subsided, and the pictographic fist simulated that the fox man did not notice the strange fire. But as Hua's sense too sharp? Aha asked, "What are you doing here?" "To have some fun from the god of fun, of course." "Oh, if the herbs provided by the flame of life have some insignificant side effects, what will be the mentality of the Xianzhou people who devoured the source of the evil spirit?" Keep talking, keep talking. For example, waking up bald, back pain, insufficient kidney energy, reduced size, becoming a few centimeters shorter, etc. It's easy to recover. As long as you can maintain a calm mind for 3 days, the negative effects will naturally disappear. Ah, it's so fun. Aha gave Hua a thumbs up, and then pretended to be a patient to find Bai Lu to implement a small plan that he and Hua had in mind. Amber King. Back to the Tianhui star wall, the previous human body dissipated in the sea of stars and returned to the body of the protector star god again. The storm of memory is rising. The memory star god is here, standing on the other side of the universe to witness the Tianhui star wall. Not far away, the harmonious music of the beginning of the creation of heaven and earth sounded, and the harmonious star God sang loudly with 1,000 faces. The law of harmony helps the weak with the strong and protects the living with death. The meshing sound of gears sounded, and the dripping mechanical humming sound of deducing all things gradually returned to silence with the arrival of the knowledgeable master. The Amber King knew why they came. The Amber King stopped talking. Phoenix blood red gold and Dao Jiet gold appeared in his hands. Under the blessing of the protection power, the red light of Phoenix blood red gold appeared. It was also like a spurting sun, and it was more like a fire phoenix in a hot and boiling sea of fire that wanted to flap its wings. A phoenix cry resounded throughout the universe and took off to the Tianhui star wall. The endless Tianhui star wall was shining with flames, illuminating the countless planets in the universe from dusk to daytime. Phoenix blood red gold perfectly integrated into the star wall and was controlled by the power of protection. Dao Jiet gold followed closely. The more blazing golden light echoed with the flames of the star wall, making the Tianhui star wall covered with Dao patterns. The reinforcement from the supreme fairy gold made the surface of the star wall reflect the color of gold and fierce light. Just looking at it, it seems that you can capture the endless pressure and the indestructibility of the Tianhui star wall. The Amber King raised the giant hammer of preservation high at this moment, and the giant hammer of preservation that opened a new era fell on the Tianhui star wall. The sound of the hammer resounded throughout the universe for a long time. It was announced at this moment. The 2157 Amber Era has passed. Open. The 2158 Amber Era. The Library of Tianbosi. Qingyi covered her mouth excitedly to avoid exclamations that would interrupt other people who were reading. Qingyi saw a shocking scene in Gue Naifen's live broadcast room. Topa opened the supreme immortal gold. The library was completely stained with the golden luster of immortal gold, and so was the sky of Luofu Cave Heaven. There were also messages reminding that the entire universe was shrouded in this light. Such a scene. There was no time for more surprises, because the next person to arrive was the protector star god. Bu Tian Siming came in person. Is it to see the immortal material called Daojia Gold, or to see the jar? The exclamation in the library completely broke the quiet atmosphere in the library. Wait! The second star god came out from the crowd. Is it Changel Tianjun, Joy Star God? This star god doesn't even have 500,000 credit points. It's too much of a shock to people. Qing and I listened to the discussion quietly, staring at the screen. At this moment, the library became a chat room. Qing and I didn't know. On the empty chair beside her, an elegant and mysterious fortune teller was sitting in the memory mode. Black Swan propped up her cheek with her hand, and her eyes swept across the faces of the people in the library and finally fell into the live broadcast room with Ching and I. Such a precious, wonderful, and unique memory. It makes the rememberer the most heartwarming and exciting moment. The protection and joy star gods showed their mortal nature and human body and came to the jar shop in person. There are only a few in the history of the universe, or even never before. A charming smile gradually bloomed on the face of the Black Swan, just like the surging mind at the moment. It was great to be able to seize the opportunity to arrive at Luofu at this moment. The Black Swan looked at everything in the jar shop, saw it, the opening of the book, saw the appearance of the second supreme fairy gold. The phoenix blood red gold was so intoxicating. Through the memory, I saw that there was really a divine phoenix that wanted to flap its wings and fly, and the flames of Yangshe Gang burned all the filth in the world. Saw the Amber King open the last jar. Power pill. Increased the power 100 times within 3 days. For ordinary people, it is just a step towards becoming a strong man, and for the strong, it is a weapon to become the strongest and extraordinary, but it fell into the hands of the Amber King. The thoughts of the Black Swan are the same as the message in the live broadcast room. The star gods who want to bring disaster to the universe, or the ancient beasts that are not dead, facing the Amber King who uses the power pill, have no choice but to escape, praying that they will not be caught or hammered to death within the validity period of the power pill. The eyes are flashing. Black Swan diverged his thoughts. If the Destroyer Star God went to provoke the Heavenly Wisdom Star Wall, the Antimatter Army and the self-destructive lunatics who were causing trouble to the entire universe would probably follow the footsteps of the Breeding Star God because of the Destroyer Star God, and thus become leaderless and remnant in the universe. Black Swan thought so. He saw the Joy Star God opening the can. His pupils suddenly became round, staring blankly at the strange fire on the phone screen. The flame of life was burning and changing, and it also burned Black Swan's heart. Such a strange flame. It was the most terrifying for the Rememberer, just like the devouring ancestral talisman. But fortunately, only one kind of strange fire was opened. Not the strange fire with destruction mentioned by Boss Su Fan, but the strange fire with the breath of life. After that, Black Swan was completely dumbfounded, just like Ching and I. Joy Star God opened the elephant fist, performed a set of boxing, and turned directly into the Star God of Preservation. It could even use the power of preservation to summon the giant hammer of preservation. Fortunately, the Amber King explained the necessary conditions for using the ability. For the Star God, it is necessary to borrow, take, or steal the power of destiny. Black Swan was relieved when he heard it, fearing that all the star gods who appeared in the universe in the future would be Joy in reverse. For Joy Star God, the elephant fist turned into other star gods, and the star gods would sense the changes in the power. But what about the people under the star god? The more Black Swan thought about it, the more his head swelled, as if he saw Joy Star God constantly changing and imitating with the elephant fist, opening up a lot of fun and bringing a lot of chaos. Just like now, Joy Star God turned into the pioneering star god, Akavali, with the elephant fist. Black Swan mourned for Liuguang Yiting for a second. In the future, the precious memory bubbles in the universe will be strictly examined to see if they were made by Joy Star God with the elephant fist. Suddenly, Black Swan heard footsteps behind him. The footsteps were powerful and swift, and they kept falling on the ground. Especially with the blessing of high heels, they were like drum beats constantly falling into the heart. The Black Swan saw it. The blue hair was full of youthful vitality, and combined with a mature, steady, and serious temperament, it formed an extraordinary temperament that attracted people's attention. It was the rudder I saw in Tianbosi before Lekong. Qingni, who was surprised when she opened the jar, turned her head and saw the visitor, and smiled with her fox ears shaking. She wanted to share what she had seen in the jar shop just now. "Mom, there are 2 star gods in the jar shop." Yukong smiled at Qingni. "Not only 2 star gods, but also a friend who remembers." "Remember?" Qingni shook her head in confusion and found that she was the only one around. Yukong looked at the location of the Black Swan. After the game with Sufan Yuan Xiongyu, he was no longer just the Yukong of the past. I saw it in the Sikhen Palace before. A rememberer was very interested in the content in Qingni's mobile phone. Seeking flowers, 00. So, taking advantage of the fact that the star god had finished opening the can and the rememberer was in the most turbulent state, he chose to expose the secret hidden in Luofu. He was caught on the spot. The Black Swan looked at Yukong, and the figure memory hand appeared. Black Swan has seen the same ability as Tsukong. Yukong remembered the name of the Black Swan and asked, Liu Guang Yiting? Qingni was shocked. What her mother said was true. There was indeed a rememberer following her. Seeing the Black Swan nod, Yukong sighed. Only the rememberer of Liu Guang Yiting would follow Qingni's phone all the way to the library. Black Swan smiled at Qingni, soothing her slightly flustered mood. But Yixingxin has already kissed the jar shop. Yukong nodded. Liu Guang Tianjun has been to Luofu. Luofu is sure that you will follow the footsteps of Xingxin. As long as you do not violate Luofu laws, you are welcome to come. The rememberer comes for the memory and the jar shop, but Black Swan spoke slowly, as if he had read something from Yukong, and his voice became slow, but his steps moved forward. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Yukong, he whispered in his ear with a voice that only two people could speak. Yukong, your memory with Su Fan seems a little intimate. It's a little secret. Black Swan deliberately glanced at Qingni, who had no idea about it. Yukong's fox ears shook, his tail stretched straight, and his cheeks suddenly turned red. Black Swan smiled without leaving any trace. As a meme who embarked on a journey of fate, he knew that Yukong opened the jar to search for that memory, but made an unexpected discovery. Black Swan continued to whisper, Don't worry, the memoirist will not reveal it casually. I want to know everything about Su Fan. Black Swan's voice was like a breeze, constantly blowing the foxman's ears. Orkong quickly regained his composure. Even if someone knew the secret, what would it matter? It was just a simple beating of Emperor Yuan Xiongyu. Black Swan continued. In exchange for the memory of the star god, Yukong used his own body to treat his own body. A cold and playful voice sounded in the ears of Black Swan. If you want it, go collect it yourself. Be careful not to get burned and get all your swan feathers plucked out. Black Swan put his finger on his chin and smiled softly. Qing and I found that the atmosphere seemed to have changed and asked in confusion, Mom, what are you and Ija talking about? Yukong smiled and paused the tit for tat. Nothing. Qing and I knew that it was not the time to ask more questions and did not continue to dwell on this topic, but cast our eyes to the live broadcast room and exclaimed, The star god disappeared. Next, the people of Interstellar Peace Company will open the can of 0. Black Swan was about to retort Yukong's provocation and his veiled words. Then he heard Qingni's voice, and the star god had indeed left the jar shop. Suddenly, he felt something. He raised his head. His sight passed through the Tianbosi Library and the dome of the Luofu ferry boat, as if he had come to the Minister of the Universe. It was the fluctuation of the memory star god, leading thousands of travelers on the fate of memory. The memory star god walked down from Shanjianshan to the Tianhui Star Wall, needless to say, to witness the fusion of the two supreme fairy golds. As expected, the color of the sky of the Luofu ferry boat changed again, as if a divine phoenix had set off an endless sea of fire and traveled in the sea of stars in the universe, followed by a mysterious and dazzling golden glow that illuminated the sky, and accompanied by the deafening hammer sound that resounded throughout the universe, announcing the beginning of the new Amber Age. Black Swan looked at Yukong, looked at Qingni, and finally looked at the phone screen. In the 2158th century, the first lucky person who opened the can with 69-7 appeared. In the can shop, after the star god left, Topa was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure from the star god was really enough, and it took a long time for his mind to return to normal. Shajin, who also recovered, was very confident. Luck has always been on my side. Did you see the change in the sky just now? That was the Amber King using fairy gold to build the city wall and opened a new Amber era. And I am the first lucky person to open the can in the 2158th century of the Amber era. Topa was stunned for a moment, and then he said, Luofu is calculated according to the ferryboat star calendar, and so is the Kinshop. Shajin decided not to look at Topa anymore, lest this would lead to countless workplace quarrels in Pierpoint. Because everything is dedicated to the Amber King. He shared half of the 10 jars of Shajin, took out 500,000 credit points, and said, 5 jars. Topa quietly watched Shajin choose jars, and Boss Sufan placed them on the counter one by one. At this moment, he wanted to know what Shajin could open in front of 10 standard spectators. Shajin did not open the jars at the first time, but carefully looked at the wooden hammer in his hand, looked at Sufan, and said suddenly, "Sell me the wooden hammer." The wooden hammer used by the Amber King and the Joyful Star God is a divine object in a sense. Sufan's eyes lit up. Shajin was worthy of being invited by the maskful. He really had a sense of humor when he spoke. A question mark flashed across Topa's face. Shajin wanted to open jars from the jar store and also wanted to earn more value from the jar store. But it makes sense. After being used by the 2 star gods, the wooden hammer can indeed be called a divine object, and it can set off a grand auction in the universe. It's a pity. Topa knew. Boss Sufan would not agree to this proposal. Sufan sighed and replied, "As expected of a company employee, you can find business opportunities everywhere. If you want to open a can, don't have any bad thoughts about the wooden hammer." Shajin was not surprised to get a negative answer. The wooden hammer hit the can in the middle of the 5 cans. The hammer shadow fell. The can stood up tenaciously without fear of wind and rain. It couldn't withstand the crushing of the hammer. It broke with a loud bang. A ray of light flashed, illuminating the can store, and then a blue-green creature resembling a toad carrying seeds condensed. Sufan saw its appearance clearly and shouted, "Garlic turtle? Bulbasaur." Gold Dust was dumbfounded. How could the creature that came out of the jar have anything to do with turtles? It was clearly a body similar to a frog or toad, and the bulge on its back seemed to be a plant seed on its back. From the appearance, it did look a bit like garlic and onion. Gold Dust was still holding the wooden hammer, looking at Sufan with doubts. "You call this a garlic turtle?" Topa, as a pet expert, immediately raised an objection. "Boss Sufan, could you be mistaken? Look at this little cutie. It looks like a seed on the back of a frog. How could it be a garlic turtle?" The garlic turtle came out of the jar, shaking its body and looking at the new world in front of it. Sufan corrected, "Okay, it's Bulbasaur." Bulbasaur, a Pokemon with grass and poison attributes that can evolve into Bulbasaur and Venusaur. Topa nodded with satisfaction. This title is more appropriate. "What garlic turtle?" You can tell at once that it is a random name. Sufan said hesitantly, "Don't you think the seeds on its back are like turtle shells, and the appearance is similar to that of a turtle?" Shajin nodded. From the appearance, it is indeed somewhat similar, and coupled with what Boss Sufan said when it was opened, a preconceived concept was formed at this moment. Topa, who raised hundreds of creatures on the ecological ship, couldn't accept it at all at this moment, and waved his hand hurriedly. "Boss Sufan, don't say it. The more you talk, the more you can't go back. It's Bulbasaur, not garlic turtle." After the words were left, Topa decided to be a spectator again, so as not to be angry to death by Boss Sufan. Sufan glanced at the angry Topa and changed the subject. "Bulbasaur is not strong. It can be used as a cute pet partner, or it can complement each other with a stronger Pokemon partner later." Shajin's eyes flickered, and the Pokemon was probably like the Moonlight Fox that Yukong opened before, or the Dimensional Piggy Bank beside Topa. However, the Bulbasaur in front of him is too weak in terms of combat power, and can be used as a bridge to understand Pokemon. It is also a good start to open the can, and it is not an empty can at the beginning. Gold Dust asked, "For Pokemon that has not been opened, does it exist like Moi?" "There is the god of creation, Arceus." Gold Dust opened his eyes wide and stared at the garlic turtle blankly. "There is also a god of creation in Pokemon." Sufan suddenly asked, "Bulbasaur, is it an animal or a plant?" Gold Dust was stunned. What kind of question is this? Topa's mind is obviously not as good as Arceus, but Zhang helped to think about this question instead. It is said to be an animal, but there are plants behind it. Gold Dust found the key to breaking the situation and did not follow Su Fan's logical trap. So, it is a Pokemon. After hearing this, Bulbasaur shook his body happily and quietly moved away from Su Fan. There was a terrible fluctuation in his body, just like the legendary quasi-god Pokemon. 1.3 Bulbasaur silently evaluated Moi, who evolved in Su Fan's body with its own understanding of the world. Moi's 6 tails have reached 8 tails. With Bulbasaur, he also learned about the existence of Arceus and the luck of the star gods when they opened the cans before. Gold Dust was full of confidence. Keep opening the cans. After the star gods left, Gwenethan breathed a sigh of relief. See, Gold Dust opened the first can and couldn't help but chuckle. I was scared to death. I almost thought that Gold Dust would also open a reincarnation fox like Moi. It's just a Pokemon, a garlic turtle. To be precise, it's Bulbasaur. The cuteness of its little arms and legs carrying seeds is on par with D-Ting, the god of creation mentioned by Su Fan, Arceus. Isn't it just a bait to lure people to open cans? The second jar was right in front of him. There was no reason for Gold Dust to hesitate. Opening Bulbasaur was only part of opening the jar. As for other people's comments on Pokemon, Gold Dust's attention at this moment was on the wooden hammer in his hand and the 4 jars on the counter. Gold Dust moved from left to right. The hammer was raised again and dropped again, without any hesitation. Bulbasaur on the counter beside him was frightened and quickly covered his eyes with both hands, then secretly opened a small paw to open his eyes. Saw it. The piled-up jar fragments. Under Gold Dust's search, a dull gray octagonal stone appeared. Very strange. Bulbasaur tilted his head and saw a dark red line pattern on it, which was a piglet. Gold Dust picked up the stone and put it in his hand. The texture of the stone was different. It was not the feeling of inferior stone, but similar to the cornerstone. Cornerstone? Gold Dust's pupil shrank. I don't know why it feels like this. The cornerstone is also known as the holy body of the Amber King, which contains the power of the protector. Why does this seemingly dull stone also have this feeling? Shajin looked at Su Fan with doubts and expressed his inner feelings. Why do I feel like I am holding another cornerstone when I hold this stone? Topa's eyebrows jumped, and his eyes fell on the inconspicuous stone, locking on the piglet pattern in the middle of the stone. If it is another cornerstone, then the ability of this stone is closely related to it. Su Fan looked at the talisman in Shajin's hand, pondered for a moment, and said loudly, "Your feeling is right. This stone is called the Pig Talisman, which is one of the 12 talismans, and the talisman is the power of the fire demon divided into 12 parts. Pig Talisman, one of the 12 talismans from the Holy Lord. It has the power of lasers, which can make the holder's electric eyes force people to destroy everything." Shajin silently digested Su Fan's words, held the talisman in front of his eyes, and asked softly, "The power of the fire demon is divided into 12 parts. The Pig Talisman has the power of laser. What are the patterns of the other 11 talismans, and what abilities do they have?" Topa looked at Su Fan, wanting to know what abilities this talisman similar to the cornerstone has. Since the 9 immortal boats set sail in the ancient country era, they have gained a lot in the Star's Sea, and at the same time forgotten a lot, similar to the 12 zodiac signs in the ancient country era. The 12 zodiac signs, and the 12th zodiac sign in your hand is the Pig Talisman. Then with the Pig Talisman, the Dog Talisman has the power of immortality, forever young and immortal. Shajin's heart jumped. The power of the Dog Talisman is more terrifying than the blessing of abundance, or, in a sense, it is no less than the god of abundance. The Chicken Talisman is the power of floating, and the holder can control everything to float. Topa had just walked out of the dog spell, and his mind was smashed by the chicken spell. He asked hesitantly, "Can the ferry boat and the planet be transformed?" Of course. The monkey spell has the power of transformation, and it can transform itself and any object into anything. Su Fan's voice came, bringing the ability of the monkey spell. Shajin couldn't keep his expression steady and exclaimed, Isn't this monkey spell similar to the pictographic fist of the joyful star god, except that it can't use the ability of the transformed person? Through Gue Naifin's live broadcast camera, the joyful star god Aha had just planted a lot of medicinal herbs with negative effects in Danding Division, and heard the conversation between Su Fan and Shajin. The site was directly captured by the monkey's spell. The pictographic fist is a self-transformation, and the monkey spell can transform any object. It is simply a cosmic joy engine. Aha made a decision in his heart. It would be best if he could open it in the jar store in the future. If it was opened by others, he would use the pictographic fist to transform into the appearance of others and do everything possible to get it. After the gold dust and Topa digested it, Su Fan continued. The power of the sheep spell can make the soul leave the body, travel through dreams, or possess a body without a soul. Topa exclaimed, "This spell is naturally adapted for the Rememberer." In the Bosi library, looking at the live broadcast of the Black Swan, his eyes narrowed subconsciously, thinking that the sheep spell is not that simple. Soul out of the body? The Rememberers are in this state now. Then travel through dreams? The Rememberers can do it, but with the sheep spell, there will be no trace left and will not be discovered. Feeling. As for possession, if it is a crown puppet, it is just an ordinary person. But what if it is a star god, an ancient beast without a soul? Black Swan wants to open the sheep curse from the jar and prepare to make a corresponding attempt. Yukong shook his head at the side, and he could see what Black Swan was thinking at a glance. Jars are not as simple as you think. In the jar store, Su Fan's voice continued to sound. The horse talisman has the power of healing, eliminating all the influences caused by external forces, curing all diseases and restoring the damaged things to their original state. Topa's pupils trembled. This ability is too invincible, eliminating all negative effects, curing all diseases, and repairing. Hesitantly said, "Boss Su Fan, are you sure that the effect of the horse talisman is like this?" Su Fan glanced at Topa. That's right, inside the Danding Division. Just now seeing the joyful star god, the entire Danding Division has become a medicinal field. Bai Lu, who was in a state of mind, was shocked again when watching the live broadcast. If the immortal boat had a horse spell, wouldn't the evil spirit be eliminated directly? Moreover, cure all diseases. Danding Division can have a holiday every day, and Bai Lu can be free every day without going to work. The horse spell can also be used on the battlefield to repair broken star rafts and weapons, and relieve the logistical pressure of the immortal boat. The power of the snake spell is invisible. After using it, it seems invisible but actually exists. It could be invisible for a single person or a large area. Su Fan's voice sounded in the Taibu Division through the live broadcast room. Qingke looked at Fu Xian and wanted to cry. What's going on? I'm still promoting the awakening of the transparent fruit. How come there's an unreasonable snake spell? The golden hairpin on Fu Xian's head swayed, and his voice became soft, lest Qingke really dropped the little pearl. Okay. It hasn't been opened yet. Su Fan is just talking about the power of the spell. Fu Xian heard Su Fan's voice continue to sound. The explosive power of the dragon spell, bursting out unparalleled explosive flames, can be held or installed on starships and interstellar battleships. Fu Xian's eyes flashed. With such destructive power, the dragon spell seemed slightly inferior to other spells. Can store. The confusion in the gold sand's eyes appeared, as if he didn't believe what Su Fan said. The speed of the rabbit spell is effective for objects at supersonic speeds, and you can also travel through time and space as long as you are fast enough. The voice echoed in his heart. Shajin opened his mouth wide. Traveling through time and space. Top also looked dazed. The same was true for Gue Naifin, who was holding a mobile phone as a live camera. The Tiger Talisman uses the power of yin and yang to balance the conflict of power in the body. Normally, the holder will be divided into good and evil. Su Fan's voice came through Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room. It reached Su Shang's ears. Su Shang thought of the general of her own, Yaoqing Xianzhou, and sighed. If this is given to General Fei Xiao, it can perfectly calm the moon madness. But it seems a bit troublesome to be divided into good and evil at once. But it seems that there is no disadvantage, because the good and evil sides of General Fei Xiao will think about killing all the rich evil things. In the tea house in Jinren Lane, Fei Chui sat leisurely on the recliner, eating fruit while watching the live broadcast, and Su Fan's voice continued to ring in her ears. The power of the bull talisman, the stronger the holder, the stronger the power increase, and it can be infinitely increased. Infinity? The emerald eyes shone, dispelling the previous imagination of other spells. It must be able to open the bull talisman. Even if the Amber King ate the powerful pill that increased his strength 100 times, he still had no rivals in the universe after possessing the bull talisman. Inside the Shun Su mansion, Jing Yuan, who had just inspected the repair of the Luofu Sky Dome Method 657 formation, heard Su Fan's introduction to the rat talisman and was frozen in place. The life force of the rat talisman can give life to inanimate things, but it cannot revive dead life forms, and the life-giving existence will obtain the legendary divine power they possess. Jing Yuan was wary of the rat spell and considered it from the perspective of the Xianzhou alliance, because Xianzhou had experienced the Jin people's rebellion with heavy casualties. Jing Yuan whispered, "If the rat spell is used, a new round of the Emperor's War will surely come back, but giving life to inanimate things can give life to the Xianzhou warships and 1311. But then Jing Yuan fell into a dilemma. Isn't this similar to Buliran's beast ship? Some people are wary, and some people are ecstatic. Fireworks are. Giving life to the existence will gain the legendary divine power they have. Where did the legend come from? It was created through word of mouth. The masked fool is simply too suitable for this. If you create a fictional historian, the fun will be too great. Even completely fabricating the fallen star gods or copying the many star gods that still exist. Huahua was in Danding Sea Cave Heaven, eating medicinal food and watching the live broadcast, with her twin ponytails jumping up and down with joy like heartstrings. In the jar store, Sha Jin felt frustrated. Is good luck really no longer favoring? Why is the pig talisman so weak compared to other talismans, with only an extremely simple laser ability? Suddenly, Sha Jin heard Su Fan's supplement to the pig talisman. The laser range of the pig talisman is unlimited, but the power is not as strong as the dragon blast of the dragon talisman. Be careful not to let others take away the talismans you have. Unlimited distance? It doesn't matter if it's weak. At this moment, Sha Jin realized the power of the pig spell. Taken away? As one of the 10 people of Stoneheart, Sha Jin has the confidence to resist the order and protect the spell. Unless the star god comes to take the spell himself. Yaoqing Immortal Boat. Fei Xiao returned to the General Tianji mansion. These days, he has been processing the materials delivered by the Interstellar Peace Company and is also anchored in the Kershalan Star Cluster, the Sekinchidu Star System, and Sekinchidu, mining minerals with the company. Thanks to the agreement reached between the Jar Shop and Interstellar Peace, the amount of or belonging to the Immortal Boat has been greatly increased, and the armor, warship star rafts, and strategic materials that were lost in the previous battle have been fully replenished. Fei Xiao looked at the star map in the general's mansion, thinking about chasing the evil creatures again and creating a new round of great victory. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. It was a message reminder from Luofu. Fei Xiao did not open it immediately, and his thoughts were drifting. Because the previous transfer order for Suchong actually required the approval of the Immortal Boat Marshal, there was no need to think that Luofu was obstructing it. But the Immortal Boat Alliance was of the same blood, so Fei Xiao didn't take it to heart. As long as Suchong was able to fight against the rich, evil creatures, it didn't matter which immortal boat she was on. Fei Xiao opened the message and saw the edited video. In fact, she had long wanted to see what the jar shop opened after Suchong. And why did the color of the universe sometimes shine like gold and sometimes like a sea of fire, and the sound of the Amber King's hammer was heard? Topa opened the jar. He is the director of the Strategic Investment Department of the Interstellar Peace Company. Fei Xiao recognized him at a glance. Because Yaoqing Immortal Boat and Interstellar Peace Company have two close contacts, he is very familiar with the directors of the 7 major departments. The third level, Ordinary Gu, the Footless Bird. Fei Xiao's eyes were instantly caught, because the meaning of the Footless Bird is to go all out and die if you don't fly. It is too appropriate to the history of the Fox people, full of blood and tears. The Fox people have suffered from the oppression and enslavement of the Bewley people and have a blood feud. It is to go all out and unite with the Immortal Boat Alliance to forge freedom with iron and blood to break free from the shackles. This is also one of the reasons why the Qingqiu army of Yaoqing Xianzhou has been continuously victorious. Afterwards, Fei Xiao's eyes flickered as he saw the opening of the Immortal Gu. 7 turn misfortune into fortune Immortal Gu. Fei Xiao was amazed by it. The peculiarity of the fortune Immortal Gu, since the mind was shocked by the king's destiny, using fate and destiny to control all living beings. Once it is opened, the star god cannot avoid being affected. Fei Xiao subconsciously clenched his fist. If it is open from the jar store, the 10-turn fate Gu must be destroyed at any cost. Afterwards, he saw the opening of the Anywhere door again. Fei Xiao was very excited. With a preset destination in mind, crossing through the Anywhere door space, this is simply a weapon for surprise and sneak attack. Fei Xiao saw the appearance of the translation konjac and thought that it was not the account that could speak human language. Instead, by stuffing the konjac into the mouth of the rich, evil creature, accurate and timely information can be obtained from the mouth of the evil creature, instead of missing the fleeting opportunity. Fei Xiao knew why the color of the universe changed. It was the supreme immortal gold, Dao Gold. What made Fei Xiao's eyes tremble was that Dao Jie Gold attracted the protector star god and arrived at the jar shop. Moreover, Fei Xiao could clearly see through the screen that the owner of the jar shop, Su Fan, was calm, even after the second star god, Joy Star God, appeared. Since the memory star god, a total of 3 star gods have arrived in the jar shop. As a hunting envoy, Fei Xiao knew the meaning of the star god. As long as you embark on the corresponding destiny, you will reach the peak that is difficult to climb. Shocked by Su Fan's indifference to the star god, and Su Fan's various questions to the Amber King, his brain went into a short downtime. See, the Amber King doesn't even have 500,000 credit points. Fei Xiao's hearty laughter rang out, seeing the good luck of the Amber King. And after opening the book, he opened the second Phoenix Blood Red Gold, and the power pill that increased the strength by 100 times. Joy Star God opened the flame of the strange fire living beings, the supreme boxing pictographic fist. The luck of the star god was beyond Fei Xiao's expectation. Topa exchanged with the Amber King, and each of them had Dao Jie Gold and Phoenix Blood Red Gold. At this moment, he understood why the universe kept changing colors. It was time for Amber to finish the jar and start to put the immortal finance into the Star Wall Sea. Fei Xiao was very envious. If any fairy gold is used on the armor of Yaoqing ferry boat, then the combat power will soar rapidly and reach a new level again. As for the great strength pill, Fei Xiao also wants to use it to increase the combat power 100 times. And Fei Xiao was surprised by the appearance of the strange fire. With the pearl of the flame of life and spirit in front, he was thinking of the Emperor Flame that integrated 22 kinds of strange fire. As for the pictographic fist, Fei Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. In his heart, he sighed that it was worthy of being the supreme boxing. The joyful star god turned into the Amber King and used the power of preservation and protection, and even imitated the fallen pioneering star god. The opening of the gold can. In Fei Xiao's eyes, it finally became a little normal. Garlic. The appearance of Bulbasaur. It led to the Pokemon. Fei Xiao thought to himself that the reincarnation Fox Moi was opened, and the creator god Arceus was still in the can. I wonder who will be so lucky? After that, Fei Xiao saw the appearance of the Pig Charm. As Su Fan told the story, the abilities of the 12 spells dazzled Fei Xiao, and he remembered the one called the Tiger Spell. Fei Xiao was not greedy. He just wanted to balance the internal meridians with the yin and yang power of the Tiger Spell. Moon Madness. Moon Madness burns life, reason and will to gain powerful and incredible combat power, but it will become a violent and bloodthirsty monster. Fei Zhao's eyes passed through the window and looked at Yao Qing's plague of longevity, the bright moon that attracted the blood of fox people. The video on the screen was finished, but Fei Zhao's heart seemed normal and indifferent. But in fact, his desire to open the can was surging and intensifying. Got it. Fei Zhao smiled. Going to Luofu in the name of testing the combat power of Su Chong Sword Immortal? And Yao Qing Xianzhou was sharpening his weapons and horses here, so it wouldn't take much time to open a can. Dell, the quota is a big problem in the kin store that Fei Zhao had been thinking about. At this moment, Shajin picked up a wooden hammer. He smashed it at the one in the middle of the 3 remaining jars. With a bang, Shajin wanted to see clearly what was opened, but he didn't expect. A huge wave of paper surged out from the broken jar, and in an instant, it submerged the jar shop that had turned into a medicinal field. Shajin stared at this scene in a daze. When he looked down, this time he found that the paper sea had submerged up to his calf. It was not ordinary paper. It was covered with densely drawn talismans, and the word explosion written on it was very eye-catching, and it made the body fall into a piercing cold from the spine. This is a huge amount of detonating talismans. Topa, who had already left the jar shop, trembled as he looked at the wave of detonating talismans chasing after him. If one of them was not careful, everyone near the jar shop would have to go to see the star god. The Cloud Cavalry led everyone to retreat to the outskirts of Jinren Lane and quickly set up a cordon because the detonating talismans in the jar shop were still appearing continuously. Shajin, who was buried in the sea of detonating talismans, was like being in the center of the explosion at this moment. Cold sweat swept across his forehead and his voice was hoarse. How many detonating talismans did I open? Not many, 10 billion a day. Shajin's face was pale. Now the power of the command in the cornerstone Gi Shajin could no longer protect him. 10 billion explosions could directly blow everything to ashes, and even the Luofu immortal boat might be severely damaged. Shajin found that the store manager Su Fan was very calm. The fear in his heart dissipated a lot. Looking at Su Fan, who was also buried to the waist by the sea of detonating talismans, he asked bravely, "Boss Su Fan, why are you not afraid? I have seen 600 billion detonating talismans, and the 10 billion detonating talismans you opened are not worth mentioning at all." Gold dust. Bulbasaur on the counter. Topa holding the jackpot and taking out the anywhere door to escape. Detonating talisman. It was just a guaranteed item in the jar shop. The jar broke. Detonating talismans surged like a wave. When 10 billion pieces were stacked together, no one could ignore this unprecedented wave of detonating talismans. There was no time for Gue Naifen to react. She was submerged in an instant. She followed the wave of the 10 billion detonating talismans stacked together. Gue Naifen seized the opportunity, activated the ability to split into pieces, and successfully floated not far from Tapa. He saw Tapa take out the anywhere door to escape and heard the conversation between Su Fan and Shajin. Gue Naifen. Su Fan had seen the appearance of 600 billion detonating talismans, and the wave of 10 billion detonating talismans in front of him was indeed not worth making a fuss about. Gue Naifen's mind, which was about to be scared to death, began to calm down. After the baptism of the 10 billion detonating talismans, Gue Naifen found that his character had been greatly improved, and it seemed that he could be calm in the face of anything. And remember that as the only anchor of the jar shop, with a slightly stiff smile on his face, he said to the camera of the live broadcast room, "Family members, look at how many detonating talismans appeared in the jar shop. Guess. 1 million? Continue to guess upwards? 10 million, huh? You underestimated this wave of detonating talismans too much. The Cloud Cavalry Army is organizing the people in Jinren Lane to retreat. The sea of detonating talismans is still gushing out from the jar shop, blending into every corner of Jinren Lane, and a 3-meter-high floor will be laid on the ground. Oh, someone guessed it right. It is 10 billion detonating talismans. Exactly 10 billion. It is said that the detonation of the Jinren Lane cave will turn it into ashes, and the Luofu immortal boat will be severely damaged and will have to stop for repairs. Haha, you underestimated Boss Su Fan too much. Miss Topa, when you start the arbitrary door later, remember to bring Xiao Gizi with you. Topa's expression was dull. Seeing Gue Naifan's ability to split into pieces, he floated his upper body over and whispered the last words in a voice that could be heard by both of them. Topa held the portal in his hand, and doubts surged in his heart. Where did Xiao Gizi, who was so brave and righteous, just now go? Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Fireworks, oh, the little peacock's luck seems to be very good. He suddenly opened a firework of 10 billion detonating talismans. Is it considered the biggest firework in Luofu, Xianzhou? Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Fireworks, I should find a safe place and a perfect angle to watch this fireworks. Tail follower, help. I don't want to die so early, and I don't want to die in the explosion with my tail. Cold crow, jackdaw, don't be afraid. Don't believe the lies of the suspected masked fool. 10 billion detonating talismans will not do anything to the Golden Man Lane. At most destroy the cave heaven adjacent to the Golden Man Lane, BCFG. Playing cards to death. Qingke, what you said makes me even more scared. Shangshang's only account. Suchong, it's okay. I heard that there is a kind-hearted and chivalrous Suchong sword fairy in Luofu. He can break all laws with one sword and cut down 10 billion detonating talismans in an instant. Invincible Swordsman 123, Yanxing, unknown foreign merchant. Rakshasa, has any one of you ever opened a detonating talisman before? Internal test player, Silver Wolf, no. Real name internet access, Jingyuan +1. Pawnbroker Ms. Pei, Fiku, is it possible to open it in the future? Playing cards to death. Qingke, I have opened it before. Don't be nervous. As long as the owner doesn't want to detonate, the 10 billion detonating talismans will not explode for the time being. Wind and Rain Rainbow, 7854. Yukong, just a false alarm. But the torrent of 10 billion detonating talismans is indeed too scary. Ruthless Divination Machine, Fu, I have a friend in Tai Busey who passed the emergency divination of the Cheongwan Array and was safe. Qiming goes online. Balu, did you notice that Boss Su Fan said he had seen 600 billion detonating talismans? Our reaction was indeed an exaggeration. Guinevere for no. We should always take precautions. The detonating talismans were submerged to the waist and spread out in the Golden Man Lane. The gold dust was no longer afraid to face the good luck just now. The 10 billion detonating talismans are the achievements that the jar store has not been able to achieve so far, as said before opening the jar. Good luck favors. The 10 billion detonating talismans were opened. But how to collect them? Now it has become an imminent problem for Sha Jin. Sha Jin thought of many ways. People from the company come to move? It is unknown when the 10 billion detonating talismans will be moved, or will buy storage bags for storage. But the storage bags can't fit the 10 billion detonating talismans. Even the storage ring with the largest storage area can't do it. Shajin looked at Su Fan for help. How to solve it? There are 2 more jars belonging to Shajin. Su Fan stood in the sea of 10 billion detonating talismans, looking at the jars on the counter and the frightened Bulbasaur next to him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Why not ask the magical jar? Jar. Shajin made a quick decision and picked up the wooden hammer. Bang! The jar broke. The light shone at this moment. A pot appeared in the air. Shajin fell silent. Could it be that the pot was hinting to him that he should stop thinking about anything and just enjoy the tea? Not bad. Su Fan's voice made Shajin's eyes light up. It seemed that it was not just a teapot. This is the Chingu pot. The cave in the pot can absorb things from the outside world, but it's a pity that it can only be used once. Chingu pot. The trial work of the true Lord Gu Chenlang Shi. It used the power of immortality to create a cave. It was originally a casual work and could only be used once. One time only. Sha Jin grabbed the Chingu pot and drove it with the power of destiny. A powerful suction force surged out of the mouth of the pot. The sea of explosive talismans spreading in Jinren lane instantly rose upstream like snowflakes. The shaking and trembling sounds mixed together like thunder, and it was like a long dragon of explosive talismans pouring into the Chunga pot. Sha Jin's hands were almost numb. The last explosive talisman was completely absorbed. Topa survived the robbery and put away the arbitrary door. Xiao Gizi patted her chest to relieve the tension in her body. Passing by, Bulbasaur, Pig Charm, 10 billion detonating charms. Dust Song Pot. For jars were opened. Sha Jin thought that he had great luck at the moment. He looked at the last jar. He did not show any mercy. He just smashed the seemingly lonely jar. Bang! A blue carpet fell from the sky, with some seemingly ancient instruments on it, and it also looked like an unknown driving tool. Sha Jin said around it, "This machine is very strange, and the company does not have such a product. This is an air-flying carpet-type time machine. Air-flying carpet-type time machine. A one-seat time machine can reach a designated time and place." Time machine. Sha Jin's voice trembled slightly. Looking at the engine, energy box, and other instruments on the time machine, he never thought that such a thing could be opened from a jar. The time machine can travel through time and space. You should have a place you want to go, right? For example, the second Katakikan extinction case, where the Yukin were exterminated by the Kataka people. Boss Su Fan. If you go back to the past and change the past, then the current gold dust and the current world will undergo earth-shaking changes, right? Gold dust. You should know the theory of the tree of imaginary numbers. The tree of imaginary numbers? It is the theory of Xanderai Kuwahara, the founder-in-chief of the Genius Club. Different worlds in different time and space are like tree structures. Each tree trunk is a way of existence of a world. Each flower and leaf is their past and past in the time dimension. Su Fan looked at the gold dust, then at the time machine, and gave a conclusion. So when you go back to the past in a time machine, you only change one of the countless flowers and leaves, and it will not affect the current world. Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Huahua, what luck is this little peacock? And he even got a time machine. Is it really okay to get such a thing? Unknown alien merchant. Rakshasa, fortunately. The time machine will not affect the plane, otherwise the whole universe will become a mess. Player banned 5 times. Silver Wolf, just like the if line in the game. It should be very convenient to understand, but this jar shop is really outrageous and can get anything. Next time I come to Luofu, I must try my luck myself. Luofu, Xianzhou network tips. Players banned 5 times have their network communication addresses banned. Tail follower. Huahua, it should be the 6th time after that. Cold crow. Jackdaw, even if it exists in the if line, it will not affect the present, and it is exciting to think about making up for the regrets of the past. Snowcoat. Snowcoat Dragon Ball can directly realize the wishes in your heart, and the time machine can fill the emptiness and regrets in your heart. If you have to make a choice, you have to take both. Wind and Rainbow, 7854, Yukong +1. Real name online, Jingyuan +1. Gue Naifin looked at the eye-catching message, then looked at Su Fan in the jar shop, and heard Su Fan's voice. Found that Sha Jin was staring at the time machine in a daze. Sha Jin secretly thought that going back to the past to make up for the regrets could not affect the world he was in now. It was like going to a distant dream, and countless sadness flashed in my mind. Now I have to erase the tragedy in the nightmare with my own hands. Sha Jin clenched his fists, as if crushing the past, and looked at Su Fan behind the counter and asked, "Can the time machine be used the same number of times as Chunga?" Su Fan nodded and added, "The time machine will record everything at the time node it goes to. In simple terms, it has a live broadcast camera like Xiao Gizi." Su Fan's voice rang out inside and outside the jar store. "Sha Jin, Ginelefin." Ginelefin lamented in a low voice. "It's broken. Who would have thought that someone would come to steal the anchor's job?" Topa took a breath and wanted to confirm. "Boss Su Fan, can this time machine really travel through time and space?" Su Fan looked at Topa and Gue Naifin and continued, "Of course it can be done. Topa's face was surprised. It's worthy of being called a jar shop that can open such a thing. Ginelifin looked at the time machine, then looked at Shajin, and finally his eyes fell on Sufan and asked, "What is the second Catechevagin extinction case?" Ginelifin was also asking questions for everyone in the live broadcast room. After all, the universe is too vast. There are many things buried deep in the universe and hidden in the sea of stars that we don't know. Sufan looked at Shajin. As the last Evagin, this is a scar that the Evagin cannot forget. Shajin would not answer Shao Gizi's question if he disagreed with Sufan. Shajin was surprised at how Sufan knew it, but when he thought about the jar shop he was in, this doubt was not surprising. Shajin said nonchalantly, "The past should not be forgotten, even if it is closely related to the dark side of the company, or more precisely, the Market Development Department. Boss Sufan doesn't need to care about my opinion." Topa knew that it was the Market Development Department. One of the three things Oswald Schneider did when he took office was to burn on Tsigania. Sufan's voice sounded. Tsigania is located at the junction of three major galaxies. The star winds of many stars make the living environment on the surface of the planet extremely harsh. The harsh living environment of the planet has caused the various clans in Tsigania to stage a bloody cycle of the survival of the fittest. Under the guidance of the company, the clans of Tsigania temporarily unified under the light of the Amber King, and the endless hatred, revenge, and massacres were stopped. In the newly established Tsigania United Emirate, the clans with bad intentions joined forces with people in the company to exile the Kataka and Yukin clans to the Yellow Sand, and announced that the Yukin people would always have the right to self-government and self-determination. Ginelifin asked, "Isn't this good? The Yukin people can live their own lives." Shajin had no expression on his face, but if you look closely, you will find that the veins on the back of his hand are bulging. Topa comforted the account, just like comforting the sadness in his heart. Sufan shook his head slightly. "Shao Gizi, you forgot that the Kartikas were also expelled. The Kartikas are the most bloodthirsty and violent clan, and are sworn enemies with the Yukin. Then the announcement about the Yukins will mean that the Yukins and the Kartikas will have a conflict, and they can stand on the moral high ground and watch with peace of mind. The result is predictable. The Yukins died under the butcher's knife of the Kartikas. Please give flowers 0. Ginelifin gradually understood what they did. It was a conspiracy built by power tactics. Sacrificing the Yukins to judge and execute the Kartikas, and then incorporating Tsigania into the company's star map management, indulged in planning the second Kartika-Yukin extinction case. So Shajin went back in a time machine to change the fate of the Yukin clan? Ginelifin looked at Shajin. Shajin's voice rang out slowly. "It's not Evakin, but Kataka. Break this conspiracy. The most direct way is to wipe out the Kataka people before all the Evakin people are killed, and become the only winner of this game. The Evakin people's right to self-determination is announced to be the moral high ground of the Evakin people, and it has become the most favorable shield that cannot be criticized in public opinion. 0. Evakin, or the entire Tsigania, is not qualified to sit at the table in front of the Interstellar Peace Company. They're just chess pieces manipulated by others. Shajin, as the director of the Strategic Investment Department of the Interstellar Peace Company, has a clear understanding of this. Ginelifin's live broadcast camera is aimed at Shajin, capturing the murderous intent surging on his face and body, wanting to avenge his people. Avenger. Shajin is going back to Tsigania. Sufan reminded, "Don't get the time coordinates wrong, or you won't be able to come back." The aura of Shajin suddenly dissipated, and he looked at the time machine with a bit of loss. How to use the time machine? As a jar merchant, Sufan said very considerately, "It is explained above that the time tunnel is in the jar fragments opened before. Start the time machine, and you can go directly there." Shajin sat on the time machine, operating slowly but firmly, and entered the time tunnel after confirming that the time coordinates were correct. Sufan watched Shajin's figure disappear in the jar shop. Instead, it was the live projection left by the time machine, watching the time machine carrying Shajin moving continuously in the time tunnel, suddenly thought of the fate that Shajin had embarked on. Shajin did not become a slave for people to fight for fun because of the extinction event. He embarked on revenge and went hunting and rejected the masked fool's invitation for joy. After having nothing, he was not swallowed by nothingness. Instead, he chose to protect the Tenalone. Pierpoint. In the meeting room of the Strategic Investment Department, the heads of the 7 major departments of the company, together with the founder Louis Fleming, looked at the jar shop after the star god left. The gold dust was opening the jar. The heads of the 7 major departments were invited by Diamond to come here, and they wanted to see what good things the company's employees could open. Will gold dust, which has always been famous for its good luck, continue to have good luck beyond Tapa? The first jar opened Bulbasaur and learned about Pokemon. From knowing that there is an existence in Pokemon that is no less than the fox of reincarnation, the god of creation Arceus. Then came the opening of the talisman. There are many exclamations. All the 12 talismans are very strange. If you have to choose which talismans are the most attractive, Fleming first recommended the rat talisman, which can give life to the statue and give it the power of legend. Even if 343 cannot completely control the statue that gives life, it can be bound to the company according to the legend. Then came the dog charm, which made him forever young and immortal, equivalent to the trumpet of the god of fertility. And then came the rabbit charm, which could travel through time and space to correct past mistakes and missed opportunities. Then the 10 billion detonating charms opened by the gold sand made the company's executives see what the detonating charms were. And Chungu, who came out of the sea of detonating charms, saw what the immortal cave was. But the opening of the time machine and the past of Kartika and Evikin suddenly changed the atmosphere in the conference room. Diamond's eyes fell on Osvaldo with a smile. The conflict between the investment department and the development department had been going on for a long time. He said in surprise, if Shajin went back to the past, would he assassinate Osvaldo, who was a new official, and further eliminate the conflicts among the clans of Sigonia? Yen Shirluo echoed. There is a possibility. With Shajin's current ability, he can do this. Scar-eyed Lady chimed in. The development department has caused the wrath of heaven and people in some galaxies. Shajin is likely to pretend to be a sea patroller and shoot Osvaldo, thus changing the fate of Evikin. Zytion suddenly remembered something. Oh, Osvaldo, didn't you order the elimination of the natives of Argon Apache, thus provoking a sea patroller named Poshio? In the future, you must take protective warning measures. Terrafankeen looked at Osvaldo with sarcasm in his eyes. When he saw the Joy Star God simulating the appearance of the development star god, he pretended to see the light. Sitting in the position of the head of the company department, it is clear that the company's spread throughout the universe is not a matter of destiny, but requires certain people and things to sacrifice at the right time. The market development department secretly leads the planning. Osvaldo was not disturbed at all, and his eyes remained unchanged, watching the projection of the time machine broadcast by Gwen Ethan's live broadcast. Apolly did not get involved, but was thinking about the theory of the tree of imaginary numbers. Now that the Constor has opened a time machine, such scenes should be repeated. The streets with endless neon lights and the prosperous high-rise buildings connected to the sky have gradually dissipated from his eyes. It has become the depths of memory, the barren land without vitality and thirsty for blood, and the rain keeps falling from the sky to welcome the arrival of night. Shajin raised his head, feeling the rainy night in Sigonia, letting the cold and rapid raindrops fall on his face. His body gradually losing temperature told him that it was true. I really returned to Siganja, to the Kakava day that celebrated the birthday of the Mother Goddess, which was also the night when Akataka people launched a night raid and massacre. The time machine was put into the dust song pot. Su Fan's voice was still echoing in his ears, and his every move was projected in the jar store. Shajin did not feel guilty for stealing Guen Naifin's anchor job. He wanted to reverse Evikin's fate on a rainy night that was considered a bad omen, and gave the Kataka people a 10 billion surprise. A timid and curious voice sounded. Sir, your clothes are so beautiful, just like the black man in the sky. Shajin saw a man with short golden hair, purple, blue, and black eyes like gemstones, and a very fitting dress that was wet by the rain. It was Kakawasha. It was himself, who was accompanied by his tribesmen and sister, and was about to lose everything and was about to be displaced. Gold Dust looked at Kakavasa and said, "Actually, I am an interstellar businessman and an Evigan." Kakavasa was curious when he heard this. "Then do you know the black-clad men in the sky?" "The black-clad men?" "They're the employees of the company," Kakavasa mentioned. At this moment, they're in the sky, looking down at Evigan and Kataka with cold eyes. Gold Dust sneered. "Only ordinary employees have to wear that kind of clothes. My position is much higher than theirs." Kakavasa was yearning, staring at the gold dust in front of him. "So awesome. I hope I can become a beautiful adult like you." Shajin took off his hat and put on Kakavasa's head to protect him from the wind and rain. "You will definitely be better and more awesome than me." The big hat covered Kakavasa's small head, and the question passed through the increasingly heavy rain. "Are you back to participate in the Mother Goddess's celebration?" Shajin looked at the land in the distance, as if he could see the caravan of the Evigan people, and answered Kakavasa, "The wanderer returns home to contribute to the Mother Goddess's celebration." Kakavasa felt an unprecedented intimacy and trust in the returning Evigan, and his childish voice slowly sounded. "Then please follow me. Recently, the Takati people have robbed all our money and food. They also killed my parents and slaughtered our people. I don't know what they want." The rain flowed down the brim of Kakavasa's hat onto his face. For a moment, he couldn't tell which was rain and which was tears. The grievances, fears, and uneasiness accumulated in his heart were expressed at this moment. Shajin held Kakavasa's hat, his face full of coldness. "I brought a surprise to the celebration, and the hard days of the Evigan people will no longer exist. Guinevere from the anchor's job has been taken away. Welcome the new anchor, Shajin." But Shajin has returned to the Mother Goddess's celebration. Kakavade. Guinevere from Why Do Kakawaxia and Shajin feel a bit similar? Guinevere fun, but the Kaikataka 2.4 is too much. It's like the antimatter army. Wherever they go, they want to kill everyone. Jar Merchant. Sufan, the greatest respect for a tribe or a civilization has become a desire to kill everyone. Real name Internet Access. Jingyuan should add the last rich destiny. Ms. Pei from the pawnbroker. Emerald So. Shajin wants to pay respect back to the past. Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Fireworks boring. I want to see rivers of blood, not chat with my past self on rainy days. Playing cards to death. Greenbird. Is Shajin going to stage a one-man battle and break into the army of the Katikas alone? Ruthless Divination Machine. Fu Xian, there is a friendly divination that the Katikas will attack the Evigan celebration tonight. Which side should I watch the fireworks from? Fireworks, doesn't this mean? Tianran has arranged the place to detonate the fireworks, and the fireworks that cannot be seen in Luofu will bloom in Saganya. Many caravans of the Evigans formed the Evigan camp on a flat, open space, and the core area was set up for the celebration of the Earth Mother Goddess. But a heavy rain. It disrupted the rhythm of the celebration. Many props used for the celebration performance were piled not far from the celebration stage. If you look closely, you can see dark red bloodstains falling to the ground under the rain. Because these are the few belongings that the Evigans have saved at the cost of their lives from the attack of the Katikas. Among them, a tall blonde woman with white and worn clothes kept searching anxiously in the pile of props, and kept calling Kakavasa. Her voice was hoarse. Her body was completely soaked by the rain. She didn't find it, until her eyes became gray and desperate. She saw a small figure walking out of the camp. The woman stumbled over, squatted down, and hugged him in her arms. "Kakavasa, where have you been? Scared my sister to death." Kakavasa knew that he shouldn't run around, and his voice was filled with guilt and self-blame. "Sister, I just went to the other side of the mountain to see if there is a place where the rain stops, so that the celebration can be held smoothly." The woman did not blame Kakavasa, but helped to clean up the rain on his clothes. This discovery A strange tall figure walked out of the rain and fog. Only then did I understand. 12. Kakavasa came back under his escort. Who is that gentleman? Kakavasa said quickly. He is also an Evigan, an interstellar merchant. Interstellar merchant? When Kakavasa's sister looked at him, she froze in place. Exactly like Kakavasa, the three-color eyes that were as dazzling and beautiful as gems gave people an unrealistic feeling. But this pair of triple eyes faded from immaturity and became steady. And that face, it made people feel dazed. As Kakavasa's sister, how could she not understand what these meant? The Evigan people believed in the Earth Mother Goddess with three eyes. And the three eyes were the blessing of the Earth Mother Goddess, and the blood in the body resonated, and what was in front of her was the grown-up Kakavasa. How could a sister mistake her brother? But how could the future Kakavasa appear? It was too incredible. Tears melted into the rain, and Zhou Xian trembled. Kakavasa? Sister, I'm here. Kakavasa put the hat given by the gold dust on the head of her sister, who squatted down and hugged her to protect her from the wind and rain. Kakavasa's sister looked at Shajin. The celebration is over. Please leave here. Shajin was unmoved and looked at the camp where the caravan was located. The Kataka people are here. As interstellar merchants, we have brought them a 10 billion clan subsidy. Kakavasa's sister was puzzled. 10 billion clan subsidy? Shajin's murderous intention was no longer hidden. Use 10 billion detonating talismans to bury the Kataka people, present unprecedented celebration fireworks to the Mother Goddess, and welcome the rebirth of the Evigan people. Kakavasa was confused. So was Kakavasa's sister. What is a detonating talisman? Even if it exists, how can you carry 10 billion of them? The doubt was revealed. A teapot was taken out. Paper spurted out denser than rain, and the thing called detonating talisman covered the Evigan camp and was spreading outward along the ground. A green gem was also seen shining with fluorescence. The gold dust activated the ability of the Guardian Envoy, and the Guardian Destiny stretched out along the detonating talisman, protecting Shankong's detonating talisman from being completely soaked by rain and camouflaged in the mountains. You can notify the tribe to move and watch the fireworks celebrating the Mother Goddess on the other side of the mountain to celebrate the upcoming rebirth of the Evigan people. Holding the cornerstone gold dust, the gold dust looked in the direction of the Kartika people and continued to say in the tone of a company employee, "This is a 10 billion detonating talisman subsidy for the Kartika people." The wind and rain were raging. The clouds swallowed up the aurora in the sky, and billions of detonating talismans covered the ground under his feet. Shajin looked at his sister and Kakavasa and whispered, "Don't be afraid. Don't look back. Go to the other side of the mountain. The rain will always be with you. The rain will protect you." Kakavasa's sister understood Shajin's intention and raised her hand in the rain. Shajin did the same action, and his palms were pressed together at this moment. Two voices sounded at the same time. "May the Mother Goddess win your eyes 3 times. Let your blood be excited forever. The journey will always be calm. The trick will never be exposed." Kakavasa's sister looked at Shajin, but did not take her hand back directly. She smiled with tears in her smile. "Goodbye, Kakavasa." Shajin was in the rain, watching the tribesmen supporting each other and walking to the other side of the mountain. The heavy rain washed away all the smells, erasing the sharp sense of smell advantage of the Kataka people. The Kataka people wanted to bring surprises to the celebration of the Evigan people. The gold dust brought a surprise to the Kartika people during the celebration. The pig spell. It became the best way to start the surprise of the celebration. The Kartika people investigated it clearly. The Evigan people will hold a celebration today. The celebration encountering heavy rain will be a bad omen from the Earth Mother Goddess, and the black-clad people in the sky gave the Evigan people the right to self-determination. It will also mean that the black-clad people in the sky and the newly formed clan country will not interfere with the 2 clans exiled to the yellow sand. The bloodthirsty eyes and the sharp blades thirsting for blood have been aimed at the Evigan caravan. Kill them all. Take away everything from them. Suddenly, A laser beam shot from a distance. It was accompanied by a voice. Remember this celebration surprise for the Kartika people, a 10 billion detonating talisman subsidy. Celebration surprise? What the hell is a 10 billion detonating talisman subsidy? The Kartika people are still wondering if their whereabouts have been discovered. I heard the sizzling sound of burning sparks under my feet and the strong smell of gunpowder that stung my nose. The explosion that shattered my armor and body rang out. When the head flew high and fell to the ground from the sky, I looked at the ground with the last bit of consciousness left and found that the ground I was walking on just now was disguised. What was desperate was, I couldn't escape. The explosion range included all the troops of Kartika. The celebration held for the mother goddess of the earth was in full swing with the explosion in the rainy night. The best sacrifice to the mother goddess of the earth was the blood of the feud. 133 billion detonating talismans never stopped, and shock waves came continuously. The earth was collapsing and the mountains were shaking. The Evigins had retreated to a safe area. Kakavasa covered his ears with his hands and looked at the subsidy of 10 billion detonating talismans from afar. Today is the birthday of the Mother Goddess. It is called Kakava's Day. It is also Kakavasa's birthday, as the sun blessed by the goddess in the tribe's mouth. Kakavasa can feel it and believes that the Earth Mother will definitely like this fireworks. Kakavasa's sister, following the many tribesmen who were looking out, looked at the Kartika people who were turned into powder and explosion dust in the distance. The prayer of the palms has been completed. The trick will never be exposed. Which side should I look at the fireworks? The fireworks subsidized by 10 billion detonating talismans. If there were no Kartika people, the gorgeousness and charm would be greatly reduced. Ms. Pei, Jade, of the pawn shop. No Kartika people raised any objections. It seems that it is very popular with the Kartika people. Guest account 14736. Aha, the fireworks can completely drag the company's people into the water, and there are still some imperfections in igniting them just for the Kartika people. Zhang Zhang's only breeder. Zhang, that is the development department, and has nothing to do with the investment department. Ms. Pei of the pawnbroker, Fei Chui +1. Shang's only account. Su Shang, will we see the 100 billion detonating talisman subsidy in the future? Guinevere from the 10 billion detonating talisman subsidy is a bargain for the Kataka people. If I were to say the development departments of other clans and companies in Sagania hiding behind the scenes should all receive a round of subsidies. Kim Merchant, Su Fan Shao Gizi, you seem a bit too extreme. Gold Dust looked at the Kataka people buried in the subsidy of 10 billion detonating talismans. He did not stay for too long. The black-clad people in the sky will be his second target of revenge. The new director of the Market Development Department, Osvaldo Schneider. One of the 3 fires of the new official was to light the Tsiganya, using the Vikings as firewood to burn. Gold Dust held the cornerstone and the pig talisman in his hand to let him know that playing with fire will burn you, and it will cost a lot. Pierpoint. Osvaldo can catch many playful eyes lingering on his face, especially the guy Diamond. But now he has no intention to fight back. As the director of the Market Development Department, Osvaldo's whereabouts have always been very secretive, and now he appears in meetings with projections. And he never appears in public reports, and the middle-level employees in the company are unaware of his existence. But this is the current Osvaldo. When he was a new official in Sigonia, Osvaldo had not yet developed the habit of hiding his information and body shape. Osvaldo's mind flashed with memories. At that time in Sigonia, he did not live in the newly established capital, but in the company's starship in the Star Sea. According to Sha Jin's ability, he could easily get in. The live projection was also like this. Sha Jin found a spaceship and entered the company's starship. With his experience as the head of the investment department, he easily obtained information from the employees of the development department, locking the position of the new head of the development department. Osvaldo felt very absurd at the moment. It was like watching a scene, a play that was closely related to himself. The play was being performed. People from the future seek revenge on their past selves. Osvaldo suddenly thought of the last king who represented the end. This fate of going upstream a long time from the future is very consistent with Shah Jin at the moment. Osvaldo pricked his throat, looked at the company's founder Fleming, and asked, "The future colleagues of the company have taken revenge on their past colleagues. Although this has never happened, they should be fired according to company regulations." Diamond interrupted, "Osvaldo, don't be too subjective. How do you know that Shah Jin is seeking revenge on you instead of a heart-to-heart talk with you?" Osvaldo gritted his teeth in anger. At the cost of the lives of the Evicans, he bit off the hard bone of Tsegania, which had troubled the development department for several centuries. As the last Evican, Shah Jin naturally wanted to seek revenge on the mastermind behind the scenes. How could it be a heart-to-heart talk? Zaikian held his glasses and said slowly, "Based on the timeline where Shah Jin is, if he took revenge on Osvaldo, and Osvaldo in the meeting room was not threatened, it would not constitute or violate the company's regulations." Osvaldo was so angry that he pounded the table. "But he is the director of the investment department," Zaitian continued. Osvaldo and Sigonia did not know the identity of Shah Jin, but Osvaldo in the conference room knew it and was not threatened. Zaitian's voice fell. A scene that made the pupils tremble appeared in the live projection. Shah Jin found Osvaldo. He did not use the power of the Guardian. The pig spell was in full force in Shah Jin's hands, and his eyes were covered by golden aurora like golden thunderclouds, constantly releasing lightning that could break everything. Osvaldo pointed at the projection and shouted, "See, Shah Jin wants to kill me." Diamond saw the energy protection net breaking. The standing wall was destroyed and collapsed by the lightning, and saw the panicked Osvaldo on the screen. The smile on his mouth became bigger and bigger, and he kept comforting, "Wait a little longer." "What are you waiting for? Didn't you see the laser light of the pig spell? It is already, it has come to me. It's another you. This guy Shah Jin actually wrote the last word, the last evigen on my face. Huh. He also asked me to swear to the Amber King that I would not take revenge on the evigen. I can't agree. As expected, insisting before death is so insignificant. I just did it obediently." "What are you saying, Terrafan Keen?" Fleming said, "Osvaldo, if you admit what Shah Jin did, then you must admit your oath to the Amber King." Osvaldo's eyes were uncertain, and suddenly he felt a heat on his face, as if a laser beam was sweeping across it. Subconsciously, pick up the mirror and look at your face. Did the words, "the last Evican," appear on his face? But there was no word, but a large red spot appeared, which was eye-catching and ugly. Even the past of the parallel world was still affected. Osvaldo covered his face and looked at Diamond and Fleming. "Can we punish the gold dust now?" Diamond was about to laugh to death. Looking at the red spots that Osvaldo couldn't stop, he held back his smile and said, "Then you have to fulfill your oath with the Amber King and can't take revenge on the Evican." Osvaldo spit out his anger and sat in a chair without saying a word. Diamond kindly reminded, "It is recommended to block Pocio from opening the jar, so as not to open another time machine and engrave the words on the other half of the face and be affected by the mark again." Osvaldo was furious. "Shut up." Diamond shrugged. "Everyone says that the company's investment department and development department have conflicts." "Nonsense. Weren't they just chatting intimately?" Fleming looked at the live projection and found that Shah Jin had returned to the new camp of the Yukon people and was talking to Kakawasha and the tribesmen. "The Yukon people will always have the right to self-government and self-determination. This is the statement of the resolution of the United Saganian Emirates. The destruction of the Takati people has no reason to blame them, because this is the self-determination of the Yukon people. If one day the Yukon people are large enough, they can establish a country belonging to the Yukon people based entirely on the statement of this resolution. It may be difficult, but I believe the Evican can do it. This spell is a parting gift. I am an interstellar merchant and cannot stay here for too long. Otherwise, it will affect a large project with hundreds of thousands of credit points per second." Shah Jin looked at his sister and Kakavasa, as well as the elders of the tribe who had experienced bloody feuds. Now the Evicans are the most united and cohesive. Kakavasa pinched the pig's spell and said reluctantly, "Are you leaving?" "Yes." Shajin said goodbye with a smile. "It's dawn, the sun is out, it's a good time to set off." The sun shone on Kakavasa's face, and he stretched out his hand to aim at Shajin, with expectation in his childish voice. "Let's face each other. If the Mother God blesses us, we will have a smooth journey. It's an appointment. If you have time, you must come back to participate in the Mother God's Kakawa Day." Shajin raised his hand and put it together with Kakavasa's little hand. The voices rang out together. "May the Mother Goddess close her eyes for you 3 times." Kakavasa's sister raised her hand and placed it behind Kakavasa, encouraging your blood forever. The palms of the people behind her placed on the backs of the tribesmen in front. The journey will always be peaceful. Finally, they said in unison, the trick will never be exposed. Shajin burst into tears at this moment. Shajin's sister raised her hand, wiped Shajin's tears, and said softly, "You must have had a hard time without us. But don't cry, don't be discouraged. You're a child blessed by the Mother Goddess. Kakavasa is the one my sister is most proud of, and we will meet again under the next aurora of Kakava." The only keeper of the account, Topa the Gold, dust engraved words on Osvaldo's face. The 7-member board of directors is watching the live broadcast now. The only keeper of the account, Topa, it's broken. He will definitely be punished. Ms. Faye, Emerald, what does the Osvaldo of that world have to do with the current Osvaldo? Besides, didn't Osvaldo swear to the Amber King that he couldn't take revenge on the Evigan people? Which side should I look at the fireworks? Fireworks, the little peacock has finally come to his senses. It's a pity that he refused the invitation of the tavern. Otherwise, there would be a lot of new expansions in aesthetics and fun. The 6th band player, Silver Wolf, isn't this just a card bug? If Osvaldo wants to investigate, he has to take into account the oath of another Osvaldo. The 6th band player, Silver Wolf, but the engraving is really cruel. The last Evigan person. The unknown alien merchant. Rakshasa, the 10 billion subsidy to detonate the fireworks is good, and the engraving link is not bad either. Real name online, Genuine +1. Frosty Crow, Jackdaw, the screen is interrupted, Chungu is broken, and the time machine is broken. Tail follower, Hua, isn't Shajin worried about the talisman being stolen? Ms. Fei Chui, according to Shajin's personality, other clans should be worried about being exterminated by the growing Shajin. Guinevere from the anchor's job is protected. Next, I remember Miss Topa said it was a special show for the company. I wonder which company's director will be next 530? Xiaoxua de Shui So Curious. Chiming online by Lu So Curious. Ms. Pei Chui So Curious. Bosi Library. Black Swan has been staring blankly at the live broadcast screen. Whether it is the 10 billion detonation of the Talisman C or the subsequent time machine, and Shajin riding the time machine to rewrite the fate of the Evigan people, it is engraved on the face of the head of the company's market development department. It's not because of shock nor surprise. Instead, it records these precious memories, especially the content related to the time machine and the tree of imaginary numbers. The time dimension on the leaves has been rewritten. I don't know what impact it has on the world represented by the trunk. The gold dust carved words on Osvaldo's face. Could it be that there are some marks on Osvaldo's face? In the jar shop, with the appearance of the gold dust, the time machine shattered silently and disappeared like flying dust. With the subsidy of 10 billion detonating talismans, the fate of the Evigan people was rewritten. Carved words on Osvaldo's face with the pig talisman, and swore to the Amber King to cut off all kinds of small thoughts after the pioneering department. The regrets that once occupied my heart were completed by myself to fill the void in my heart. The gold dust felt like a dreamlike false beauty. The prayers of the Evigan people when they clasped their hands echoed in my ears across time and space. As long as the gold dust listened, he could hear their voices. It's not fake, but real. Shajin looked at Sufan and asked, "Is there any chance that I can still meet them? After all, we have already made an appointment on the next Kakawa Day." Sufan replied, "It depends on your luck. If you can open a time machine, then you can. Shajin clenched his fists. Like Gui Naifin, he believed in good luck. One believed that he could open a time machine, and the other believed that he could open a Dragon Ball. Shajin was a little worried again, because of the 5 things that came out of the 5 jars. Now there's only Bulbasaur left. The talisman was given to Kakawasha. The 10 billion detonation talismans were subsidized. The number of times Chungi used was broken, and the same was true for the time machine. Looking at all the people who opened the jars, only he could do such a disaster. Shajin asked, giving the talisman to Kakawasha doesn't have any effect, right? Sufan raised his eyebrows. Unless you can open the stone statue of the fire devil. Shajin didn't say anything more. The jars have been opened, and the props have been used up. I want to give the stage to Jade. Shajin's idea just came up. I saw the Jade woman walking in gracefully from outside. Under the hat, the long purple-pink hair gives people a sense of mystery and temptation. But the faint smile at the corner of her mouth makes people subconsciously feel dangerous, and they can't help but want to stay away from this mature woman with a cold temperament. Jade lightly lifted the hat, making her sight softer. Hello, Boss Su fan. I'll open the jar. The more beautiful, the more dangerous. The Jade in front of him is like a beautiful, attractive, but dangerous beauty snake. Su fan adheres to the way of business and is not affected by Jade at all. Please choose. Jade's eyes flickered again and fell on the faces of Topa and Gold Dust, gradually dispelling the laziness in the tea house before, and the opposite jar was full of energy. Topa and Gold Dust have good luck ahead. I can't hold the company back. Jade's left hand, wrapped in a black silk glove, pointed to the middle of the shelf. 10 jars here. Su fan put the jars on the shelf. Looking at Jade, it seems a little wrong. Jade is an old predecessor of the 10 people in Shirshin. The temperament of the beautiful big sister, whose age is a mystery, has always been restrained. It is not appropriate to radiate her charm like a radiant brilliance. It was because Amber King and Aha had opened the jars before, and Topa and Gold Dust can opening journey, and the many influences of Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room. Maybe you want to show his charm while driving a change in luck? Then the first jar. Jade raised the wooden hammer, and the sound and the hammer shadow fell together. The jar did not move at all. In this situation, Su fan thought a master long. Sure enough, the previous guess was right. There was something fishy about this pigeon Jade in front of him. The same was true for Topa and Shajin. Topa looked at the motionless jar and shouted in surprise. Happy Star God used the pictographic fist to pretend to be Ms. Jade? Shajin had a headache. The pictographic fist that he was worried about before was now used by the Happy Star God. The fake Jade looked at the wooden hammer, then looked at the jar, smiled, and revealed its true form. Aha, wearing a dove mask, held the wooden hammer in his hand without any embarrassment of being removed. Instead, he looked at Su fan eagerly. It turns out that the jar selected in the shape of Jade belongs to Jade. Even if you imitate her appearance, you can't open it. It's worthy of being a jar store. Boss Su fan, there's still 8 jars this week. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Let's open them all now. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. It was Jade who walked in. Her beautiful eyebrows frowned and her bright eyes glared at Aha, not afraid of her identity as a star god. Jade stretched out her right hand and said calmly, Happy Star God, please return the kin opener's wooden hammer. Aha put the wooden hammer behind his back with a smile in his voice. No, Topa echoed. That's right, don't give the wooden hammer to Queen Emerald. Aha glanced at Topa. Tomorrow, use your appearance to have fun in Pier Point. Tomorrow I'm on vacation. Aha. Su fan chuckled, breaking the awkward atmosphere, and asked Topa, Topa, how can you be sure that the Emerald Lady in front of you is the real Emerald Lady? Look outside the door. According to Su fan's suggestion, Topa looked at the Emerald Lady next to Gui Naifin, who was looking at the inside of the jar store with interest. The eyes crossed. The Emerald Lady also waved to Topa with a smile. Hey, why is there an Emerald Queen watching the show in the crowd? Including the one pretended by Aha, there are a total of 3 Emerald Ladies. So who is pretending to be one of them? Shajin felt a headache, and subconsciously thought that the fun in front of him could only be made by the masked fool. But looking at Guena Ephens, the side glance caught it. Aha used the pictographic fist to transform back into the Emerald Lady. Su Fan reminded, "Do you remember the eye-catching message?" Eye-catching message? Topa immediately thought of the nickname. Which side should fireworks be viewed from? He had previously revealed that he was the masked fool. Including Aha, who had transformed back, there were a total of 3 Emerald Ladies inside and outside the jar shop. The Emerald Lady holding the wooden hammer must be a fake. It was Aha. Topa was very distressed. Who was the real Emerald Lady? Hanabi was going to be P********* D off. Wherever there is the god of fun, there will always be a rival who found fun in advance. While everyone's attention was drawn to the time machine, Hanabi found a perfect fun. That is to pretend to be the next can opener, Jadeite, and cleverly change into the protagonist by disguise as a backstage staff member and a spectator in the crowd. She stepped onto the stage, called Can Opening, and became the protagonist for a while. Hanabi knew that there were limitations to the can, and that Jadeite's can could not be opened, but as long as she could delay until Jadeite's true body appeared, and she could talk about pleasure to confuse people, she could continue to play casually like this. Anyway, it was a performance that would be exposed sooner or later. Might as well have fun. Hanabi originally planned to do so, but the god of fun got there first. Jadeite, who was pretending to be Hanabi, stood in the can shop with angry eyes and squinted at the god of fun, who was holding a wooden hammer for can opening, and turned back into Jadeite again. In addition, there was the real Jadeite next to Gue Naifen. The situation was beyond Hanabi's expectations, but the appearance of the 3 Jades together created greater chaos. Hanabi decided to take this opportunity to indulge herself and stretched out her little hand to emphasize again. Joy Star God, please give me the wooden hammer to open the can. Don't delay the time to open the can. Guinea looked at the jade beside her, and for some reason she felt a sense of calmness, as if there was a real jade beside her. But the reputation of the masked fool dispelled the feelings in Guinea heart. Who knows if it will be affected by the power of joy? Guinea pondered for a moment and said to the jade beside her, and also to the live camera, it doesn't matter whether the jade is real or fake. What's important is that Jade is just a code name. Everyone can have the code name of Jade, let alone the masked mask. Jade's eyes lit up. Gue Naifen can say this. It is enough to prove that she is a precious rough stone with a future. Compared to collecting finished jewelry, Jade is more obsessed with guiding and polishing the rough stones with the mind and watching them bloom. So, topaz and gold dust were cultivated. Recruiting Gue Naifen? Jade thinks it is difficult. The biggest difficulty is that Gue Naifen's mind is on Su Fan. This girl's expression, hidden in her eyes, is in love. Jade, who has insight into human nature, understand it very well. Jade thought so, and looked in the jar shop, and saw the firework pretending to be herself. This unique, out-of-place rough stone with primitive, crazy, and beautiful. Jade is very moved, but now is not the time to harvest. There are more important things at this moment. Playing cards to death. Chinkea, Joy Star God has made a surprise attack. If the jar is not unopenable, we don't know it's a fake. Shangshang's only account. Susang another jade? This one can't be fake again. Tail follower. Well, you guessed right. Look at Xiao Gizi's side. The 3rd jade has appeared. Ruthless divination machine. Fushuan, when the real is fake, the fake is real. The real can't be fake, and the fake can't be real. I heard that changing the name will not be banned. Silver Wolf, listening to your words is like listening to a word. Cold Crow. Jackdaw, the one next to Xiao Gizi, is most likely the real one. Her calmness and confidence in mastering the situation have silently surpassed the Joy Star God and the masked fool who have entered the game. The most direct way to distinguish is to open the jar. Seeing that she has entered the game, we must sweep away all fakes and fakes. Unknown alien merchant. Rakshasa, looking forward to the luck of Ms. Jade. Hanabi got the wooden hammer from Aha, because Aha's identity had been exposed by the safe and sound jar. So she took the wooden hammer and looked at it carefully. Hanabi's curiosity was satisfied, and she sighed softly. This is what the hammer for opening a can feels like. Shajin folded his arms in front of him and analyzed calmly. The fake Jade Lady will keep delaying time, find all kinds of excuses to bring up all kinds of topics, and not touch the can opener. Topa looked at Hanabi, comparing her with the Jade Lady in his impression, and with the one played by Aha before. Overall, it is generally perfect, but there are flaws in the details. To put it bluntly, this masked fool seems to be petite, not used to the tall figure of Jade Lady, and the chest and back position does not seem to be as generous and rich as Jade Lady. There are loopholes in the details. Topa naturally would not say these, otherwise he would laugh at the masked fool, who is not as tall as Jade Lady and not as big as Jade Lady. Topa added in a roundabout way. There is another point. The Jade Lady in front of you has a too eccentric personality. You know what Jade Lady is best at is waiting, just like waiting outside for the show inside the store to end. Hanabi frowned, knocked on the palm of her hand with a wooden hammer, and first looked at the gold dust. Little peacock, you are a little too smart. I don't know if it's your head or the can that's hard. Looking at Topa again, the voice sounded again. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. When I find a chance, I must taste the taste of the dimensional piggy bank. Zhang Zhang hurriedly hid behind Topa's shoulder. The masked fool said harsh words with the face of Jade, and the impact brought was very strong for the dimensional piggy bank. What a pity! The plan was ruined by the god of fun. Hanabi saw the real Jade coming in, and handed the can-opener wooden hammer in her hand to the gold dust and Topa, with a slightly cold tone and a hint of teasing. Jade took the can-opener wooden hammer, looked at the other self, and sighed. Your smart little head can always come up with some unexpected new tricks. Hanabi laughed, smoke lingering on her body, and the masked fool's mask was full of joy and destiny. The body returned to its original shape, and the bells wrapped around the ankles jingled, subconsciously attracting the attention to the white and small feet stepping on the clogs. Oh, Topa nodded, and the masked fool was consistent with the previous guess. Jade looked at Aha. Meet the joyful star god. Aha returned to his previous appearance, slightly tilted his cheek, and made an invitation. Do you want to share the number of times you open the cans? As compensation, I will give you a mask with the power of joy, and you will become a member of the tavern in a legitimate way. Jade refused the olive branch. Thank you for your kindness, star god. I'm sorry I can't accept it. The answer was expected. Aha didn't say much, but looked at Huahua and chuckled. The morning actor has found a fun, ha 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 ha, and it's closely related to Luafu. This time, Huahua will have the fun all to herself. Hanaho pouted. Who knows what fun the god of fun is talking about? But fun. How can it be more interesting than watching people open cans? Hanaho looked at Jade at this moment. It is like seeing people who used all their possessions to realize their inner desires in Sayudian, from uneasiness to expectation, then to ecstasy, and finally to despair. And Jade waited patiently as always, squeezing out all the value of this farce. Opening the jar in the name of the company, not stopping the farce being imitated, and then refusing the invitation of the star god, everything will be transmitted to the entire universe through live broadcast. The one who pocketed all the fame and fortune was Jade, one of the people in Shiksenshin. Fireworks completed the transformation from the protagonist to the supporting role, and smiled and said loudly, Open your eyes and watch. How does the great Lady Jade open the jar? If Jade could read Fireworks' voice, she would praise this smart little head who just wanted to open a jar simply, but never thought it would be so chaotic. After all, everything is difficult at the beginning. The wind blew through the jar shop. It took away the joyful star god Aha. The biggest rival who was looking for fun left. Huahua began to take the initiative. She moved her feet happily, brought a stool, and placed it behind the counter, and stood beside Su Fan. Because her height was just higher than the counter, her vision would be blocked by the Jade. So she came up with this ingenious idea. Boss Su Fan, if you don't mind, how about I sit next to you? Huahua had butterfly pink pupils, and her eyes were full of watery eyes with pitiful prayers, and she put her hands together in front of her chest. Who said that supporting roles can't steal the show? Hua also steals the show, so she has to sit behind the counter next to boss Su Fan. Su Fan didn't choose Hua because of her beauty, nor because of Hua's likable personality. Not because of Hua's soft and bright twin ponytails, bells wrapped with 270 red lines on her wrists and ankles, and a copper bell ingeniously locked around her neck. It was just because the space behind the counter was too empty, and there was no signboard girl to accompany her. Su Fan looked at Hua, who was sitting obediently, and said, "Just don't interfere with people opening cans." Hua playfully saluted Su Fan with a cloud cavalry military salute. "Yes, sir." Sha Jin held his forehead and sighed. Hua still found a loophole and forced him to stay in the can store. Topa's eyes flickered. Why didn't she find this excuse to sit beside Su Fan and watch everyone open cans? Fei Tzu gently grasped the wooden hammer in her hand, with praise in her eyes. It was worthy of being the rough stone she admired. Fei Tzu thought, "Which one should I open?" Hua leaned on her face with her elbows on the counter, and her voice became lazy and natural. "Smash all 10 cans at once, so that people can have less descriptions in their minds. And Shout Gizi's live broadcast room can also have fewer eye-catching messages, and you can see all the items at once." Su Fan interrupted Hua, appreciated the unique breaking of the fourth wall of the masked fool. "Don't interfere with the will of the customers." Hua stuck out her tongue at Su Fan in embarrassment. "Be at ease as the poster girl. Look at Fei Chui to choose how to open a jar." From left to right, the first jar. Bang! The jar broke. The air in the jar shop changed subtly. Fei Chui stretched her brows and took out a pill from the fragments, with a hint of smile in her voice. A strong medicinal fragrance. Smelling it makes people look a lot younger. Su Fan said, "It's the rejuvenating pill, which will keep your face unchanged for 100 years. Fei Chui's eyes sparkled. The jar shop had opened a rejuvenating pill for 20 years before, and now the first jar opened a 100-year rejuvenating pill. It is enough to show that the opening of the jar Yunqi is booming. Hua flashed her eyes in surprise, staring at the pill in Fei Chui's hand, and vomited the doubts in her heart. "Boss Su Fan, how did you open it at a glance? Teach Hua." Su Fan smiled mysteriously. Hua was not annoyed that she did not get an answer. She just felt that the mysteriousness of Boss Su Fan was even more mysterious than before she came to Luofu. Topa was also curious about what Hua said, and even more curious about what kind of storm it would cause. He sighed softly. 100 years of beauty. In the future, Ciudad will be crowded with people. Whether it is singers and dancers who are famous in many galaxies or peerless beauties who are afraid of aging, they will all desire this pill. Maybe Miss Robin from Pinaconi will also come to visit. After looking at the pill, Sha Jin's eyes fell on the wooden hammer, waiting for the second jar to be opened. After hearing everyone's comments, Fei Tzu just smiled and swung the wooden hammer. Bang! The second jar suddenly broke. It was not an empty jar. There was no medicinal fragrance. Instead, it emitted a dazzling golden light, which instantly illuminated the inside and outside of the jar store. It ignited Fei Tzu's surprise. It lit up the expectation of fireworks. It lit up the curiosity of gold dust. And Topa's exclamation, "The third kind of supreme fairy gold?" Wait, the light subsided. A ball of light appeared, and there was something in the depths. The light in the depths of the ball of light shone, covering the figure, and only the vague outline could be seen. Fei Tzu looked familiar. It looked like the scale used to weigh the collateral in Tsiu pawn shop. This was indeed the case. The light gradually became dim, just like the true appearance after being washed away. The scale made of gold fell on the counter, attracting everyone's attention, and in the middle of the scale, there was an eye of Horus that seemed to be watching all living beings. Topa clenched his fist and cheered. The scale is made of gold. Ms. Jade happens to like jewelry. The second jar is so lucky to get something that matches her personality. Gold Sand looked at the scale and felt that it was not so simple to make eyes and scales. Hua cast his eyes on Su Fan. Instead of guessing blindly, he might as well wait for the answer. Jade felt the golden scale's recognition in the dark, and took the scale in his hand and held it in front of him. Sufan looked at the golden scale, and his voice slowly sounded. Millennium Scale. It has the ability to measure the good and evil of people's hearts, and then use the power of destiny to drive it, which can measure the size of the darkness in the human heart, can make monsters, demons, and other things merge to become more powerful. Millennium Scale. One of the 1,000-year artifacts, after being recognized, it can exert its full ability. Jade's mouth curled up. I thought it was an ordinary scale to measure value, a rare ornament placed in CIU's pawn, but I never thought that it could be linked to people's hearts and merge with demons. The sight fell on Huahua. Eyes met. Hanabi was unsure and shrank back. Ms. Jadeite, you don't want to use me to prove the ability of the Millennium Scale, do you? Jadeite laughed softly. Who made us work together so many times before? Let the scale test your good and evil. Come on. Hanabi spread her hands. In fact, I also want to know what my good and evil are. The power of destiny in Jadeite's hand shone, and the eye of Horus made of gold fell on Hanabi, and a tray of the scale appeared with feathers condensed from destiny. Topa and gold dust stared at them, and feathers fell on the tray of the Millennium Scale like hair, as if they were weighing something silently. Hanabi held her chest, and her heart skipped a beat just now, as if her heart was captured or pulled away. The trays at both ends rose and fell. 3.4. After the evil thoughts pressed the feathers, the good thoughts made the feathers float, just like Hanabi's eccentric personality, and also like the dazzling fireworks in summer that are hard to figure out. With the infusion of the power of destiny, the 1,000-year balance plate calmed down and became completely quiet. Jade was surprised. Equal. According to the masked fools, people who are afraid of chaos in the world, and the many farces and troubles caused in the universe, shouldn't the feathers be suppressed by evil thoughts? Firefly held her face and laughed. Sure enough, Firefly's heart is both kind and evil. Then she cast her eyes on Sufan. Boss Sufan, you have to see clearly. Firefly is such a kind, cute and charming, evil and seductive bad woman. Sufan looked at Firefly's figure and expressed absolute approval of the former. The latter is debatable. The bad woman still has to be Kafka, and Firefly needs to grow up a little more. Jade chuckled. Through the Millennium Scale. By the way, Fireworks has a deeper understanding. Good and evil. But they are all on the road of practicing the way of joy and looking for fun. The power of destiny emerges again. Jade's eyes see the degree of darkness in Fireworks through the Millennium Scale. Nothing. Just chaos. Very reasonable. It fits the heart of the masked fool. Jade moved her eyes and looked at Sufan. Can you test Boss Sufan? Sufan nodded. Let's test. Jade held the Millennium Scale and pointed it at Sufan. The power of destiny appeared. The Millennium Scale in the palm of her hand trembled and shook. Sweat appeared on Jade's forehead, and her breathing became rapid. Fireworks was surprised. Just one glance. The Millennium Balance almost collapsed, and Jade was severely damaged. What terrible scene did she see? Topa asked worriedly. What's wrong, Ms. Jade? Jade looked at the Millennium Balance in her hand, which was still trembling, and her expression became complicated and hid a trace of horror. After the balance is balanced, the dark side does not exist but 10 pieces of Chaos C. Chaos C? Topa's eyebrows jumped, and he subconsciously hugged Zhang Zhang. Shajin was completely stunned. Huahu was only in the Chaos state, while Boss Su Fan was in the unlimited Chaos C. I'm afraid that the Joy Star God is not as good as this. Huahu couldn't sit still. Her little hand covered the back of Su Fan's hand, and a smile appeared at her voice to invite. Ha 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 ha. Boss Su Fan's tavern is in need of talents like you. Be familiar with the God of Fun, and then introduce you to a few interesting guys. Su Fan shook his head. The Millennium Balance saw through the darkness of people's hearts and peeked into the exclusive jar to the 50th Avenue. The Millennium Balance was just a glance, and Jade was severely damaged. Su Fan learned his lesson and will not let anyone do random testing next time, so as not to delay the process of opening the jar. Guinevere. Ms. Jade is quite lucky. To be honest, I am a little tempted by the 100-year rejuvenating pill. After all, that beautiful girl doesn't want to stay young forever, but chiming surfing the internet, Bailu, but what? Playing cards to death. Chinke probably playing the Emperor Yuan Xiongyu. The body and mind will ascend from then on. Tail follower. What, does the Emperor Yuan Xiongyu have this effect? Snowing coat. Shui, maybe it exists? Ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian Ms. Jade. Opened 1,000-year balance, which can measure the good and evil of people's hearts with a balance. It can also observe the darkness of people's hearts and carry out monster fusion. Ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian, why does this ability remind people of the 12 talismans? Ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian, it turned out to be one of the 1,000-year artifacts. I heard that changing the name will not be banned. Silver Wolf, are you trying to cover up something by spamming so many screens? But the ability of this Millennium Balance is really outrageous. Firefly is fair to good and evil. She also said that she is a bad woman, but in my heart, there are other bad women. Cold Crow. Jackdaw, now I know why the above person made a long list of comments. The Earth Balance Department has already regarded her as a major concern, specially found a team to ban her. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yin Xing, I have to find a way to borrow the Millennium Balance from Ms. Jade and find the secret of the King of Medicine hidden in the immortal boat. Real name Internet, Jing Yuan +1. Jade has recovered. Put the Millennium Balance on the counter and continue to open the jar. Firefly took advantage of Jade's inattention and secretly poked the tray of the balance with her hand. She did not sense the ability of the balance, which was only the touch of gold and stone. The third jar. Bang! In the broken jar. Ring. Jade found a ring and exclaimed softly, then put it in her hand and looked at the soft, jade-like luster of the ring. No need for Su Fan to introduce it. Jade had already recognized it. It's a storage ring. Su Fan still remembers the last time he put the ring on Su Chong. The style of the storage ring spread in Luofu, Xianzhou. So much so that when fighting Di Yuan Xiongyu, they had to enjoy the treatment of Su Chong and let Su Fan put on customized storage rings for them. Boss Su Fan, can you help me put on the ring? Jade raised her right hand, and the jade bracelet slid down her white wrist, showing her white, slender, and beautiful fingers. Topa, gold dust. Fireworks. There's something fun to watch. Fireworks quickly took out his phone, opened Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room, and looked at the eye-catching messages that surged like a tide. Shang's only account. Su saying, what's going on? Why did I get a storage ring? I want Su Fan to put it on for me. Snowy coat. Shui, aren't there only you and Jade? Playing with cards. Chinke helpless. Headache. Ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian Ms. Jade. You are so old. Don't be tempted by worldly desires. Or should I watch the fireworks? Huahua in terms of age. Who can compare with Xianzhou people? Isn't it said that a woman 3 years older than a man can hold a gold brick? A woman 30 years older than a man can give him a kingdom. A woman 300 years older than a man can give him an elixir. A woman 3,000 years older than a man can be ranked among the immortals. Ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian, you don't know how to be grateful when you sit next to Su Fan, and you even bother to bicker in the live broadcast room? Cold Crow. Jackdaw, it doesn't matter. There's no need to be angry. Anyway, Huahua is a serious spectator. This is a fact that no one can shake. You can only watch Su Fan put a ring on the jadeite and do nothing, unless it's Huahua's turn. When you open the can, you'll find a mask and ask Su Fan to put it on you personally. Rainbow 7854, Yukong +1. Huahua was so angry that she gritted her teeth and was hit hard in her heart. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharpest knife. Put the phone in your pocket. And at this moment, as Jackdaw said, you can only watch Jadeite wearing the ring and not far away. Topa slowly opened her mouth in surprise. Under the hat, Jadeite's eyes were gentle, only for Su Fan, and her voice was very soft. Just choose the ring finger. Topa covered her cheek. The ring finger means being in love, but how did Ms. Jadeite fall into this state after visiting the jar shop? Topa's eyes flashed on Jadeite, and Su Fan's faces, thinking that according to Ms. Jadeite's character, she was probably deliberately teasing Su Fan to soothe his previously injured heart. Storage ring 867 was put on. Jadeite was wrapped with the power of destiny, and the scenery in front of her suddenly changed, from the jar shop to an empty white space. The mind was moved. The 1,000-year-old balance that was placed on the counter before appeared in the storage space. Jade gradually became familiar with how to use it. Her eyes moved to the counter and looked at the remaining 7 cans. The wooden hammer in her hand did not hesitate. Raised and dropped. Empty can. It is understandable that one can be empty occasionally when opening a can. Jade glanced at Fireworks, who spoke in Su Fan's tone. Drop the hammer again. It is understandable that 2 cans are empty occasionally when opening a can. Jade ignored the fireworks. The hammer fell for the 3rd time. Bang! The jar suddenly broke, but it didn't give people a chance to see the broken jar. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of the engine starting, and the fusion reactor started up. Look at the sky outside the store. Ginelefin's surprised voice instantly attracted many eyes. The huge shadow that covered the sky fell from the sky, completely blocking the cave where Jinren Lane was located, and hovering in the air was a heavy interstellar battleship, like a flying fortress. Jade looked at the roaring interstellar battleship and the star raft flying from a distance for warning, and doubt flashed in her eyes. Is this something that just opened? Jade looked at Su Fan and asked, "What did I open?" Su Fan's eyes flashed with nostalgia, and he answered softly, "Interstellar Battleship Cruiser." Interstellar Battle Cruiser? Shajin heard Su Fan's answer, walked to the threshold of the store, and looked up at the battleship covering the sky in confusion. The battleship was magnificent, like a steel-armored fortress, and it was more like a steel beast that was ready to eat people in the sky. The whole person's mind was instantly intimidated. The laser gun group evenly distributed around the battleship. Just looking at the black gun holes forged by steel, the chill directly surged into the heart, and the hands and feet couldn't help but numb. It was because Su Fan's voice sounded. The battlecruiser is powered by a fusion reactor. There is a Yamato cannon at the bow, which emits a plasma energy beam produced by a nuclear explosion. This is a planetary weapon that cannot be compared with the imaginary collapse pulse of a galaxy-level weapon. What is an imaginary collapse pulse? That is the research of Dr. Chadwick, the 79th seat of the Genius Club. The battlecruiser has a large internal space, which can accommodate 4,000 to 7,000 people or the immortal boat Goldman. In addition to the bow, there are several twin laser cannon arrays distributed around the hull. The power of this turret is similar to that of the company's starship. Well, there is one more thing. The battlecruiser can fold space. Although it is not as good as the pioneering Jump or the immortal boat Cloudwing, it is also a rare propulsion system in the universe. Shajin didn't want to talk anymore. Su Fan seemed to be belittling. But looking at the entire universe, only the civilizations at the top of the universe and the interstellar peace company that lives in the universe can build such a battlecruiser. And the Yamato cannon, folding space jumps are all worth the company's research. Especially after the research on imaginary collapse pulses was interrupted. Once the interstellar battlecruiser returns to the company, it will be listed as a research focus by the Technical Research and Development Department. Gold Dust knows the value of battlecruiser. Jade is naturally very clear. Take off the hat. Let the hair be blown by the wind and waves of the battleship engine, looking at the giant ship that has been included by the ferry ship Star Raft, with surprise in his eyes. Turning his face to look at Su Fan. Do you want to go up and take a look together? Jade's voice was quickly drowned out. Su Fan heard it clearly and almost blurted out just now. You want to drive a battlecruiser in such a low voice? Fireworks' eyes were full of urging, wanting to go up and take a look. Topa took out his mobile phone, contacted the company's staff and the ferry ship, and went to Jinren Lane to take over the battlecruiser. Su Fan found a paper manual with a sense of ritual in the broken jar, and looked at Jade's voice rising. Before going up, don't forget the flight manual. The pioneering flying sword flashed. Yukon was experiencing the sword racing, but this time he was not flying alone, but also with the memory Black Swan. In an instant, he arrived above the Golden Man Lane one step earlier than Xingqiao Yuguang. As the helmsman of Tianbo Division, when the jar shop opened the battlecruiser, he naturally had to rush to it as soon as possible. Black Swan was overlooking the distant view of the Golden Man Lane from the sky, thinking that it was the 1,000-year balance opened by the jade before, which could see through good and evil and observe darkness and manipulate magic beasts. It was 100 times and 1,000 times more magical than the strange objects collected in the Black Tower, and it was worthy of being an item opened by the jar shop. The flying sword hovered. Black Swan first overlooked the jar shop, and then followed Yukong to look at the battlecruiser. The material used in the battleship was not ordinary fine steel armor, which could fully withstand the attack of the power of destiny. Silently reading the memory of the battleship, it seemed as if he saw hundreds and thousands of battlecruisers moving forward in unison, fighting a magnificent war with the Zerg and the Protoss in the Interstellar. Yukong's mind was focused on the warship, and he touched the steel barrier and sighed softly. Good ship, good warship. Luofu Xinzhou's technology can copy it. It's a pity that it's a waste of jade. Black Swan was speechless. The company had never copied the giant Starsea warship like the Xianzhou Alliance. Yukong, the helmsman of Luofu Tianbo Division, directly thought about the warship driven by the company director. Yukong glanced at Black Swan. He was too lazy to explain her. The agreement reached between Xianzhou and the company on the jar store. Outside the jar store, Gui Naifan endured the wind and waves brought by the battle cruiser. Fearless and fearless. Even wanted to do something ruthless. After Gui Naifan finished listening to Su Fan's explanation, his upper body suddenly separated from his body and flew into the sky, floating not far from the battleship. Gui Naifan's voice rang out in the air. Family, watch out. This is how the split fruit is used. Is this the Yamato cannon? This side, the bulging one here, is the warp drive. It is indeed an interstellar battleship that can carry 7,000 people. It is countless times better than the ships of interstellar pirates. Once this Yamato cannon is fired, it is simply a dimensionality reduction strike. It is also superior to most of the ships of the Interstellar Peace Company in terms of performance. You ask, why does Xiao Gizi know? Ha 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 ha. To be honest, Xiao Gizi's eldest brother was an interstellar pirate. He was arrested by the public for hijacking a merchant ship. The company was wiped out. Because the merchant ship belonged to the Xianzhou Alliance, it was handed over to the Yunqi army. Xiao Gizi composed the lyrics himself and took everyone to see the warship and listen to it. Who would have thought that his elder brother was so confused that he hijacked a merchant ship? It came from Xianzhou. Xianzhou people are upright and hate evil, and their thunderous means are like wind and rain. My elder brother advised me to fly away after learning the skills, but I know that if I don't repay the kindness, people will say that I am worse than beasts. Who would have thought that I would show my ability in Jinren Lane, and the children who suffered so much would now have both fame and fortune? The dusk of Pierpoint, unlike other worlds, is purple-red. It reflects the colorful light of gemstones on the towering buildings. In the meeting room of the Strategic Investment Department, everyone saw it, the mystery of true and false jade. When Aha said that he would come to Pierpoint in the appearance of Topa, many people's hearts skipped a beat. Fortunately, I found new fun in the morning actor. I no longer paid attention to Pierpoint. Fleming breathed a sigh of relief. If it was the masked fool who sneaked into Pierpoint, he would be fearless, but the past galaxy where the joyful star god made trouble was witnessed by everyone. That was in front of the Pioneer Star God. Half of the Pioneer train was blown up. When I think of the Amber King opening the jar, 215, Lima, admitted for the first time in 8 Amber Ages that he was the chairman of the company, the deterrent effect on Aha is self-evident. 100-year-old anti-aging pill. As female supervisors, Apollo and Scar-Eyed Lady had a flash of excitement in their eyes. Then the Millennium Scale was opened. It made many company supervisors' eyes extremely hot. It can measure the good and evil of people's hearts and measure the darkness hidden in their hearts. More importantly, it can fuse monsters. The opening of the interstellar battle cruiser. As the head of the Technical Research and Development Department, Apollo stood up from his chair and shouted. The imaginary collapse pulse that was created with a huge amount of manpower and financial resources was brought to Pinnaconny by Chadwick. So far, under the care of the family and the memory court, the relevant memory bubbles could not be extracted, making many efforts go waste. But now there is a substitute for the imaginary collapse pulse. Ion energy beam. We must bring the battle cruiser back to Pier Point no matter what. Apollo's voice echoed in the conference room. It was not only the attitude of the technology R&D department. It was also the unanimous will of the Interstellar Peace Company. Fleming looked at Apollo and said slowly, the technology is shared with the immortal boat. If you want to develop further technical cooperation, you have to communicate with General Huai Yin of Zhu Ming Immortal Boat. Apollo wrote it down. Osvaldo, with a red mark on his face, was indignant in his heart. Can you communicate with Su Fan to move the jar store to Pier Point? Diamond said coldly. Unless you want Luofu Immortal Boat to stay in Pier Point, the 7 generals of Emperor Bao have already known about its existence. According to the intelligence, General Tianji is ready to open the jar. Do you want Yaoqing Immortal Boat to win a great victory in Pier Point? Diamond's voice instantly dispelled the strange thoughts of others. After all, getting in trouble with the patrol is equivalent to a fight to the death. The company has already been dissatisfied with the patrol rangers, so there is no need to take such a big risk. Oh, on board. The technology inside the ship is no less than that of the company. At a glance, it is full of projections and other devices. It is very good as a fusion reactor to start. Apollo should pay more attention to this sensitive energy drive method, which is very different from the technology provided by the intelligent machines and is also very different from the application of the power of destiny. The 6 emperors of Luofu have all come on board. Look at the white-haired man who is not motivated. He is Luofu's General Shuns. At present, it seems that not only 7,000 people, but also 5,000 giant beasts can be accommodated. If combined with the activation technology of Bulirin, the most terrifying warship in the Star Sea will be born. The technology of activating warships must be carried out in secret, just like the intelligent machine Bulirin, who is advancing in secret. Fleming looked at Gue Naifin's live projection, and the voices of comments and sighs kept ringing, echoing in every corner of the conference room. The company's 7-member board of directors all came for a cloud visit. Until the live screen changed, I realized that the browsing had ended and returned to the jar store. Inside the battle cruiser, it was very lively. There was Xiao Gizi live broadcasting. General Luofu Yoyu, and the company's 3 directors explored the many facilities in the ship, and the surprise in their eyes never stopped. But Black Swan's sight was locked on Su Fan. If there was no annoying Huati beside him, he would have talked to Su Fan long ago. And Black Swan found out. Fu Xian Taibu in Luofu Yoyu has been staring at him with his magic eyes, warning him not to think too much. So, Black Swan followed Yukong to look around honestly. Playing cards to death. Qingke, according to a fortune teller who stayed in Taibu Division. The departure of this battleship will bring bad luck to Fengzhou evil creatures in the future. Small accounts are easily banned. Silver Wolf, the plasma energy beam of the battleship, can be the first echelon in the universe in the absence of imaginary collapse pulse. Qiming goes online. Bai Lu, what is our Cloud Rider slogan? Cold Crow, Jackdaw, the immortal boat soars. The Cloud Riders always win. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yen Xing, the immortal boat soars. The Cloud Riders always win. Shang's only account. Su Shang, the immortal boat flips over. The Cloud Riders always win. Unknown Outer Heaven Merchant. Rakshasa, the more powerful the immortal boat is, the safer we merchants will be. Back to the jar shop. The first thing Hanabi did was sat down on the chair, then kicked off the clogs, rubbed the soles of her feet that were sore from walking. After doing all this, Hanabi lay on the counter and said weakly, "It takes too much effort to get up from the battleship," but found out. Boss Su Fan suddenly moved away from her. Huahua raised his eyebrows and figured it out instantly. Huahua said angrily, "Beautiful girls don't have smelly feet. If you don't believe me, smell it." Topa interrupted, "That's enough." Fei Tsue glanced at Huahua, who was doing it deliberately, and looked at the battleship heading to the center of Xingcha Sea with her peripheral vision. It was a company employee who was familiar with the manual and drove the battlecruiser. Luofu, Xianzhou knew the value of the battlecruiser very well. After General Luofu and Lu Yu boarded the ship, they instantly reached a preliminary consensus on joint development and research. The gold dust was left on the ship, leading the people of Luofu to continue to explore the ship, and the current technology in the universe was compared. And there were 4 jars on the counter. Fei Tsue dropped the hammer, listening to the sound of the jar breaking. It was more beautiful than completing the mortgage transaction at CU Pawn. A white light flashed. Hua swallowed the words that she wanted to say, that the empty jar was excusable. Toppa looked sideways. Jade watched the white light gradually condense into a fish shape and appear on the counter. Its gills, eyes, and abdomen are orange, and the rest are pure sky blue. Black fins stand tall on the top of its head and tail. Jade tried to speculate. "Another Pokemon?" Su Fan replied, "Swamp." Bulbasaur was taken away by gold dust. Otherwise, it would have just paired up with Swamp. Hanabi observed Swamp and found that something was wrong and said, "But why does Swamp look dull, as if it has emptied its brain and given up thinking?" Toppa nodded and agreed with Hanabi's point of view. Is it because it appeared in an unknown world and had a stress reaction? Su Fan shook his head. Swamp has seen through everything a long time ago. Jade looked at Swamp and found that its eyes looked like it had seen through the world. And Swamp's eyes fell on a space ring on the ring finger of his right hand. Emerald smiled without leaving any trace. Swampert is a Pokemon that is really interesting. Seeing through everything does not mean that it can see everything. Under the hat, Emerald's eyes were slightly cold. This beautiful snake, who had been disguised for a long time, showed a little pressure at this moment. Swampert was so scared that cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He silently turned his eyes away and looked at the cans on the shelf. He thought again that it seemed to have been opened from the can by a hammer just now. Seen through everything a long time ago? Fireworks did not believe it. Staring at Swampert, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that its expression was magical. He thought about making a mask that can see through the world in the future. Zhang Zhang stood on Toppa's shoulder, looking at Swampert and thinking secretly. Zhang Zhang is a regular employee of Interstellar Peace Company. He is proficient in security, debt collection, actuarial work, etc., unlike Swampert, who can only see through the world. Emerald's questioning tone became soft. What is the specific combat power of Swampert? Emerald did not dislike Swampert, but wanted to learn more about it. After all, judging from the breath of Swampert, the battle that the 10 people of Stoneheart were involved in could not be participated in. So Ao acted as a Pokemon companion to take care of it. Su Fan first said the upper limit of Swampert. Swampert evolved from Aqua and can evolve into Swampert and Mega Swampert. He pondered for a moment. He said the strongest skill of Swampert. It has a god-level evasion skill. Dodge it quickly. Asterisk colon. Toppa was puzzled. There is such a skill? Hanabi's eyes sparkled. According to the special nature of Pokemon, maybe there is really a god-level evasion skill. Swamp Leap's expression was still dull. How could there be a god-level dodge skill? However, when everyone's eyes were all focused on it, the doubts in their hearts gradually dissipated, and they saw Su Fan's determined eyes behind the counter. Swamp Leap found that it seemed that, when the trainer said to dodge quickly, he could really dodge anything. Swamp Leap's eyes that saw through the world became bright. Not at everyone. Prove the value of what he has. Otherwise, he would be stared at by the woman in the top hat with a cold gaze. Although there was no malice, being stared at would make him feel cold. Then Swamp Leap could finally breathe a sigh of relief because everyone's eyes fell on the remaining 3 jars. Jade took the wooden hammer and gently patted his palm. It seems that good luck is good. I wonder if it can continue. Luck is too ethereal. Not everyone has the 7 transfer path, immortal goo, and wishes good luck to the dragon. Su Fan chuckled. The future is always exciting. Emerald's cold eyes slowly fell on Su Fan's face. The meaning of this sentence is very good and wonderful. The wooden hammer locked the middle jar. The hammer rose and fell, and the jar collapsed from standing without any drag. A square stone rolled out. In the center area, there is a dragon-shaped pattern. Emerald took it in the palm of his hand and found that it was similar to the pig talisman that was opened by the gold dust before. He already had the answer in his mind. The 8th jar is a dragon talisman. Hanabi said in surprise. Ah, Emerald's luck is good. There is no kunai, detonating talisman, or the like after opening 8 jars. Now a new talisman is opened. Don't open the next jar. Open a talisman, strange fire or something. But it is a dragon talisman. Hanabi's surprise faded away. At least it is not a rabbit talisman or a dog talisman, which is a talisman with top ability and effect. Topa said in surprise. MS. Jade, as Boss Sufan said. The dragon talisman has explosive power and can emit a burning explosion with unparalleled destructive power. Jade lightly pinched it. It can capture the surging explosive power contained in the dragon talisman. If it is pressed on an interstellar battleship, it is unknown what kind of sparks will be born when combined with the plasma energy beam. Sufan added. By the way, the burning explosion will become stronger with the anger of the user. Anger value? Jade's face flashed with difficulty. Because emotional fluctuations can affect the body and mind, the company has the best medical beauty in the universe, and no one wants to see acne due to anger. Then there was a little disgust in the emotion. Sufan whispered. The dragon talisman is the natal talisman of the fire demon saint. Jade restrained her disgust. Fireworks was very surprised. She couldn't imagine that such an ordinary talisman would be the natal talisman of the fire demon. But soon she understood. There are many beings in the universe that are not very strong in combat power, but have very strange and peculiar abilities. Perhaps the fire demon is also like this. Hanabi didn't hint at anyone. She was just talking about the masked fool. The dragon talisman flickered. It was stored in the storage ring. Jade lightly pinched the wooden hammer for opening cans. There are 2 more cans. Open them from this side. Empty. Then there is the last can. The last can. Caught it. Topple's eyes. Hanabi's sight. Swamp Leap's sight that sees through everything. And Su Fan's curiosity and expectation. Bang! The hammer fell. A touch of extreme sword light rose up. Tear the can shop. Chop the sky of the Golden Man Lane, cave heaven. The sword light never stopped, and the sword light was bright, piercing through the Luofu defense array that had just been repaired, and poked a hole in the sky so that the stars outside the universe could be seen. The sword light continued to vibrate, and the entire Luofu immortal boat began to shake as if it was about to capsize. So in the shock, surprise, and confusion of the Luofu immortal boat, a desolate star adjacent to the boat was seen being chopped off by a sword, exploding in the universe and turning into stardust and disappearing into nothingness. Jade's hat was blown off by the sword wind. Together with Topa, she held the foundation stone to release the power of protection, protecting the jar store from the boundless sword energy. Her eyes trembled. Looking at the strange phenomenon caused by opening the jar, the previous indifference quietly dissipated, and Yuan said, "What exactly was opened?" The account lying on Topa's shoulder keenly discovered that the protection barrier had cracks and was almost unable to bear it. Topa gritted his teeth. He continued to inject the power of the command in the foundation stone, and then repaired the cracks that kept appearing. Hua, with a careless look, was also stunned at this moment. The appearance of this sword light made the interstellar battleship and the dragon's spell look like dust. Family, Ms. Jade. After opening the Swamp Leap fish that sees through everything, the dragon talisman, one of the 12 talismans, was opened. The good luck continues. An empty can came directly? There is only 1 can left. Ginelifin was full of enthusiasm and liveliness, explaining the can's store to the live camera. Concentrate. Watch the opening of the last can. The moment the peerless sword light appeared, Ginolafin subconsciously used the ability to split into pieces and used the characteristics of the fruit to dodge and make the sword light's attack ineffective. This was the subconscious after practicing with Su Chong for a long time. Guifan's sight followed the sword light, and he raised his head and a surprised voice sounded. The sword light of 10,000 feet tore through the cave sky of Jinren Lane. It broke the dome magic array of Luofu, Xianzhou again. Wait, this time it was directly torn apart. Even the barren stars in the universe were chopped into pieces. What exactly did it open? **yen***. Is it a sword fairy experience light group like Su Shang, or a fairy weapon related to the sword fairy? Above the sea of clouds in the cave sky, the interstellar battleship cruiser swayed from side to side, and it lost its balance because of the sword light, just like a lonely boat floating in the sea of swords. Shajin held Bulbasaur and almost dropped his jaw. What did Ms. Emerald open? Yukong's eyes were solemn. It is impossible to see through and understand, and it is comparable to the light arrow of the Emperor's bow. Black Swan nodded to Yukong's words. Daihengsi Sihung Huifu sighed. No matter what was opened, he had to repair the dome of Luofu again. Jing Yuan looked up at the desolate star that had turned into nothingness. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. The Lord of the Hunting Order could not resist this sword light. If he confronted it head-on, it would only end in disgrace. Fu Xian's eyes between his eyebrows were filled with chaos, as if the chaotic light burst out at the beginning of all things. He looked at the jar shop from the battleship. 0. This Dharma Eye, which was bestowed by the Master of Knowledge and has seen everything in the world, has been upgraded after Su Fan's transformation of the Tai Primal Chaos Chi. The ability to see through and see things like this has been improved. Looking at the jar shop, he saw the source of the sword light, which was a small silver grass. Fu Xian couldn't believe it. A small grass almost capsized the Luofu immortal boat. Could it be? The blue-silver grass of the Emperor level. But it shouldn't be the sword light. It should be the blue eyes entangled. The Xingcha Sea is trembling. It was affected by the overturning sword energy. Su Chong drew out the Xianyuan sword. The majestic sword energy that shattered the stars resonated with the innate sword embryo in the body, and the sword energy in the body burst out and lingered around the Xianyuan sword. The 10,000 feet of sword intent from the 5 elements of the Taishu rose from the ground and echoed with it from a distance. Come on, Li Susang, you can't lose. Susang encouraged the sword energy in her body. The experience of the 4 sword immortals had already been integrated into her limbs and bones. The sword light appeared more and more open and closed, as if to break all laws with one sword. Although I don't know what was opened in the jar shop, but I know, at this moment, the swordsman wants to draw the sword in his hand to compete with it. The sword wind subsided. The sword light in Jinren Lane and Xingcha Sea gradually dissipated. Luofu ferry boat also became stable. Huahua, Topa, and Feitsue finally saw what was open in the last jar just now. A silver grass quietly took root on the counter. Its leaves are like swords, with only 3 leaves. Just the flipping of 3 leaves can turn Luofu upside down and cut down the starry sea. Su Fan sighed. The sword energy spans 100,000 miles, and the sword light chills Luofu boat. 9-leaf swordgrass. It is worthy of being one of the 10 evils of the ancient times. 1 grass can cut off the sun, moon, and stars. A bloody battle with 4 immortal kings. Endless sword energy tore through the sea of stars, split the universe, and slashed through the ancient and modern times. Only the eternal warriors can be seen. Dan Ding Division. Bai Lu was processing the medicinal materials left by Aha, humming the tune of Jiming. While working, she secretly watched Xiao Gizi's live broadcast. The true dragon immortal medicine was bored in the medicine gourd, and chose to settle down between the dragon horns on Bai Lu's forehead. The devouring ancestral talisman devoured the source of the eviline, and the refined sea of vitality was full, and now it has become a golden little fat dragon. The sword light in the live broadcast screen burst out, and it was also very clear in Danding division. Bai Lu stopped the action in his hand and watched attentively. But the little fat dragon caught a familiar breath. Even if it becomes the immortal medicine, all memories are lost, and the past is also erased in the years. But some things can't be taken away. It is the past of the bloody battle with the immortal king in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The little fat dragon's face flashed with sadness and excitement, and his figure flickered. Flying to the jar shop. They are all the 10 ancient evils. The real dragon wants to see the 9-leaf swordgrass. 707, little fat dragon flashed with golden light. Bai Lu hurriedly shouted, "Where are you going?" He ran away and hurriedly followed the golden light, waving while chasing. "Wait for me. Are you going to the jar shop?" "I know the way." Inside the jar shop, Su Fan's voice had just fallen. A golden light flashed from outside the store and appeared next to Jian Chao, and then Bai Lu rushed in panting. The immortal medicine suddenly flew away. Bai Lu's voice stopped abruptly, and she saw the sword-like grass gently touching the little fat dragon, soothing the sadness and excitement. This scene, Hua Hou was stunned. Topa and Zhang Zhang were also, not to mention the jar opener Jade. Su Fan suddenly understood. The real dragon and Jian Chao had fought against the immortal king of the foreign land, using blood as spears and their bodies as shields to guard the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This mutual attraction of thoughts was moving. Su Fan sighed in a low voice. 2 of the 10 ancient evils, the true dragon and the 9-leaf sword grass, gather here. Ah! Everyone in the jar shop was surprised. So there are 2 immortal kings in this small jar shop? Ginelifin was pulled into the jar shop by Su Sang, who came on a sword. Hearing these words, he froze in place. Su Sang exclaimed, "With only 3 sword leaves, the sword energy was so strong that Luofu was turned upside down. Almost a little bit inferior in sword power. The 9 leaves cut down the sun, moon, and stars. I wonder how magnificent it will be." Ginelifin focused on being the live camera, recording everything in the jar shop. In Fate Sue's mind, Su Fan's words echoed before, and she sighed softly. What a supreme grace this is! It has surpassed the fierce arrow light of the hunting star god that penetrated the universe. Hua Hou wanted to touch it with her hand, but suddenly the sword leaf trembled, and she saw thousands of sword energies stirring and shattering the mind in clouds. Cold sweat continued to fall from his forehead, flowing from his cheeks to his neck. He quickly gave up this little thought, but the scene that followed, it made Hua Hou smile, because the jadeite that opened the 10 evil sword grass was also rejected. Jadeite seemed to understand. The sword grass, like the 10 evils of the ancient times, would not be a vassal of anyone. Listen to what Su Fan said just now. This little silver grass fought bloody battles with 4 immortal kings, and there is an unbreakable arrogance in the picture. Jadeite asked curiously, "But there are only 3 leaves. Why is the sword energy so terrifying just now?" Su Fan looked at the sword grass and looked at the leaves carefully, and a flash of understanding flashed in his mind. It should be because of the 10 evils treasure technique, the grass sword technique. Jadeite exclaimed, "Ah, how come you get a 9-leaf sword grass and a 10 evil magic?" Su Fan looked at the surprised faces and continued. "However, when the sword grass grows from 3 leaves to 9 leaves, the 10 magics will be perfected together." Gue Naifin couldn't help but say, "I can witness Moi grow into the fox of reincarnation, and now I can also witness the 3-leaf sword grass grow to 9 leaves." Topa held his chest and calmed his mind. Fei Chui cast his eyes on the little fat dragon. The real Dragon Fairy King can transform into an immortal medicine, so naturally, he can also return to the origin through certain means. Incredible. Su Chong suddenly thought of something, and the Xianyuan sword at hand rang loudly. Doesn't it mean that whoever owns the sword grass has the word sword art? Xiao Gizi worriedly said. Can you beat it? It doesn't matter. In the future, I will learn from the sword grass and learn to comprehend 1 or 2 of its essences. Su Chong was full of confidence and almost said what he really thought. and then quietly changed his words. Guanifin breathed a sigh of relief and was also the happiest. Suchong would not ask her to practice sword anymore. At this time, the sword grass swayed and pointed directly to the backyard. The meaning was very clear. From now on, speak with the sword in the backyard. Suchong was very excited. No problem. Bailu stood on tiptoe and looked at the silver grass on the counter, her face full of longing for friends. If you have time, little sword grass, do you want to go to dancing to play? There's also the little real dragon. Let me tell you a little secret. There's a sea of vitality in my gourd. The little real dragon can't eat it. It can accelerate your growth to 9 leaves. The silver sword grass looked at the gourd for a while, and then looked at the real dragon that turned into an immortal medicine, and the sword leaf turned and pointed to Su Fan. The meaning was very clear. There is no need to compete with the real dragon for the sea of vitality. Choose Su Fan. The sword grass only has 3 leaves, not 9 leaves. It can capture the aura of the great Tao surging in Su Fan's body and absorb the new chaotic energy of the universe to promote the speed of great success. Su Fan said, "The true dragon immortal elixir is indigestion, so it's good to share it." The true dragon immortal elixir burped. The sword grass moved away from it with disdain, closer to Su Fan. Jade and Topa's eyes flashed with sadness. The sword grass would not go with them, but would take root in the jar store. Now, Jade, I can deeply understand Yukong's feelings, watching the things that bloomed and fell into Fan's arms. No need to understand. Jade has seen Su Fan stretch out his hand, and the sword grass went up along Su Fan's palm, came to the shoulder position, and took root there. There was a faint chaotic energy floating there. Huahu curled her lips. "What are you following? It's okay not to let you touch it." This sword grass also took the initiative to jump into Su Fan's hand and climbed up his shoulder. Merciless divination machine. Fu Xian, I thought it was the Emperor Blue Silver Grass, but it turned out to be the 9-leaf sword grass, one of the 10 ancient evils that cut down the sun, moon, and stars. Wind and Rainbow, 7854, Yukong +1. Snowy Coat, Shui, I thought I could see the grace of Blue Silver Coil 4.0. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yanqing now, not only the Golden Man Lane, but also the Sky Dome Array of the Star Cha Sea has been broken. Just now, the sword energy of many swordsmen in the Luofu Immortal Boat was surging, but unfortunately only the sword energy of Su Shang and Swordgrass was the most eye-catching and dazzling, just like the sun and the moon shining together. Cold Crow, Jackdaw, I didn't expect to get 2 items from a jar. The 9-leaf sword grass and the 10 evils treasure art grass word sword art, and Su Fan was chosen instead of the jar opener. I remember an old friend who got moi. Wind and Rainbow, 7854, Yucca, 35th Fate Gambler, Gold Sand, I don't know if there's a chance to see the other 10 evils from the jar. Unknown Foreign Merchant, Rakshasa, you like to watch the fun, right? I am one of them. Real name Internet Access, Jing Yuan, it depends on luck. The owner of the jar shop is very scary now. You can't afford to offend him. He has the fox of reincarnation and the 9-leaf sword grass of the 10 ancient evils.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.